if they can make such a showing, the prosecution should be entitled to get the information from the defense as to where the tape came from. So hopefully we can track down the beta version. Also, apparently, it's easier to enhance a beta tape than the VHS tape, which is, I think, also stated in this declaration.
All right, Mr. Scheck.
Your Honor, we gave over to the court the original VHS copy that we have, so we don't have any beta tapes. It doesn't indicate that the prosecution knows for sure that there is an original beta tape. Obviously, as I indicated to the court the other day, from our position...
Yeah, but no commercial video enterprise uses VHS as the original format.
No, the court...
Which has always made me wonder why VHS beat out beta, but that's another story.
But we don't have it, that's the point. And this is the best copy that we have, and we think we should be allowed to offer it under the best evidence rule for that purpose. And as I indicated to the court before...
Do you know which news organization this copy came from?
Gee, I don't. And as a matter of fact, there are two versions of this, as I indicated on the big compilations. One that has the counter on it, and the other one that does not. And one of them, I even think, may even have a little logo in it indicating one of the networks. But our position is simply that this is the best we have. We've turned over the best copy we have to the prosecutors, and with respect to these tapes and all other tapes of how collection was done at the crime scene, we would join with the prosecution, I'm sure, in asking the news organizations to turn over. I made this plea before. Everything. I mean, they don't. They won't give us outtakes, but everything they have, the best versions that we have, because we're not interested in misleading anybody. We looked at the tape. We saw what we saw. That's the best we can do.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, any response to that?
Well, under the rule, the best evidence rule, you are allowed, generally speaking, to introduce a copy instead of the original, but you generally have to make a showing that you don't have the original and why you don't have it. Now counsel apparently have compiled these clippings from news organizations. They got them in some manner, in some way. They didn't just simply materialize in the offices of the defense in this case. We are entitled to know if they are going to use a copy. At the very least, we are entitled to know and have a representation as to precisely where they came from and how they were compiled, so that the people, at the very least, can be permitted the option of then trying to track down the beta version of this tape.
All right. Mr. Scheck, can you provide us with the source of this clip? Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Scheck. Is that information available somewhere in the defense team where it came from, this clip?
We would have to sit. What we did is put all of them together, and we'd have to sit down and disaggregate them and look at them and try to make our best estimation going back through all the records. But we went through this before in putting these clips together for the court and for the district attorney. They've had it for months. They were looking at the same thing I was looking at.
No, the fact that they have it is one thing. Where it came from, the source of that, is another question.
I understand. I mean,
can you make that information available to them by tomorrow morning?
I think I better defer to Mr. Cochran.
No, you're handling this part,
I'm
Mr.
handling
Scheck. Simple question. Can you make that information available to them?
If we had it, we'll make our best efforts to find out exactly where we got all this, and
All right.
we'll tell them. But I can certainly represent to the court that we gave you the best copy we had. That is the best copy we had. That's the only one available to us. And if the news organizations want to make more available, that would be terrific. But I think we satisfy the best evidence rule just on the face of it, because this is the best
All right.
available copy.
Ms. Hazlett, would you make an inquiry of the news organizations, and if anybody recognizes this videotape as their product that they turned over, we'd like to see the original beta format. All right, the objection's overruled. Let's have the jury, please. Panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Trust you're all feeling well today. Here we had a good dinner last night. Good. All right. Record to reflect Mr. Dennis Fung is on the witness stand again. Mr. Fung, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You reminded you were still under oath, sir. And Mr. Scheck, you may resume and complete your cross-examination.
I'll make my best effort.
Thank you, sir. You have the morning.
I'm sorry?
You have the morning.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be into the afternoon.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Morning, Mr. Fung. How are you, sir?
Morning.
When we left, if we were discussing the glove at Bundy, you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and just to review a little bit, Mr. Harrison, you put up the I'd like to show you on the screen. You recall seeing these pictures before of the Bundy glove.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Scheck, which defense exhibit, this side-by-side, which one is this? Is this 1075?
1075.
All right.
Now, Mr. Fung, if we could look at the picture to the right, the one with the finger pointing at the glove. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why don't we designate that position number 1? Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. And let's look at the left, and that's the picture with the evidence tag, correct?
Yes.
And why don't we designate that position number 2? Okay?
Yes.
Now, turning to position number 1, you remember I showed you that photograph last Thursday and asked you if you had seen it in the grand jury. Remember that?
I remember that.
All right. And you indicated that you didn't think you had.
I indicated that I didn't remember seeing it.
Right. And have you since then gone back, spoken with the district attorneys, looked at the grand jury exhibit, and refreshed your recollection?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, see that photograph in the grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so those are the two positions from which you saw the glove in photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, before we left on Thursday afternoon, just as we broke, you were shown a videotape, were you not?
Yes.
All right, 3 different segments. I would ask now, Your Honor, that Mr. Harris be permitted to play those.
Yes. Have we marked that yet? Next in order, 1078.
Is there a... Let me approach, Your Honor, and... I don't know if this will work, but
I don't think the pointer is going to, do you have the laser?
Okay.
And be careful where you point that. All right. Mr. Harris.
Now, do you recognize this as a picture of Detective Van Adder walking up?
I can't identify who that person is.
Okay. Now, do you see the object that I'm circling with this light pen?
I object as soon as it's back on evidence that it is an object.
Overruled.
Do you see that?
I see a dark spot on the
Okay.
video, yes.
Would you agree that that looks to be brown?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant what you think is the best evidence.
Overruled.
To me, it just appears dark.
Does it
I
look
don't see any brown color there.
Does it appear to be three-dimensional to you?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I can't determine from the video if it is or not.
Okay. You see that object again now that I'm circling with the light pen?
I see a dark area that you're
All right.
circling.
In
All
your
right, this-
view?
For the record, this is a second clip segment.
Yes. Is that, we're stopping that now. Again, does that appear to you to be brown and three-dimensional?
Appears to be a dark area on the video.
You wouldn't say it's three-dimensional?
I couldn't tell from the video, no.
Okay.
All right, segment 3.
Now, this appears to be you putting down evidence tags, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you still see that same object that I'm pointing to in the light pen? You saw that?
go do it again.
All right. Can we run that again? Now, let me show you a still of that shot. Again, looking at that, would you agree, or do you agree, that that looks to be a brown three-dimensional object?
Appears to be a dark object or a dark area on the video.
Now, if
that
that,
Segment 3.
segment 3. Now, if that were the glove, Mr. Fung, that would be a third position, would it not?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, when we broke from court on Thursday, you came back the next morning, is that correct? And it was Wednesday, actually. Thursday. Came back to court the next morning, correct?
Yes,
All right. Now, that evening, did you look at these videotapes with great care?
the Wednesday evening?
Yeah.
Yes, I did look at them.
All right. And with whom did you look at them?
There were other people in the office. I don't recall all of them.
About how many times do you think you looked at them that evening? Then when you came down the next morning in court, you reviewed them again, did you not, on these monitors?
When I came down in court the next day, there was an enhanced version, and I looked at them here, yes.
And you reviewed it with Mr. Goldberg?
What do you mean reviewed?
Well, you were looking at the tapes from various angles and photographs with Mr. Goldberg,
Yes,
with Ms. Clark.
she was present.
She wasn't sitting by the monitor with you looking at it?
She may have been, but
Mr. Harmon,
yes,
Mr. George Clark,
yes.
Mr. Darden,
I don't recall if Mr. Darden was here or not.
the gentleman Jonathan Fartlow from Decision
Fairlow.
Quest?
Fairlow.
Fairtlow, I'm sorry.
Yes,
You looked at it in slow motion.
yes,
You examined various photographs.
yes.
Now, were you shown I have this photograph marked defendants next in order?
1079. Yes, 1079. Have you shown that to council? Have you shown that to council?
Yes.
Mrs. Robertson's fence is marking 1079, a photograph.
Your Honor, I think this was already marked for the record.
There appears to be a sticker on the back. Is that a evidence?
Yeah, that's a defendant sticker for the, were you shown, among others, that photograph?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'd like to put this on the Elmo.
Yes.
Now, was it suggested to you after seeing this picture that that object on the videotape that you will not agree with me is brown and three-dimensional was not really the glove, but was green or yellow leaves?
Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did anybody show you this picture and suggest to you that what was on the videotape was not the glove in a third position, but green and yellow leaves?
Nobody made that suggestion to me. They asked me to look at the videotape and look at different photographs.
Well, did anybody, was there any discussion? It's not the glove, it's green and yellow leaves.
Nobody said that, no.
Yep. It couldn't be green and yellow leaves, wouldn't you agree with Mr. Fung?
Excuse me?
That calls for an expert opinion.
Overruled.
What we saw on that videotape, that object you and I were discussing, the one that you will not agree is brown and three-dimensional, would you not agree with me
Why
that...
don't you rephrase that question, counsel?
All right. Would you agree that the object that we saw on the videotape could not be those green and yellow leaves?
I can't agree to that, no.
You think it could be?
Could be what?
Green and yellow leaves.
From the angle and the distance of that camera and from the poor resolution of the videotape itself, I can't make that determination.
Okay. You noticed in the photograph that, in the videotape, that the object had a little white tag in it, didn't you? Or a little white spot?
In this case, the testimony about...
Sustained.
Now, did you read the next day Detective Lang quoted in the Los Angeles Times about what he thought that object was?
I haven't read the LA Times for over a week.
I understand.
Your Honor,
did-
Overruled.
Now, did you speak about what this object could be on the videotape with Detective Lang?
I don't think there was any discussion, no. He was present during some portion of the watching.
Well, did Detective Lang ever tell you that that object on the videotape was not the glove? It was actually the dark blood by the blanket that somehow was changed by the angle of the lens, and that's how it could be explained? He say something like that to you?
Not to me, no. I did overhear something like that.
Well, who suggested that one to you?
That was never suggested to me directly.
Well, how did you hear about it indirectly?
I was in a different area and I overheard that comment.
Now, you know that that object on the videotape can't be explained away by any of these things, don't you?
Sustained.
You know it's the glove, don't you?
I don't know that.
You know it's the glove and you just got caught by this videotape, isn't that right?
Sustained.
All right, Mr. Fung, why don't we talk about the envelope for a minute? Taken two previously marked exhibits and we're putting them side by side and showing them to council.
All right, which exhibits are these?
One of them is 1079, the one we just marked, and the other one is the overall picture of Detective Furman pointing to the glove in the envelope as we're searching for that number. Showing it to counsel on his monitor before we display it to the jury.
But I need to have an exhibit number.
Yes. Your Honor, I'll object to cropping the photograph in any way or altering its appearance on the display.
Yes, the one on the left, Your Honor, is 55, 1055.
All right, the objection's overruled.
All right.
It's not an unfair depiction as to the position of the items.
We should have this side by side of the envelope marked as defendants.
1080.
1080. Mr. Fung, you see these two photographs, do you not?
Yes.
All right. Now, looking on the left, that's the a closer-up shot of Detective Furman pointing towards the glove hat and with his hand over the envelope, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you see where the envelope is in terms of the tiles.
Yes.
All right. Now, looking at the photograph to the right, that's the envelope in the position where you put down tags and had it photographed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's in a different position, is it not, from the photograph where Detective Furman is pointing in the direction of the envelope?
It appears to be yes.
About how far down do you think that's been moved?
As which to which?
All right. The photograph where, to the right, where you put down the evidence tags, that's about how many inches would you estimate moved back towards the railing from the way it's depicted in the photograph where Detective Furman is pointing towards it?
Appears to be moved 3 to 4 inches towards the west.
Right, and the difference, another difference between the photographs is that in the one where you had the picture taken with the evidence tag down, there's more, you can see drag marks in the upper right-hand corner of that picture, can you not?
I can't tell from the video, but
Well, do you recall seeing what looked like streaks of blood in the soil in the area where Mr. Goldman's body had been removed?
yes.
All right. Would you agree with me that that represents track marks of Mr. Goldman's body being removed and dragged through the area where the glove hat and the envelope were?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Well, there's more leafy foliage on top of those tiles, is there not, in the picture where you had the photograph taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Fung, would you agree that the envelope is in two different positions here?
Yes.
And is it clear to you, sir, that that envelope was moved and put into a new position after Mr. Goldman's body was removed from the scene?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
When did you first learn that the envelope had been moved from its original condition as it was found at the crime scene?
Irrelevant. Calls for hearsay.
Oral.
First I heard about it was during the trial,
When?
this trial,
When during the trial? We've been here for a while.
when, you're right, when Detective Lang was giving testimony.
About a month ago, 2 months ago?
Whenever he was giving testimony.
And isn't it your responsibility? But how did you learn about that? Did you speak to Detective Lang?
How did I learn that?
Yeah, that the envelope had been moved.
I overheard it on the radio.
And you, in other words, you were overhearing the testimony on the radio?
Yes.
And how often have you been doing that, sir?
The testimony is playing all the time in different parts of the office, and people have it on all the time, and when I pass by, I overhear portions of it.
When you're working in some place, do you ask them to turn it off?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes you don't?
Sometimes I'm not there long enough to ask them to do it.
Now, Mr. Fung, isn't it your responsibility to investigate whether evidence at the crime scene has been moved or altered from its original position?
Vegas to the word investigate.
Oral.
In some respects, it is my responsibility, yes.
All right. And you're supposed to make inquiries of people at the scene as to whether or not evidence has been moved or altered.
Yes.
And did you ask Detective Lang if he saw evidence moved or altered, that somebody had seen the envelope and the glove moved and replaced back in a new position? Did you ask him about that on June 13th?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, when you say you don't recall, are you telling us that you might have?
Yes.
Did you ask Mr. Rokar, the photographer, whether he had seen any evidence moved and then replaced back to a new position?
I did not ask that of Mr. Rokar.
Did you ask Detective Phillips?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant for the asked individual.
Oral.
No.
You saw Detective Phillips at the scene when Mr. Goldman's body was being removed through the area where the envelope, the hat, and the glove were. He was there.
I did not know Detective Phillips, and he was not the officer in charge at the scene.
All right. Did you ask Steve Johnson, the chief forensic chemist,
About,
if he had seen any of the evidence moved and then replaced back into a new position?
no.
He was there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Did you ask Miss Ratcliffe, the representative from the coroner's office?
I did not speak with Ms. Ratcliffe.
Did you ask Mr. Jacobo from the coroner's office?
Same question?
Yeah.
No.
Weren't they people in an excellent position to see whether or not the envelope, the hat, or the glove had been moved, since they were the ones that were involved in removing Mr. Goldman's body?
Sustain.
Well, you did see Mr. Radcliffe, Miss Radcliffe, and Mr. Jacobo removing Mr. Goldman's body,
Yes, I did.
but you did not ask them, after that had been done, whether they had seen any of the evidence moved.
Sustained.
Did you, well, I think you've answered. There were representatives of SID who do fingerprinting at the scene, were there not?
Yes.
And they were standing on the top of the walkway, were they not?
During certain portions, yes.
And that was during the portion of time where Mr. Goldman's body was being removed. They were up there.
I don't recall when they were there.
Well, did you inquire of them as to whether or not they had seen any evidence? The envelope, the hat, or the glove moved?
No.
Did you ask Andrea Mazzola whether she had seen it?
Seen anything moved?
Yeah.
I did not ask her that.
Did you ask Andrea Mazzola to conduct an inquiry about whether any evidence had been moved?
No.
Is it your testimony, sir, that on June 13th, you did not suspect that the glove or the envelope or any other evidence in that area had been moved from their original position?
Overruled.
I did not suspect that they were moved.
Is it your testimony that you had no knowledge whatsoever on June 13th that that glove and the envelope had been moved and somebody put it back in its original position?
Sustained.
You have to fill out a crime scene checklist report, you and Ms. Mazzola, correct?
Yes.
And you filled it out in this case with respect to the Bundy location?
Yes.
And one of the things that you have to check off on your crime scene checklist report is, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how?
Yes.
All right? Ask that this page be marked defendants 1081.
1081. 1081.
Is this a copy of page 2 of your Bundy crime scene checklist report?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'd like to put this on the memo, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Harris?
Now, what we see on the Elmo, go back a little. We see in the Elmo is that question that you have to fill out, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? Correct?
That's what it says.
And if the scene has been altered, there's 1, 2, 3 lines for you to write in what happened, right?
Yes.
That's because it's considered very important that the criminalist document whether or not the scene has been altered from its original condition.
What do you mean by very important?
Well, it's important enough to have at least 3 lines on this checklist report to make sure you fill it out if you discover or you suspect that the scene has been altered.
Overruled.
Do you understand my
That
question, sir?
space is provided if there is, for instances, when items are altered, such as, well, there are certain scenes that are very altered, and just make note of them.
This one was just a little altered.
Sustained.
Well, on this box, is there not a question mark?
Yes, there is.
Did you put that in there?
No.
Did Ms. Mazzola put that in there, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And that was put in there because you and she suspected that this scene had been altered from the way it was originally found.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained. It's also cumulative.
I'm sorry?
It's also cumulative. You and she.
Did you discuss with Ms. Mazzola why she put a question mark in that box?
I think she asked me what to put in that box, and I said, put a question mark there.
And you said put a question mark there because you knew that when Mr. Goldman's body had been dragged through the evidence, that the glove had been moved, the envelope had been moved, and somebody put it back into the place where they thought it was originally.
No,
Isn't that right?
that's wrong.
Now, Mr. Fung, you have described two methods for collecting items that contain possible biological material, other than blood drops.
Excuse me? Repeat that.
Well, have you told us that there are two methods that you use to collect items at a crime scene, other than blood drops? One involving gloves.
Yes.
All right, that's where you would pick up the item wearing gloves and put it into a bag, for example.
Yes.
And the second method that you described for us is something that you call the scoop technique.
Yes.
And the scoop technique is a method where you take a card or a pencil and you scoop the object into a bag.
Yes.
And when you do the scoop technique, you do not touch the object with your bare hands.
That's correct.
And when you're collecting any item that could later be dusted for fingerprints, you would certainly not touch that item with your bare hands.
When I...
Yes. You want me to repeat that?
Yes.
All right. When you are collecting an item which could contain fingerprints from the perpetrator or perpetrators of a crime, you would not touch that item with your bare hand, would you, when collecting it?
I would try not to.
Well, you say you try not to. It would be wrong to do that, wouldn't it?
If it was for prints, yes.
And in this case, the envelope that we saw found at Bundy that contained the prescription glasses, it had blood spatter on it.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the...
You didn't notice
I didn't look at the glasses that closely.
the envelope?
I looked at the envelope.
I'm asking about the envelope. Did the envelope that contained the prescription glasses have blood spatter on it?
There was a blood pattern on it.
And it had shoe impressions on it, did it not?
I don't recall, but I do remember there was some type of blood on the envelope.
You don't recall that it had shoe impressions on it?
I don't recall that.
Oh,
Do you recall that the envelope was torn at the top?
No.
Did it occur to you that one of the killers could have mistakenly believed that something other than glasses was in that envelope and grabbed for it?
Irrelevant, calls for speculation.
calls for speculation. Sustained.
When you were at the crime scene on June 13th, were you interested in the possibility that one of the killers could have grabbed or pulled at that envelope and touched it while struggling with Mr. Goldman?
Irrelevant, assumes facts, not evidence, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you were at the crime scene on June 13th and you saw that envelope, did you consider the possibility that the envelope might have fingerprints on it from one of the killers?
Irrelevant, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Assumes facts, not evidence, also irrelevant.
Overruled. Killer or killers?
Killer or killers?
Killer or killers, it could have had fingerprints on the, there could have been fingerprints on the envelope.
And you thought about that then?
Yes.
Did you touch that envelope with your bare hands while collecting it, Mr. Fung?
No.
Sure of that?
Yes.
No question about it in your mind?
Yes.
Do you recall Andrea Mazzola kneeling on the ground and passing you that envelope, which you grasped with an ungloved bare hand?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the prosecution some video.
Have you seen this already?
Yes, it is on their tape, Your Honor, but I'm not sure that they necessarily
How
have
long
seen
is the
it.
clip?
Oh,
3 or 4 seconds.
All right. Show it to counsel.
we're going to show it. Your Honor, my suggestion is that we show it a few times and show it in slow motion.
Show it to counsel first, please.
Mr. Harris, why don't you show them the still that we'll show next? Your Honor, this is on the tape that's been provided to the court and the district attorney.
Your Honor, I ask that all counsel's comments be stricken. Those aren't proper.
Overruled. All right, counsels have the opportunity. I thought we had an agreement, however, that we'd show each other these things before we start the session. All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to show this particular clip 3 or 4 times, once in slow motion and then the still.
All right, we're going to mark this as defense 1082.
Mr. Fung, I'd like you to watch this tape and very, very carefully with the jury. We're going to show it to you 3 or 4 times in real time, then we'll show it to you in slow motion, and then we'll show you a still. All right, let's show it again in real time. Show it again in real time. Can we show it now in slow motion? You want to see that again in slow motion, Mr. Fung?
I don't need to see it in slow
All right.
motion.
Could we now show a still? Mr. Fung, that's you getting the prescription envelope from Andrea Mazzola and grasping it in your bare hands, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, what is that, Mr. Fung?
It could be any number of things.
That is not you, is not Ms. Mazzola in the position where the envelope was on the ground?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is she in that area?
She is, I can't tell from this clip where exactly we were.
You can't tell that you're, from this clip, that you are at the Bundy location in the area where the envelope was seen on the photographs?
I don't know that's exactly where we were, no.
You're not in and around that area, no?
We may have been around that area, but
If that's not you grasping the envelope with the prescription glasses with your bare hands, what, pray tell, is it?
if we can always have the envelope printed, and if my fingerprints are on there, then it is. But I know that my
That's not
fingerprints
you.
are not on that envelope.
That's not you grasping it with your bare hand.
That's correct.
I'm going to go about another 15.
Your Honor, can we have the envelope produced?
Which number is that, Mr. Scheck? Mrs. Robertson, do you know the number?
May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Fong, can you see that envelope in the bag?
Yes.
Now, the other items of evidence that you collected in the Bundy scene, weren't they put into coin envelopes if they were blood drops?
Yes.
And pager was put into a bag? Why don't you take out your evidence collection sheet and read along with me? The keys went into a coin envelope, correct?
Yes.
The pager went into a coin envelope.
Yes.
That object we see you and Miss Mazzola handling, it's not the keys or the pager, is it?
No.
It's not the glove.
No.
It's not the hat.
No.
It's not the ring.
No.
It's not any of the red stains that you recovered at Bundy.
That's correct.
Well, looking at your evidence checklist, can you suggest one thing other than that envelope that we saw in that videotape?
Notepad, maybe?
A notepad? Which notepad?
It wouldn't be evidence. It would be something that we used to take notes.
And for the record, Mr. Scheck, what are we doing?
We're looking at it 3 more times.
This is 1082.
And now we have the still. Looking at that still, and here, if you want, we have a printout in yellow. Are you telling us that that's a notepad and not the envelope?
I'm saying it could be anything, but it's not the envelope here.
Well, would you agree that it's not any other item of evidence that you collected at the scene? Couldn't be any other item of evidence except for that prescription envelope, right?
Well, wait a minute, I object.
Basis?
Argument is
Sustain.
Is there any other item of evidence that you collected at Bundy that you could be handling at that time with Ms. Mazzola?
same objection.
Call roll.
I don't know what time frame this still was taken, so I can't give you an accurate.
That is a
Assumption.
picture of Mr. Jacobo and Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay.
They're from the coroner's office.
Right.
Now counts as testifying motion.
That's true. Rephrase the question.
Are they from the coroner's office?
Yes.
And they were at the scene when you arrived,
Yes.
and they left at about 11:15, as I recall?
Right.
So it's got to be between the time that you first arrived at the scene and the time that the coroners left.
Yes.
Are you testifying that that's not the envelope?
Sustained.
Mr. Harris advised me perhaps we could play it one more time in slow motion, and he thinks he can get her better still.
I think we need to start the slow-mo sooner than that.
It's kind of quick to catch yourself.
We'll start the slow-mo at the beginning. All right, we're going backwards at this point.
Okay, that's a good one, if you can get that.
How about some more? No, backwards, backwards, backwards.
There. There. How about that, Mr. Fung?
Is that a question, Mr. Scheck?
Yes. How about that picture, Mr. Fung? Does that refresh your recollection that you took the envelope from Andrea Mazzola with your bare hand?
When you pointed out the time frame, it makes it even more sure in my mind that that is not the envelope, because we did not start picking up envelope or evidence until well after the coroners were gone.
Cat, do you have that frame? All right. 82A printout.
That's a notepad.
I'm saying I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's not that envelope.
Do you see where there's a slight, that object that Ms. Mazzola had in her hand, it appears to have a certain fullness to it?
I can't tell from the
Can't
video,
tell?
no.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, rather than have the jury touch it, but I would ask that this bag that contains the envelope be passed to the jury so they can look at it.
All right, hand it to juror number one, please.
still marked as defendants 1082A, and I asked that this also be passed to the jury.
I thought we did that already.
No, not this still, the new one.
Excuse me, counsel? You need my permission before you hand something to any juror.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said yes. My apologies.
Nope. Nope. Let me see it first.
My apologies.
Welcome to California. There. Ask me for the number. He didn't ask me directly and clearly for permission to hand it to the jury, Mr. Cochran. Well, then I didn't hear it. All right, Deputy Russell, would you transmit that back to the clerk? Mr. Scheck? Do you collect that from Deputy Russell? Scheck, would you collect that from Deputy Russell, please? All right, would this be an appropriate place to break? I need to change court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. With regard to the case, do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. Patrick, just court and counsel.
Could we at least be given the opportunity to take a closer look at this?
Sure, view it one more time. Again.
Your Honor, can we be heard again on this?
No. Be careful here.
A few moments ago, Mr. Fung, when you saw the video of the envelope, you said that it had refreshed your recollection when you looked at the frame because you knew that couldn't be the envelope since the evidence collection did not begin until the people from the coroner's office left.
That's what I indicated, yes.
All right. I'd like to show you this piece of videotape, Mr. Fung.
All right, we'll mark this as 1083.
And you've been watching this in the break, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Now, this is Miss Mazzola putting the hat in the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you look in the back of the steps, those are the print people walking back and forth. One is in the white coats.
Yes.
And you see in back of her what looks like the tape measure.
I couldn't make it out.
See it now?
Yes. Could be, yes.
Now she's picking up the glove. Now, you remember that Mr. Jacobo from the coroner's office, he was the gentleman in the blue suit, the blue jumpsuit.
Yes.
I'd like you to watch very carefully in the frame these shoes. See those shoes? See that blue, those blue pants?
Yes.
That's Mr. Jacobo, isn't it?
Appears to be, yes.
So you did begin evidence collection before the coroner's left.
Yes.
So what you said before wasn't true.
It was to the best of my recollection at the time.
Well, when you filled out your evidence collection report, Mr. Fung, for the Bundy scene, I think we've been through this before, there's a box that has times on it, right?
Yes.
And you didn't fill out any times for the collection of any of these pieces of evidence, did you?
They were not filled in.
I think we're, we'll just print out the last still of the shoes. Can you do
All
it?
right, 1083A.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, why don't we move on to the issue of DNA and your knowledge of it. I believe you said during cross-examination that you were not a DNA person.
Something relative to that, yes.
And that, by that, you mean that you haven't been through serology at SID?
I've never been assigned there.
All right, and just so you can make it clear to the jury, at SID, there are various different places you can rotate through.
Yes.
And your rotation did not include serology.
Yes.
And what is serology?
Serology, in the serology unit, they will analyze biological fluids and sometimes tissue for genetic markers.
And sometimes that's called conventional genetic marker testing.
Yes.
That's blood type A, B, O, things of that nature.
Oral.
That is one of the tests they do.
Yes. A test called EAP, are you familiar with that one at all?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
And then, starting in January of 1995, SID began doing DNA testing.
I'm not sure when they started.
Well, are you aware that at some point in time, SID began doing a form of DNA testing in 1994?
I'm not aware of when our DNA program started.
When I say that your lab do it, I meant that it's actually done in-house by analysts from the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory. We're clear on that.
Yes.
All right. As opposed to collecting samples that would be then sent out to other laboratories for DNA testing.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, prior to 1994, had the Los Angeles Police Department collected samples and sent them out to other laboratories for DNA testing?
Sustained.
Now, at any time in 1994, had people from the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab given a lecture to you on procedures for collecting evidence that would subsequently be subjected to DNA testing?
Prior to 1994,
Well, during 1994.
I never received that training, no.
Prior to 1994, did you receive any training on how to collect samples that would subsequently be subjected to DNA testing?
Brief training, yes.
And who gave you this brief training?
I don't recall.
Was it, do you know who Erin Riley is?
Yes, I do.
And is she the most experienced DNA analyst at the LAPD crime lab?
I don't know who the most experienced person is.
Well, she would be the most experienced in the, do you know what the PCR or polymerase chain reaction method is?
Overruled. Do you know what that
I
is?
can't go into any detail on it. I
But if-
know it's one of the procedures. There's 2 procedures, and that's one of them.
One of them, PCR, what's known as PCR?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is that the one that the Los Angeles Police Department crime lab began in sometime in 1994 to do in-house?
Again, I don't keep up abreast with the DNA program.
And the other method is sometimes known as RFLP. Have you heard that term?
I've heard the term.
Standing for Restriction Fragment Length Polymorphism. Have you heard that term?
I haven't heard that term, no.
In terms of the differences between the PCR testing and the RFLP testing, do you know anything about the differences between those methods?
Just very limited knowledge.
Well, you say you don't recall your brief lecture on how to collect samples for purposes of future DNA testing.
Sustained.
But you don't know who gave you that lecture?
I don't recall who gave it, no.
Was it, would it refresh your recollection, is it Greg Matheson?
It may have been.
He's the head of serology?
Yes. He is
Was
the head of, or he was head of serology.
Michelle Kessler?
I'm pretty sure it was not Michelle Kessler.
She's the head of the laboratory?
Yes, she is.
Could it have been a gentleman named Harry Klan?
No, it was not Harry.
You know who he is?
Yes, I know.
He's
Criminals Club.
another analyst, DNA analyst in serology.
He was.
He's not there now?
I think he's assigned to a different.
Now, in your brief lecture about collection of evidence for purposes of DNA testing, did anybody ever tell you that the ability to perform successful DNA analysis on biological evidence recovered from a crime scene depends very much on the kinds of specimens collected and how they were preserved?
Seems that's not an evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I've heard something to that effect, yes.
Were you told that the technique used to collect and document such evidence, the quantity and type of evidence that should be packaged, and how the evidence should be preserved are some of the critical points for a forensic DNA testing program? Were you told anything to that effect?
Overruled. Were you told something like that, Mr. Fong?
To the last part of his question, I don't recall being told something like that.
Were you told anything to the effect that if evidence is improperly packaged, cross-contamination can occur?
Not at that training, no.
No special emphasis on that in your brief DNA lecture?
Not that I can recall.
Were you told that if DNA evidence is not properly preserved, that decomposition and deterioration may well occur?
Not at that lecture, no.
And were you told that the decomposition or degradation of DNA evidence can seriously affect the outcome of DNA typing?
I don't recall that being discussed.
Were you ever shown a set of guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence that was produced by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, I've been shown that.
All right. I asked, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Is this the document that,
Sure.
now you say you've been shown a book entitled Guidelines for the Collection and Preservation of DNA Evidence?
I believe it's a leaflet, but yes.
Leaflet. And when were you shown that?
That was shown to me maybe a couple weeks ago, by a couple weeks ago.
Who showed it to you?
Mr. Goldberg.
So, in other words, Mr. Goldberg showed you the guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence long after you collected the evidence in this case.
It seems a fact not evidence that there's only one set of guidelines.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Goldberg showed you the guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence produced by the FBI long after you did the collection in this case.
Yes.
And one of the authors of this is Dr. Henry Lee, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, do you know how much DNA would be contained in 1 microliter of blood?
No.
Do you know what a microliter is?
I believe it's 1 to the negative 6 liters.
And in terms of what a microliter of blood would look like, would you not agree that it would be about the size of a pinhead?
This is beyond the scope of this witness's expertise.
Overruled. On that ground.
It's also beyond the scope of direct and relevant.
Sustain.
Well, do you know whether 1 microliter of blood would be enough to do a DNA test using the RFLP method?
Same objections.
Sustain.
Were you given any instruction with respect to how much blood could be used in a successful DNA test?
Same objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes,
And
briefly.
were you told that as little as 1 microliter or a pinhead of blood could produce a result with an RFLP test?
I wasn't told that.
Were you told it could produce a result with a PCR test?
The training I recall did not discuss PCR or RFLP.
Were you told that minute particles of blood that you can't even see with the naked eye could be recovered from items of evidence and then used in a DNA test, be it PCR or RFLP?
I wasn't told that, no.
Were you warned that it is very important to make sure that minute particles of blood are not spread from one item of evidence to the other, especially when you're going to do subsequent DNA testing?
No.
Were you instructed that if one just wet a finger, rubbed it on a podium such as this, then wiped it with a cloth, that an extraction from that cloth could successfully be amplified and used in a DNA test?
Your Honor, this is some
Sustain.
fact not evidence.
Sustain. Jurors to disregard the implication of that question.
Do you know whether cells from a small cut from your finger transferred onto a piece of evidence could be a source in a subsequent DNA test from the evidence you touch?
Do you have any training regarding this, Mr. Fong?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about that? This particular issue?
Not expert knowledge, no.
All right,
Are
proceed.
you- Well, you're going out and collecting the evidence here, are you not?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to explore with you the little knowledge that you have.
Sustained.
Well, how would you describe, I'm sorry, you say limited?
Yes.
I'm sorry. The limited knowledge. Were you taught anything about the dangers of contamination, cross-contaminating samples, when collecting it for purposes of DNA testing?
Not for DNA testing, no.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you wear gloves, at least for one purpose, withdraw. You told us on direct examination that one purpose of wearing gloves during the collection of evidence is for your own protection.
Yes.
Do you not regard it also as important to wear gloves as a measure to prevent contamination of the samples that you're collecting?
Yes.
That's another purpose,
Yes.
an important purpose.
It is a purpose.
Now, you were asked on direct examination how you decide when to change gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that you answered that when the gloves get dirty, or I have to use some of my instruments or personal items, I will remove the gloves so as not to contaminate myself or other items of evidence.
Yes.
Now, when you say that the gloves get dirty and then you remove them, that means that you can see something on the gloves.
Yes.
And you've received no instruction that samples can be contaminated for purposes of DNA testing through minute particles of blood that one cannot see.
Sustained.
Has anybody told you that samples that are being collected for one purpose?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the limited knowledge. Were you taught anything about the dangers of contamination, cross-contaminating samples, when collecting it for purposes of DNA testing?
Not for DNA testing, no.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you wear gloves, at least for one purpose, withdraw. You told us on direct examination that one purpose of wearing gloves during the collection of evidence is for your own protection.
Yes.
Do you not regard it also as important to wear gloves as a measure to prevent contamination of the samples that you're collecting?
Yes.
That's another purpose,
Yes.
an important purpose.
It is a purpose.
Now, you were asked on direct examination how you decide when to change gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that you answered that when the gloves get dirty, or I have to use some of my instruments or personal items, I will remove the gloves so as not to contaminate myself or other items of evidence.
Yes.
Now, when you say that the gloves get dirty and then you remove them, that means that you can see something on the gloves.
Yes.
And you've received no instruction that samples can be contaminated for purposes of DNA testing through minute particles of blood that one cannot see.
Sustained.
Has anybody told you that samples that are being collected for purposes of DNA testing can be cross-contaminated by minute particles of blood that cannot be seen?
No.
Have you been told that evidence that is being collected for purposes of DNA testing can be contaminated by other cellular material that is so minute one cannot see other than blood?
Still assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking if anybody's ever told him that.
But we've already established the extent of this training, Mr. Scheck.
Okay. Now, there is no rule in the collection of evidence for purposes of DNA testing at LAPD that gloves should be changed between each sample.
There's no rule to that, no.
And you did not change gloves between the collection of each sample, did you?
Not that I can recall, no.
And you did not instruct Ms. Mazzola to change her gloves between the collection of each sample.
That's correct.
And you know that she did not change her gloves between the collection of each sample.
From reviewing the videotapes, yes.
Now, you did receive a handout on the how to collect evidence, which included references to DNA testing, did you not?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Do you recall receiving a handout that was given to criminalists with respect to the collection and preservation of body fluids?
I don't recall having received something like that.
Well, let me show you a document of 3 pages. And I ask the more collectively defendants next to me.
1084.
You said 1084, Your Honor?
Yes, 1084.
Have you seen those documents before, sir?
No.
You were never handed out these 3 pages with respect to procedures for the collection and preservation of body fluids.
I don't recall having been given that, no.
Do you recall receiving any lectures at any time on how to collect and preserve body fluids from anyone at the LAPD crime lab?
I had on-the-job training.
All right. And in that on-the-job training, were you given instructions on how to use cloth swatches for the collection of bloodstains at a crime scene?
Yes.
I mean, you participated in the creation of all those boards, did you not, that laid out the procedure?
Yes.
And when you went through those boards, did you go over those procedures carefully with people from the crime lab?
Not from the crime lab, no.
Well, who'd you go over it with?
Myself, Criminals Mazzola, and Mr. Goldberg.
Did you ever go through any of these procedures with Mr. Yamauchi?
I did not, no.
Mr. Yamauchi is an analyst that works at the LAPD crime lab,
Yes, he is.
and you know him as being the analyst that did some of the DNA testing in this case.
Yes.
And you've discussed with him your testimony in this case,
Yes.
and you've gone over some of the details with him.
Limited.
Now, In terms of, were you ever told, with respect to procedures,
All right, with the report, please. All right, Mr. Scheck, do you need to be there for some particular good reason? You going to show him anything?
I may show him this document at some point to
Why
refresh
don't you
his
use the
recollection.
podium until you need to?
Okay. Now, as I understand it, sir, you're saying you never received a written handout on how to collect and preserve body fluids, which would include blood, right?
I never received that handout, no.
Okay. But you did receive instruction orally.
Yes,
That's sort of the oral tradition in the laboratory in terms of training people.
yes,
And in terms of your training on how to collect and preserve a blood stain, part of it was you were told orally by someone to use a cloth swatch or a cloth strip or threads removed from a swatch.
yes,
And you were told that the choice of the size of the swatch depends on the size of the stain that's to be collected.
yes,
And you were told that one should dampen the swatch with distilled water and remove the excess water by shaking it off.
I don't recall that being specifically,
You were told to apply the dampened swatch to the dried stain,
yes,
to press it into the stain using tweezers.
yes,
Were you instructed orally not to rub the stain with the swatch?
no,
Let me show you this document, see if it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you were ever told that one should not rub the stain with the swatch.
There's no showing this witness' recollection refresh.
Sustain.
All right. Do you think somebody might have told you that one should not rub the stain with the swatch?
I don't recall anybody telling me not to rub.
Well, is it that you don't, is that you have no specific memory of exactly the instructions you were given on how to pick up the stain?
That's correct.
All right. Let me now show you the document, see if it refreshes your recollection.
No, you need to ask a foundational question before you do that.
One more?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember one way or the other whether anybody ever told you not to rub the stain with the swatch?
Your Honor, this is asked and answered.
Sustain. Would it refresh your recollection, Mr. Fung, to look at this document that's been shown to you, whether or not you received any instruction regarding rubbing of a blood sample in its collection?
No,
Proceed.
No? Thank you. Were you told to place the swatch, once the stain had been removed, with the transferred stain, into a plastic bag for transportation,
yes,
and to put the plastic bag in a coin envelope with appropriate information on it?
yes,
Now, have you read anywhere else in the Los Angeles Police Department manual that one should not use a plastic bag for the transportation of wet bloodstains or wet items?
I don't recall that being in the manual.
I'm talking about now the Los Angeles Police Department manual.
The manual, the LAPD manual. I don't recall that.
Preserving wet stains. You recall section 525.20, preserving wet stains,
No.
all right? Do you recall any section of the Los Angeles Police Department manual that says items containing wet blood, semen, or chemical stain shall be permitted to dry at room temperature before packaging? Plastic containers or plastic wrap shall not, in italics, be used as packaging material.
Call something to that effect, yes.
Show you this document, see if it refreshes your recollection.
Where, here? Here. Yes.
Now, I think you indicated that,
Just have it front along with council to make sure that.
I think you indicated that you were familiar with,
Yes.
a gentleman named Barry Fisher,
Yes.
and who is he?
Barry Fisher is I think he's the director of the LA Sheriff's Office, Crime Lab.
And you indicated that you were familiar with at least one of the editions of his book, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation?
I have looked at certain sections of one of the editions, yes.
Which sections?
I don't recall all the sections I've looked at.
Well, do you recall looking at any sections with respect to the collection and preservation of evidence?
Your Honor, it's vague as to which edition of the book he's talking about.
Over-
What?
I said overruled, but at this point it is. He hasn't asked a question regarding the book yet. Premature. Proceed.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. What you said you were familiar with some sections of this book, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation, some edition, correct?
Yes.
Right. Which sections are you familiar with?
Again, I don't recall every section that I've read out of that book.
Do you recall if you read any sections dealing with the collection of evidence?
It's still vague at this point as to what edition of the book he's talking about.
Overruled.
The whole book deals with collection of evidence.
Do you remember reading any section of the book that concerned collection of evidence of wet stains and putting them in plastic bags?
I don't recall reading something like that, no.
That wasn't in your edition?
I don't recall if it was or not.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Do you recall Are you familiar with a book called Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science by Richard Saperstein?
I am familiar with one of the editions, yes.
All right. And this is a book that I take it you studied in your training, criminalistics?
Yes,
It's fundamental text in the field?
one of them.
All right. Now, do you recall in this book any discussion about packaging bloodstain evidence in plastic or airtight containers?
Your Honor, it assumes that this witness has read this particular version of this book?
Overruled.
In any of the editions that you read?
It may have been, but I don't recall.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Call your attention to this page of what is the fourth edition of Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science by Richard Saperstein. Ask you to read that paragraph and see if it refreshes your recollection.
You may. Mrs. Robertson?
Yes.
Now, this book, Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science, whatever edition you read, is this a text that you considered in forming your opinions as a criminalist in your testimony in this case?
Overruled.
Could you repeat that again?
Sure. Is this book part of the training that you underwent, which came to be a part of the basis for which you used in offering your opinions as a criminalist in this case?
Certain portions of it.
It's vague as to which opinions.
I think he said the answer was certain
Certain opinions.
portions.
I assume we're going to work down to what it is.
All right. Now, which portions did you rely upon or did you consider in forming your opinions as a criminalist in your testimony in this case?
There seems to have no evidence that he's offered what we typically consider an expert opinion.
Overruled.
Which portions?
I don't recall what specific portions.
Well, would it include discussion of collection of bloodstains? Wouldn't the things that Saperstein said in his book with respect to the collections of bloodstains be data that you considered in forming your judgments in this case about how to collect bloodstains?
Your Honor, that assumes a fact on evidence that he's talking about the collection of bloodstains as opposed to final packaging.
Overruled.
This is something I did consider, yes.
All right. And doesn't Saperstein say that the packaging of blood evidence in a plastic or airtight containers must be avoided because the accumulation of residual moisture could contribute to the growth of blood-destroying bacteria and fungi?
Hearsay under 721, also ambiguous as to whether he's talking about final packaging or
Overruled.
Preferably, each stained article should be packaged separately in a paper bag or well-ventilated box.
That's what the book says.
Now, do you agree with that, sir?
I agree with that in the regard for final packaging. In the intermediate stage, I do not agree with that.
So in other words, for temporary packaging, it's okay to put a wet blood stain in plastic?
Well, it's vague as to the word packaging.
Overruled.
Please repeat it.
Sure. So is it your position that it's sound practice to put a wet blood stain in a plastic bag temporarily?
That's the way I was taught and trained to do it in the Los Angeles Police Department, yes.
Right. So it's fair to say that you were taught in the Los Angeles Police Department to put wet blood stains in plastic bags when packaging them.
Wait a minute, that misstates the testimony. There's
Overruled.
collection and packaging. Those are
Overruled.
things.
That's what
Counsel-
you were taught.
Counsel,
Sorry.
remember the direction on how objections should be made. Proceed.
That's what you were taught.
No, that's not what I was taught.
Weren't you taught to, when collecting these swatches, all right, containing blood that are wet, to put them in plastic bags?
Yes.
And isn't that contrary to what you learned from Saperstein and others as to sound practices with respect to packaging wet stains?
My interpretation of what Mr. Saperstein wrote is that they should not be booked in, or they should not be packaged in plastic for in a final state.
Well, is there anything, to your knowledge, in this book that indicates that it's okay to package a wet blood stain in plastic, even temporarily?
It's overly broad, Your Honor, the entire book.
Overruled.
I don't think the book addresses it.
Well, to the extent the book addresses it, it says, don't put wet blood stains in plastic.
Misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Saperstein says, the packaging of blood-stained evidence in plastic or airtight containers must be avoided. True?
Yes.
And it doesn't say must be avoided in the long term. It says must be avoided, period, right?
Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, a plastic bag is a package, isn't it, sir?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It can be considered packaging, yes.
And Saperstein says, don't put wet blood stains in plastic packaging, right?
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead. Could you restate it?
Saperstein says, don't put wet blood stains in plastic packages, right?
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
My interpretation of what he says in that regard is towards final packaging.
Are you familiar with Forensic Science, An Introduction to Criminalistics by DeForest, Ganslin, and Dr. Henry Lee?
I have looked at portions of that book, yes.
All right. And do you recall what these gentlemen say about packaging wet blood stains in plastic?
Not specifically, no.
All right. You read some edition of this book?
If the cover hasn't changed, it's probably that edition.
Probably this edition. And you considered this book in forming your opinions as a criminalist with respect to testimony that you've given in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now. Page
One more.
Certainly.
I call your attention on page 245 to this paragraph,
This entire paragraph?
the whole paragraph of that sentence. Now, the section you've just read is a section entitled Collection, Preservation, and Packaging of Blood Evidence.
Yes.
And these authors say that garments bearing wet or moist blood stains should never, and the never is in bold, be sealed in airtight containers such as plastic bags. Under such conditions, the specimens retain their moisture, encouraging bacterial growth.
That's what it says.
Now, Mr. Fung, the danger, would you not agree, of packaging a wet blood stain in a plastic bag is this problem of bacterial growth.
It promotes bacterial growth, yes.
And what bacteria does when it begins to form in, let's say, a wet stain in a plastic bag, is the bacteria will begin to eat away at the DNA.
It will begin to degrade it.
Yes, the term degrade. Could you tell the jury what the term degrade means?
Degrade, in that sense, means that the genetic proteins or DNA is broken down by the bacteria.
Is it sort of a situation like if you put like milk being spoiled when it's left out for a long time, the bacteria begins to form within it? That be an analogy that you think would be appropriate? Souring milk?
It's a rough analogy.
Okay. And would you not agree, sir, that when biological materials such as wet bloodstains begin to degrade through bacterial contamination, that there is greater danger of cross-contaminating those degraded samples than if the samples had not been degraded?
It's unintelligible, Your Honor.
Now, let me rephrase that because it is unintelligible. I'm sorry.
Sustain. Sustain.
Sustained and self-censored.
Yes, sustain. I was just reading it myself here.
Right. Let's start it this way. Let us assume that we started with one of these red swatches, such as you took from the Bundy crime scene, and the sample was not degraded. You with me?
Gotcha.
And then, through the process of collection and handling, one got, let's say, blood from another sample and accidentally touched or cross-contaminated the sample you picked up. Are you with me?
So I have a sample collected and another sample touched the first
That's right.
sample.
Right.
Gotcha.
It's that concept we were talking about before of the secondary transfer or cross-contamination.
Okay.
Now, if the sample that you had collected was degraded, right?
Which sample was that?
The sample you originally collected, let us assume it is put in a plastic bag. It is left for 7 or 8 hours, that it is left in a heated condition, and that sample is subjected to bacterial contamination. You with me?
Yes.
And that bacterial contamination would begin to eat away at the original DNA in that sample.
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of direct expertise, and at this point it's impossible to follow a hypothetical.
Oh, well,
I don't know at what point the bacteria will start to eat away.
Well, at some point, you agree, bacterial contamination will degrade samples.
At some point.
All right? And let us assume for purposes of this hypothetical that if you left a wet blood stain in a plastic bag for 7 hours, that there would be substantial degradation of the original DNA in that stain. Are you with me on this?
This is hypothetical.
Yes.
Sustained.
Here, I'm just trying to set up a step. Would you agree, sir, that a blood stain which has been degraded through bacterial contamination such that some or most or all of the original DNA has been destroyed is a sample that can be easily cross-contaminated with a between June and August?
I don't recall the exact time frame. It was shortly after she had done a search.
She had done a search
Well, she participated in one, yes.
of the Bronco.
Yes.
And did you discuss this with anybody else in the laboratory besides Michelle Kessler?
Mr. Matheson was also present.
All right. And where did this conversation take place?
This took place in her office, Miss Kessler's office, Mrs. Kessler's office.
Was that, was it in the month of August, do you recall?
I don't recall the exact
In the
month.
month of September?
I don't know.
Was it prior, how long was it prior to coming in here and testifying?
Months.
All right. And it was before you began your preparation sessions with the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And let's take a look at the bottom of this exhibit. You see another red stain that's labeled 305. See that?
Yes.
Did you see that on June 14th?
I don't recall if I did or not. I didn't mark it down as something I was going to collect, though.
Well, when you conducted this search of the Bronco on June 14th, did you search the front seat area?
The front seat area?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
The driver's seat,
Yes.
the passenger seat,
Yes.
between the seats?
What do you mean between?
I mean between the driver's and the
You
passenger
mean the
seat.
console area?
The console area?
Yes, I did look
Both
at the
sides of
console.
it?
Yes.
Did you look under the driver's seat from the front?
Yes, I did.
Did you look under the passenger seat from the front?
Yes, I did.
Did you look under the passenger seat from the back area?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you look under the driver's seat from the back area?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you get into the back area, the back seat area of the Bronco when you were conducting this search?
At a later portion, yes, I did.
And you saw some red stains on this console, did you not? On June 14th?
I did see red stains on the console, yes.
And when seeing red stains on the console, didn't you then examine that console as carefully as you could, simply because you saw some red stains on it?
I examined the console for red stains.
Examine it carefully.
I examined it for red stains.
You won't say you examined it carefully?
What do you mean by carefully?
With care.
Yes.
And, Mr. Fung, has it been suggested to you that there's a potential contradiction between the fact that you collected stains on June 14th, but there are more stains on August 26th than there were on June 14th?
Sustained.
Was there any discussion with you about how you should answer questions about these red stains and their appearance on June 14th and August 26th with members of the district attorney's office?
We touched on the subject briefly, but not very long.
Did you have discussions with Michelle Kessler about how you should testify on this subject?
No.
Did you have discussions with Greg Matheson about how you should testify on this subject?
No.
Did anybody express concern to you that if you had followed if the jury were to believe you followed your instructions on collecting stains for DNA analysis,
I don't like where this question's going.
you can tell. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll withdraw it. Was there any discussion with you by personnel at SID that if you had followed the instructions for collecting stains for purposes of DNA analysis, this red stain that is 31 on June 14th and 303 on August 26th shouldn't have been there on August 26th?
They did indicate that they would have liked me to collect more of the stain.
They? Who's they?
Miss Kessler and Mr. Matheson.
Well, did they indicate to you that if you took the position that you had followed expected procedures, that the stain found on August 26th shouldn't have been there?
They didn't say that, no.
Did they express any concern about that?
They did they did want to know why all of the stain wasn't gone by the time they got there.
When you went back to the Bronco on June 28th to get the shovel and the plastic bag and the towel, did you see the red stains on the console?
I didn't look at
When
at
you
the-
finished your
Hold on,
analysis...
Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you need to let him finish his answer.
I thought he did, I'm sorry.
I didn't
you
look.
finish,
No, I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
I did not look specifically at the console on that date.
When you finished your analysis of the Bronco on June 14th, finished collecting the stains, did you go back to SID?
Yes,
Did you fill out a report about what you had collected?
a property report, yes.
Well, did you fill out this vehicle search checklist report?
Filled out portions of it, yes.
You went back and you discussed with Greg Matheson what you had found in the Bronco
That day,
that day.
I don't know if I discussed it with him, what I collected that day or not.
Did you discuss it with him? That would be June 14th, correct?
Yes,
In the afternoon of June 14th, did you go back and have any discussions with Greg Matheson about what you'd found?
at the Bronco.
Yeah.
I don't recall if it was that afternoon or not.
Would it have been the 15th?
It may have been.
So either on the 14th or the 15th, you went back and you had a conversation with Mr. Matheson about what you'd found.
Yes,
Did you have a conversation with Ms. Shell Kessler about what you found?
no.
When you went back and had your conversation with Mr. Matheson, did you tell him that you'd found red stains in the Bronco?
Yes,
And did you tell him that you'd swatched some of the red stains from the console, but you didn't get it all?
I didn't state that, no.
Did you tell him that you left red stains in the console?
No,
Is it your testimony that you really left those red stains in the console, the ones that are in the position of 31 and 30 on June 14th, 303 and 304 on August 26th? You just knowingly left them there.
I collected representative samples from them.
And you did not tell anybody, when you went back to the crime lab, that you just collected representative samples and left most of those stains still on the console.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, you never saw the stain in the position of that's marked in this photograph, 305.
I didn't make a note of it.
Did you swatch anything from that?
From 305?
Yeah.
No, not that area.
Did you see it and decide not to swatch something? Is that your testimony?
Saying that's what may have happened.
And you're saying that's what may have happened because if 305 weren't there on June 14th, but it were there on August 26th, that wouldn't be very good, would it?
Sustain.
Well, did anybody express concern to you about the possibility that if 305 weren't there on June 14th, but it was there on August 26th, that that would raise serious concerns at SID?
No one said that to me, no.
Now, Mr. Fung, on June 28th, were you involved in the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Simpson's residence at Rockingham?
Yes.
And, just give me a moment, Your Honor, if you might. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Give the jury a chance to stand and stretch if they like.
That's true. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you go ahead and take a stretch if you like. Audience can do so silently, Ms. Feldy.
Foundational, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow.
Now, on June 28th, you were part of a search team to go back and execute a search warrant at Mr. Simpson's property at Rockingham. It's foundational, Your Honor.
All right,
Go
I'll
get
allow a
that.
few questions, but let me see where we're going here.
Were you not?
Yes.
And you attended a briefing that morning before you went and executed the warrant.
Yes.
And you were instructed to look for a particular knife, were you not?
All right, let me see counsel with court report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Guess I didn't have to look so much. Mr. Fung, let me take you back to June 13th. You began your day by conducting a search at Rockingham,
Yes.
and then you left and went to Bundy.
Yes.
Then you came back to Rockingham.
Yes.
And when you came back to Rockingham, about what time was that?
Approximately 3:30.
And, excuse me, your instructions when you came back to Rockingham was to participate in the execution of a search warrant,
Yes.
to participate in a search.
Yes.
And you had just come from a very bloody crime scene at Bundy.
Yes.
And when you came back to Rockingham, you were looking for, if you could find it, bloody shoes.
Upon returning to Rockingham, we were looking for any items that could have possible blood on them.
And that would include bloody shoes.
Yes.
It would include bloody pants.
Yes.
It would include a bloody shirt.
Yes.
It would include loose hairs that you might find that were covered in blood.
Again, we were looking for items with blood on them,
Well, that would include hairs that might be covered in blood.
possibly.
That would include fibers that might be covered in blood.
Possibly.
That would include flakes of dry blood.
Yes.
Any trace, the smallest trace of blood evidence you were searching for within Mr. Simpson's residence.
We were searching for items of blood.
And that would include the smallest trace of blood you could find anywhere in Mr. Simpson's residence.
No, not the smallest trace, no.
Not the smallest trace.
No.
Well, when you entered Mr. Simpson's residence in Rockingham and went up towards the master bedroom, you had to go up a stairwell.
Yes.
And there are 16 steps on that stairwell.
I didn't count them.
Something on that order?
Something around there, yes.
And those steps are covered in a white carpet.
I don't recall what the steps were covered in.
Well, it was a light-covered carpet.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Well, when you went up towards Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, up that stairwell, you were looking for traces of blood, if you could find it, on the ground.
All over that area, yes.
And you found no trace of wet blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
You found no flakes of dried blood on that white carpet.
That's correct.
You found no hairs or fibers covered in wet or dried blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
And then you proceeded up those stairs and you walked down a hallway towards the master bedroom.
Yes.
And that was covered in the same kind of carpet.
I don't recall the carpet or what kind of carpet was there.
You saw no trace of wet blood on that carpet,
No.
of dried, flaking blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
On the banister or the walls of that stairwell, did you see any trace of wet or dried blood?
I did not detect any blood on that area.
And you would be looking, you were looking when you went up that stairwell for any hair or fiber evidence that could be associated with the Bundy scene.
Not fiber evidence, no.
Hair evidence.
If it was apparent, I would have seen it.
None apparent.
That's correct.
None that you could see.
None that I detected.
None that Ms. Mazzola brought to your attention.
That's correct.
None that any of the detectives brought to your attention.
That's correct.
And then you got to Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
Yes.
And you were looking for bloody clothing in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
Yes.
Bloody towels,
Any object with blood on it.
bloody bed sheets,
If possibly, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to have this picture marked as defendant's next in order.
1089.
Yes, another one that I asked to be marked is 1090.
All right, photo 1090.
Show you these two photographs. You recognize 1089 and 1090.
That appears to be the Rockingham address, stairwell, and hallway leading to the master bedroom.
It's a fair and accurate representation of the general layout of the stairwell and the hallway leading to the master bedroom as you saw it on June 14th.
Is it June 14th?
As it was on June 13th, I'm sorry.
It was on June 13th. That's fairly accurate, yes.
All right, Mr. Scheck, is 89 the stairwell and 90 the hallway?
Yes.
All right.
That's 1089, that's the stairwell, is it not, Mr. Fung?
Yes,
And would you agree that's a white or light-colored carpet?
it is a light-colored carpet.
And now showing you 1090, sir, and that's the same kind of carpet leading into the master bedroom.
It appears to be.
Now, when you entered the master bedroom, I think we were saying you were looking for bloody clothes.
Those were among the items of evidence we were looking for, yes.
And the truth is, sir, that on June 13th, you found no blood on any clothes in Mr. Simpson's bedroom.
I personally found blood on any clothes?
Yes.
I did not detect blood on any of the clothes, no.
And did you detect any blood on light switches,
No.
doorknobs?
No.
Did you conduct a search of the sink trap in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you perform a phenolphthalein presumptive test on the sink trap in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom?
Yes.
On the grounds previously stated.
Noted. Overruled.
And that test came out negative for blood, for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
Now, you saw two socks in front of Mr. Simpson's bed,
Yes, I did.
and these socks were placed right in front of his bed.
They were in the middle of a throw rug area.
And did they have the appearance to you that someone had just left them there hurriedly?
Sustained.
Well, as you saw those socks, did the thought cross your mind that they looked like socks that had been left there by someone in a hurry, right in front of the bed?
Sustained.
Could you describe for us how the socks lay on that throw rug?
No. I mean, what kind of description do you want?
Well, were they neatly folded?
No, they were not.
Did they look to you, at the time you saw them, as though someone had just taken them off?
Overruled.
The socks appeared out of place in the middle of the throw rug.
They appeared out of place,
Yes.
and your attention was drawn to them.
Yes.
And you immediately that these socks might be a critical piece of evidence.
I didn't know if they were critical, but they were out of place.
Well, you had just come from a bloody crime scene,
Yes.
and you had seen shoe prints in blood leading to the back rear of that crime scene.
Yes.
Weren't you very interested in examining the ankle areas of these socks?
I collected them so that they could be examined, yes.
That's not my question. On June 13th, when you saw the socks, were you not interested in examining the ankle area of those socks?
What if it's interesting, is it irrelevant?
Overruled.
I collected the socks so they could be analyzed at a later date.
Asking about you. Were you not interested in examining the ankle areas of those socks when you saw them on June 13th? You.
I did not perform a test on them, no.
I'm not asking you whether you performed a test. I'm asking whether you were interested in examining visually the ankle areas of those socks when you saw them on June 13th.
Yes.
And you were interested in the ankle areas because it is the ankle areas that you would most expect to have blood on them if someone had been involved in a bloody killing such as the one you saw at the Bundy crime scene.
Not just the ankle area, no.
Well, ordinarily, wouldn't you expect the most blood from a scene such as you had witnessed at Bundy to be on the ankle areas when a pant leg came up?
That is a possible area that blood could be in.
Wasn't that more likely, in your mind, to be an exposed area than the heel or the sole?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Well, as you were thinking about it on June 13th, Weren't you particularly interested in the ankle areas?
It's been asked and answered now.
I think, I'm sorry, you're right. Now, when you looked at the ankle areas of those socks on June 13th, you did not see a smear of blood, did you?
I did not look that closely, so I didn't see any smear of blood.
You've had a number of discussions with the district attorneys in this case about your testimony, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And you've had discussions with people at SID.
Yes,
And you're aware that questions have been raised about the handling of the sock in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes effect not in evidence.
Sustained.
Are you aware that questions have been raised about the handling of the sock in this case?
no,
No one has said that to you from SID?
nobody has.
In your discussions about your testimony with people at SID, has anybody suggested to you that it might be a good idea to say that you didn't look at those socks very carefully on June 13th?
Nobody's said that to me.
Did any district attorney suggest to you in the course of preparing you to testify that it might be a good idea to say that you didn't look very carefully at the ankle areas of those socks on June 13th?
No one had to tell me to say that. That's the truth.
Oh. Now, you saw no trace of blood, wet or dry, in the white carpet area near the sock in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
I believe the socks were on a throw rug.
I understand. Before you get to the throw rug, there's a carpet area in the master bedroom.
Yes,
In that carpet area, you saw no wet blood or flakes of blood.
that's correct.
On the light tan throw rug where the socks were, did you see any flakes of blood at all?
No,
And when blood dries, in your experience, it does get crusted and flake.
depends on how much blood is present.
But that happens.
It does happen in certain circumstances.
And you would be very, very interested to see even a flake of blood near those socks on the throw rug on June 13th. Isn't that right?
Yes,
You may want to tell us, sir, that you weren't looking very carefully at the socks, but you certainly were looking carefully at that throw rug.
Sustained. All right, Mr. Scheck, we're going to take a court reporter break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess to change court reporters. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the matter. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15. All right, Mr. Fong, you can step in.
I'd like to address the issue of the phenolphthalein again in light of the questions that were asked. May I do that now?
At 4:30. Dennis, good afternoon. The record witness stand on. We've now been rejoined. Seated. All right, let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Dennis Fung is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Good afternoon again, Mr. Fung. You're reminded you are still under oath, sir. And Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, we were discussing the socks. Now, I think we had just finished establishing that you did not even see flakes of blood on the throw rug around the socks, correct?
It's argumentative as phrased.
Overruled.
would not expect to see flakes in that area, no.
You wouldn't expect to see flakes.
Not blood flakes from the sock.
Well, if there had been a smear of blood on the ankle of one of the socks that was deposited there around 10:15, would you expect it to have been dried by the time that you saw those socks on the afternoon of June 13th at Rockingham?
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in,
At 10:15 on June 12th, or around that time, if somehow a smear of blood had been deposited on the ankle of one of those socks, would you expect it to have dried by the time that you saw those socks in Mr. Simpson's bedroom on the afternoon of June 13th?
yes,
And if blood dries on a smear and the sock is in any way manipulated, would you not expect to see flakes of blood fall off the sock?
Your Honor, it assumes facts, not in evidence. That's an improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Let us assume, for the sake of exploring this issue with you, sir, that somehow one of those socks had been covered with a smear of wet blood at 10:15 p.m. on June 12th. You would expect that smear to be dried, I think you've indicated, by the time you saw it on the afternoon of June 13th.
Your Honor, I object. It's an improper hypothetical as to smear.
Overruled.
I would expect it to be dry.
And if we further assume that in the act of taking off socks, the area in the ankle had been folded or rubbed, would you not expect flakes of blood to come off the sock?
That would depend on how much blood was present. If it was a light amount or a very small amount, I would not expect any. If it was a very heavy amount where it would have crusted in a clot type of fashion, then I would expect maybe there would be flakes.
Well, if there were a smear of blood half an inch to an inch long,
Your Honor, there's no evidence of such a smear. It's an improper hypothetical.
Overruled.
would you expect that that might, if dried, and the sock were folded and manipulated, leave flakes of blood that might be visible on that throw rug?
That would depend on the concentration of blood present on that 1.5 inches of smear.
Or, no, half inch. Let's start with a half inch.
Okay, 1/2 inch.
So I take it that you could, under certain circumstances, to use your terms, depending on concentration, expect to see flakes of blood.
Under certain circumstances, there may be some present, yes.
All right? And you get flakes of blood with dried socks when they're manipulated or taken off. That could happen.
Cause for speculation.
Sustained.
You saw no flakes, right?
That's correct.
Now, let's go back to the Bundy crime scene for a second. When you
Okay.
were at the Bundy crime scene, did Detective Lang take you out to that caged-in area where Mr. Goldman's body was found?
Yes,
And there was soil in that area.
yes,
And in the back of that area, did he not point out to you what appeared to be a dugout hole?
I don't recall him pointing that out to me.
Well, did you see what appeared to be a dugout area in that caged-in soil part of the Bundy crime scene?
Vague as to the term dug out.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Do you have a photograph?
Do you recall Detective Lang discussing with you that he believed there had been a fierce struggle between Mr. Goldman and an assailant in that caged-in area.
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you under any instructions to look for clothing that might have soil on it from that caged-in area?
At which scene?
Well, from your examination of the Bundy scene and the area where Mr. Goldman was found, did you reach a judgment that some of the struggle might have occurred in that soil area?
That was one possibility.
And that one of the assailants might have, in the course of that struggle, kicked up soil onto shoes, pants, and socks?
Assumes the fact not in evidence, Your Honor, and calls for speculation.
All right.
Or will,
Assailants.
you can answer the question.
All right. Did you consider, when you were examining the Bundy crime scene, that in a struggle with Mr. Goldman, an assailant might have gotten the area of the shoes and the socks and the pants covered with soil from that area?
That is a possibility.
Did you not see such soil on the shoes and socks of Mr. Goldman?
I did not examine the shoes of Mr. Goldman.
Did you not see dug out areas in that soil that reflected a struggle between Mr. Goldman and someone else?
Dugout areas
Yes, dug out areas in the soil
that indicated a struggle?
that might be consistent with the
Still-
struggle.
Still vague and calls for speculation.
Or will,
I did not make that determination.
Well, did you see anything that could be consistent with that?
There was a disturbed area in the dirt area.
What do you mean by disturbed?
There was loose dirt in one portion of the caged-in area.
Loose dirt that could have been kicked up onto Mr. Goldman and an assailant during a struggle.
It's possible.
When you went to the Rockingham, Your Honor, I think we've found what is 83 in evidence.
all right.
Was that dugout area?
I don't recall.
Now, Mr. Fung, when you walked up the stairs at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th, did you see any soil on the carpet of the stairwell?
I did not notice any heavy staining of the carpet, no.
Well, did you see any small flecks or flakes of soil on that carpet?
No.
In the carpet that covered the entryway to Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, did you see any soil or flecks of soil on that carpet?
No.
In the carpet surrounding the throw rug where you found the socks in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, did you see any evidence of soil?
I did not see any.
On the throw rug where you found the socks, did you see any evidence of soil
No.
or dust?
Dust may have been present, but I didn't take
Did
a
you-
note of it.
I'm sorry, you finished?
Yes.
Did you see on either sock any soil?
I didn't notice any.
In the master bedroom, Withdraw. Did you go into the bathroom,
The master bathroom?
master bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you take towels out of the hamper in that master bedroom area?
I did not personally, no.
But when you arrived there, you saw that somebody had done that.
I don't know if it was before I arrived or after I arrived, but it was done by somebody else.
Was it done in your presence?
There may have been some of it going on in my presence, but I don't recall how much.
Who was doing it in your presence?
I don't recall that.
Was it a detective?
Yes.
And they were looking through towels in the bathroom.
They were looking through the contents of the hamper in the bathroom.
Contained towels.
I didn't go through it that carefully.
Contained clothes.
There were clothing.
And no one called to your attention any clothing or any towel that had a trace of blood.
Overruled.
That's correct.
And no one called to your attention any towel or any clothing that contained soil.
That's correct.
I'd like to turn now to the circumstances of your collection of the socks. Now, I think you told us on direct examination that you have no recollection now as to whether you used the glove method or the scoop method to collect the socks.
That's correct.
But you're sure that you collected the socks and not Miss Mazzola.
Yes.
In going back over your evidence collection sheet, did you and Miss Mazzola talk about who collected what?
Yes.
And before you came in to testify, the two of you had discussed which one of you collected which item, and you filled in the copy of the evidence collected sheet that you have before you with such designations.
We did to the best of our memories, yes.
And you were doing this to the best of your memories when?
I don't really recall when. It was several months after.
Well, was it a month before this trial?
No, it was, well, maybe more than a month.
Was it after you testified at a proceeding in this court in August?
Yes.
Now, when you filled out your evidence item collection sheet for Rockingham, however, you did fill in the times that certain items were collected here on June 13th.
The items were filled in, yes.
And when you put in times for these items on June 13th, you filled them in that day.
They were filled in that day.
Your Honor, I'd like to put up on the Elmo a copy of the evidence collection sheet, but I'm putting a Post-it over a certain portion of it.
All right.
Before you do that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, this is an overall shot of your evidence collection sheet for that day.
Yes.
And there's a box there that indicates times, is there not?
Yes.
And then, starting at, I believe, item 11, if we could focus on that, Mr. Harris, starting at item 11. We could zero in on that. Move it just, that's it, great. All right, item 11 represents the first item that was collected when you and Ms. Mazzola returned to Rockingham in the afternoon.
Yes.
And you put down that time as 3:40 for 1540 hours.
That was the time that was put down.
And to your knowledge, is that accurate?
That's the general time frame that it was collected.
All right. And then the next item was a red stain from the foyer area inside Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
And that one was collected at 4:30.
Yes.
And the
Or
next...
thereabouts.
Or thereabouts. And the next item you collected were the socks,
Yes.
but there's no time indicated for that.
That's correct.
And the next item after that you indicated was a red stain that was found in the master bathroom.
Yes.
And that time is at 4:40.
Yes.
So I believe it was your testimony on direct examination that you collected the socks sometime between 4:30 and 4:40.
About then, yes.
And then before you left the residence, you collected two other items, numbers 15 and 16, and those were at 5 and 5:05.
The checklist states 15 and 16 were collected at about the same time.
Well, what times were those listed on the checklist? Perhaps you can help us. It's a little difficult to see.
They
at
both
the
say the
bottom.
same time, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. And those were items that were collected as you walked out of Rockingham in the front door area.
Your Honor, I'll object to any testimony about 15 and 16.
Sustain.
Now,
And make a motion to strike that part of the testimony to the extent it came in.
Overruled.
Now, at the time that you were doing your collection in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom area, did you see someone...
Matter, Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Blazer, Mr. Scheck, people represented by Mr. Darden and Mr. Goldberg. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to chat about before we invite the jurors to join us?
Yes, Your Honor. We wanted to discuss the issue of the phenolphthalein test yesterday afternoon. And I don't
All right,
know-
let's do that at the conclusion of the cross-examination because we're into a different section now. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Bring up, it won't take that long. I noticed that during Mr. Fund's cross-examination, there appeared to be reactions coming from the audience. I can't tell exactly where they're coming from, but they are clearly audible. And I'd ask that the court try to put an end to that. I don't think that's...
There were two rather short reactions to two sections. That's correct. All right, but they were brief and they ended immediately without any action by the court.
I just ask that the court admonish the audience that there should be no noise, no reaction during the examination of any witness.
All right. I think the court's order is already in place. And I think the audience is aware of their obligations. All right, let's proceed. Reflect. Mr. Fung, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good morning, Mr. Fung.
Morning.
You're reminded you're still under oath, sir. Mr. Fung is undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you may continue and conclude your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Morning, Mr. Fung. How are you today, sir?
Morning.
Mr. Fung, just to return briefly to one point, you recall that we discussed Barry Fisher's book, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation,
Yes.
and you indicated that you were familiar with at least one edition of this book,
Portions of one edition, yes.
and that you had considered this text in the formation of your opinions as criminalist.
Yes.
Overruled.
I'd like to call your attention, sir, to this passage that I did not find yesterday. With respect to Fisher's views on the collection and preservation of bloodstains. And I call your attention to the first paragraph here on page 227.
All right, have you shown that to counsel?
I think he has the book.
Certainly. Why don't we take this opportunity, Mr. Fung, you can read the paragraph, see if you're familiar with that.
227. Mrs. Robertson. Mr. Fung, you agree that this is a section in Fisher concerning the collection and preservation of bloodstains.
Yes.
And Fisher states that of all the common types of...
Your Honor, I'll object. There's no evidence that you read this edition.
Foundation objection? Sustained.
All right. Are you familiar with this passage in the Fisher book in the edition that you read?
I don't recall it.
All right. Do you recall in the edition that you read anything that Fisher said with respect to the fact that it's a certainty that wet or damp bloodstains packaged in airtight containers...
Sustained. No, there's a foundational objection.
Okay. In the edition that you read, do you recall Mr. Fisher offering a view as to whether or not wet bloodstains ought to be packaged in airtight...
Sustained. Mr. Fung, in your reading of this book, Barry Fisher's book, are you familiar with this particular section regarding the collection of blood evidence?
I don't recall reading this particular section.
All right, did you review it here just now?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear familiar to you at all?
I've read similar types of things before, but I'm not sure it's from that book.
All right, are these materials that you've relied upon in forming your opinion, expressing the opinions that you've given in testimony so far?
Yes.
Proceed.
Do you recall in the edition of Fisher that you read whether Mr. Fisher indicates that it's a certainty that wet or damp bloodstains packaged in airtight containers such as plastic bags will be useless as evidence in a matter of days?
I don't recall that, but that's what it says in this book.
And that any type of preservation technique that hastens putrefaction should be avoided?
That's what it says.
And that would be, putrefaction would mean degradation.
Yes.
And that thus storing bloodstains that are still damp in airtight containers or in a warm environments will accelerate deterioration of the specimen.
That's correct.
Conversely, an air-dried sample stored in a paper bag at room temperature or better under refrigeration will retain its evidentiary usefulness for a significantly longer period of time.
That's correct.
Do you agree with Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Fisher is referring to final packaging in that section, and I do agree with that.
Well, where in this passage do you see any reference to Mr. Fisher saying that his admonition against using plastic or airtight containers only applies to final packaging?
Well, in this one phrase here, it says, "will be useless as evidence in a matter of days." That, to me, means that that would be final packaging.
In the next paragraph, does not Fisher states, once blood evidence has been found, it must be collected and preserved in such a manner to achieve maximum benefit. All too often, improper collection and preservation of this type of evidence make the crime laboratory's work difficult and sometimes impossible. The very next paragraph.
I did collect it and preserve it in a manner to maximum benefit by putting it in plastic as an intermediate step to prevent contamination.
Well, does not Fisher indicate in this passage that to maintain the maximum benefit, one should attempt to air dry the samples at the scene?
Sustain, reread the passage.
Does not Fisher begin this whole section by saying, of all the common types of evidence found at crime scenes, blood is perhaps the most fragile. The value of blood stains for typing begins to diminish almost immediately. Yes?
Yes.
The stability and utility of blood stains varies from several days to months depending on the blood grouping system sought.
Yes.
Naturally, proper preservation procedures improve the chances of determining blood types.
Yes.
So, from reading this passage, would you not agree that Fisher is communicating the fact that one should avoid at any time putting wet blood stains in plastic containers?
I don't think that's what he's saying there.
So your position is that it's okay to use plastic bags to package wet blood stains as long as it's temporary.
What do you mean by temporary?
Well, what do you mean by temporary? How long?
Phrase the question.
How long do you think it would be sound to keep wet blood stains, swatches we're talking about, in plastic containers?
There would be many factors that would go into that.
Would you not agree that the best practice would be to let the samples air dry at the scene?
No, not necessarily.
Would that not be the way to achieve the maximum benefit in terms of preserving the evidence?
Not necessarily.
Now, you began collecting the blood drops at Bundy at what time?
Approximately 11 o'clock, 11:30, around then.
And you began putting them in plastic bags around 11 o'clock, 11:30, you and Miss Mazzola.
Approximately.
And you put those plastic bags inside coin envelopes.
Yes.
And you put the coin envelopes eventually into a large brown paper bag.
Yes.
And you put those brown paper bags on the floor of the crime scene processing truck at some time that afternoon.
Yes.
And the sun was shining.
The sun was shining.
And it was hot inside that truck.
There were periods when I went out to the truck to make sure it wasn't getting too hot.
But, well, by what means? By opening the doors and waving your hands there?
Periodically, I would go to the truck to see if it was getting hot or not.
Well, it was getting hot, wasn't it?
It was getting warm.
and you did not begin the process of taking those wet blood stains out of those plastic bags until around 6:30 in the evening.
Yes.
So you had those wet stains in the plastic bags from, I guess your estimate is somewhere around 11:30 in the morning until 6:30 in the evening.
Those stains is overly broad.
Sustain Fred's
It's
question.
the blood swatches that you collected at Bundy.
Yes.
So let's see, that would be something on the order of 7 hours.
Yes.
Is that your interpretation of temporary storage?
My goal was to get the blood I collected into the drying state by the evening, and I accomplished that goal. And I feel that is a proper, or that was the proper way to collect and preserve that evidence.
Is there a refrigerator in the crime scene processing truck?
There is one, yes.
Didn't use that.
No. That is because the refrigerator doesn't, well, it stops working after several hours. It doesn't keep working.
Is that a
continuously.
defect in the refrigerator or
It's just,
non-functional refrigerator
well,
in the crime
it
scene
does
truck?
work, but it's
Excuse
been
me,
my,
excuse me, counsel. And Mr. Fung, let him finish asking the question before you start to answer. Mr. Scheck, let him answer the question before you start discussing it with him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right?
Is that
Correct,
a
Madam?
non-functioning refrigerator? Is that what you're telling us?
it's been my experience that after several hours, the refrigerator doesn't kick on anymore.
Isn't it your responsibility as a criminalist under the rules to make sure that the equipment is functioning in the crime scene processing truck?
As best I can.
Don't you keep a log that, when you check out the truck in the morning?
No.
Isn't there a crime scene processing? Yes. Isn't there a crime scene truck supplies checklist?
I believe there is one, yes.
You've seen it, haven't you? Your Honor, I'd ask that these 4 pages be marked defendants next in order.
Mrs. Robertson? 1095.
Have you seen this form before?
I have not seen this form before.
You've never seen a form entitled Crime Scene Truck Checklist?
I have not seen this particular form before.
Have you seen one like it?
I've seen inventory of the items that are supposed to be in the truck.
And before you take out the truck, at some point, do you do an inventory to make sure that all the proper equipment is in the truck?
The crime scene processing unit is assigned that task.
All right, so it's your understanding it's the responsibility of the crime scene processing unit to see that all the proper materials are in the truck.
Yes.
And it's their responsibility to make sure that equipment such as the refrigerator is working.
Yes.
And had you had any discussions with any members of the crime scene unit about the fact that the refrigerator, I guess as you've told us, can't be relied upon to function over a few-hour period of time?
When the truck, the battery just doesn't work after a long period of time. And it kicks on, but kicks back on when the truck is started again.
Now, Mr. Fung, you are now a criminalist 3.
Yes,
And when you started at the LAPD crime lab, I take it you began as a criminalist 1.
yes,
And to get from a criminalist 1 to a criminalist 2, did you have to take any oral or written examinations?
no,
To get from a criminalist 2 to a criminalist 3, did you have to take any oral or written examinations?
yes.
And what were those, sir?
There was a written examination and regarding laboratory type functions and an oral given for that position.
And did any of the questions on your oral or written examination to become a criminalist 3 include materials that are contained in the handouts that constitute your manual?
Well, it states the evidence is to be
Overruled.
Were there any let me see if I can get your question properly.
Sure.
Are you asking me if any specific questions in the written or oral pertained to that manual?
Pertain to handouts that are contained in that document we discussed a few days ago that constitutes the manual?
It states the testimony that you haven't adopted manual.
Sustained.
You told us during cross-examination that you were aware of the existence of a set of documents that constituted a manual that you said was not yet in effect.
Yes,
And you looked through the binder that contained these written materials.
yes, I did.
My question to you, sir, is when you took the examination to become a criminalist 3, oral and written, did it contain questions on the materials that you saw when you looked through that binder that is the manual?
I don't recall any specific questions related to that.
In other words, any of the documents that you saw in this manual that you say is not yet in effect did not pertain to the documents in the manual?
I don't recall any specific questions that related to that manual. Or
Do you recall-
adopted manual.
I'm sorry, are you finished, sir? My apologies. Did you recall any questions in your examination concerning the collection of biological samples such as blood for purposes of subsequent genetic or DNA testing?
I don't recall any.
Do you recall any questions on your oral or written examinations with respect to keeping records for purposes of chain of custody?
No,
And incidentally, Mr. Fung, that refrigerator on your crime scene truck, is that used to keep soft drinks?
no,
Now, are there records of the courses that you took at the LAPD laboratory?
Are there records?
Yes.
There's a statement of qualifications.
But to your knowledge, in the laboratory, is there any ongoing set of records that's inputted into a computer system or kept in written form as to which courses you or any of the other criminalists take?
I'm not sure if there is or not.
Now, in terms of discussing records for purposes of chain of custody, you are required, are you not, to keep all the original records that you fill out during the course of a field investigation in the laboratory?
I wouldn't say all of them, no.
Well, aren't you supposed to keep in a place that's accessible to supervisors and other criminalists in the laboratory a set of documents that represent the original records that you fill out during the course of a field investigation?
Vegas is to supposed to.
Correct. Rephrase the question.
To your knowledge, is there a requirement that criminalists are supposed to keep original records, such as the crime scene checklist, in the laboratory so that supervisors and other criminalists can get access to them?
Overruled.
The crime scene checklists, when completed or when the person is done with the crime scene checklist, is filed in an area where that type of information is stored.
Right. And that, when you say those records, we're talking here about the original documents.
Talking about the crime scene checklists.
But
yes.
when I say original documents, I mean the actual documents that were filled out by you and/or Ms. Mazzola in this case at the scene and subsequently.
At this time, it's unintelligible question.
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. These documents that you've told us are filed and stored at the laboratory. They are the original documents that were created by you or Ms. Mazzola in this case.
There are original documents, yes.
And you're aware, sir, withdrawing. To your knowledge, have those original documents, to the extent they could be found, been produced here in court at the defense, request of the defense?
To the best of my knowledge,
You're aware that we've requested that?
yes.
And you're aware, sir, that we had these documents reviewed prior to your testimony by a document analyst?
I heard something to that effect.
Now, in the production of these original documents, was there not a document for which you could not find an original?
If you could show it to me,
My recollection, I think the prosecution might have introduced a copy of this document, but just for the sake of clarity of the record, I'll ask that this document be marked defendants next to order.
1096.
Do you recall seeing this document that has on it an indication that it is L-16, or laboratory page number 16?
yes.
All right, you've seen this.
With regards to this document?
Yes.
All right, report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Do you recognize any of the handwriting on this document?
Yes,
And whose handwriting is it?
it's mine.
And did you not look at this document and refresh your recollection as to what you did with samples on June 14th and on June 15th when you were testifying on direct examination?
I may have. I don't recall if I did or not.
Right. This document is undated.
It's correct.
Do you know when you filled in this document?
I don't recall when I did, no.
This document refers to what you did on June 14th when you released certain items to criminalist Yamauchi.
Yes,
And the item numbers here refer to photo identification numbers.
the numbers refer to photo ID numbers, yes.
And number 117 here would be referring to item 52, or a blood drop at Bundy.
Yes,
And item 115 would be another blood drop at Bundy,
yes,
as would be 114, 113, and 112.
yes,
And 107 and 106 were red stains you took in an effort to get exemplars from the victims at the scene, correct?
yes,
And by exemplars, we mean samples that you thought would almost certainly be the blood of each of the victims.
yes,
And then the next notation here concerns receiving from Mr. Yamauchi on June 15th a blood vial made up of the blood of Nicole Brown Simpson.
yes,
And then the next notation refers to June 15th and a series of now what are item numbers.
yes,
So in the last entry here, you're now not using photo ID numbers, you're now using item numbers.
I believe the photo ID numbers and the item numbers are the same in those cases.
And these, you're referring here on June 15th to turning over to Mr. Yamauchi samples 23, 34, 25, 31, 33.
Yes,
Those are samples from the Bronco.
let me check. Yes,
And you refer here to giving those to Mr. Yamauchi, return same night after sampling.
it says return same right after sampling.
Return same right after sampling. Now, is this page a contemporaneous record that you made as these events were occurring?
I don't know if this was contemporaneous or not. I may have copied this onto this page from a scrap of paper or something.
Would you not agree, sir, that for purposes of keeping records, when you're trying to create a chain of custody, that the proper procedure is to make out records as you are performing the actions, turning over the samples?
That is one way to do it.
Wouldn't that be the most reliable way to do it?
That is one way of doing it.
Isn't that the way that you were taught to do it?
That is one way, yes.
Would you not agree that in terms of creating records for purposes of chain of custody, that it is not a particularly reliable thing to make out a record of what you did on an undated piece of paper?
It's argumentative. Argumentative. It's just
There's no date as to when you filled out this report.
That's correct.
No date as to when you made entries about turning over these pieces of evidence.
The dates are written in the information.
But this document could have been written weeks after these events.
Yeah, it wasn't weeks.
Well, is there any way, from looking at this paper, that you can tell us when you filled out this document?
No.
And you don't have an original of this document, do you?
I believe I found it and turned it over to Mr. Matheson.
The original?
I believe so.
When did you do that?
A 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I don't remember.
You certain of that?
Yes.
Well, it's vague as to whether he's certain about that he turned it over.
Well, let me ask you, are you certain that you turned that over to Mr. Matheson 2 or 3 weeks ago, the original of that document?
Something like that.
Where did you find the original?
It was in here.
It was in your, what you're referring to now is what?
It's my notebook.
All right, so that's your personal notebook,
Yes, it is.
and that contains copies of these various crime scene checklists and other documents relating to this case.
This contains that and other things, yes.
Yes. Mayor, may we approach for a minute?
I think this is something we can take up when we conclude with this.
Well, I just want to make a brief record on this point right now.
The record exists. Proceed.
To your knowledge, was the original of that document turned over to the district attorney's office?
I don't know if it was or not.
Now, your reports with respect to field investigations are supposed to be reviewed by a supervisor.
Yes.
And prior to approving and signing these reports, the supervisor is supposed to inspect all case notes, photographs, et cetera, to ensure that your reports are accurate and complete.
Yes.
And what is a field investigation note package?
That would contain field investigation notes and a Proctor report.
So that would include the crime scene checklists that we've been discussing during your testimony.
Yes.
It would include the vehicle search tech checklists that we've been discussing during your testimony.
Yes.
It would include the evidence collection sheets that we've been discussing during your testimony.
Yes.
It would include the diagrams that were drawn on the back of some of these pieces of paper that you and Ms. Mazzola made during the course of your investigation on the 13th and the 14th.
Yes.
And isn't it required that the field investigation note packages must be submitted prior to filing at the lab to the supervisor of the trace analysis unit for review?
At the time, there was no trace analysis supervisor.
All right? What supervisor was in charge of reviewing your field investigation note package in this case?
Overruled.
My property reports were reviewed by Mr. Matheson.
What about the crime scene checklists? Who reviewed those?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were they given to anyone for review?
Copies were given to lab management.
Are you aware that deficient note packages are supposed to be corrected and supplemented by involved employees and subsequently filed and stored?
Assumes the fact not known, that's his phrase.
I'm asking him
Overruled.
if he's aware of that.
Overruled.
That has been a practice, yes.
And would that lab management include Michelle Kessler, the head of the laboratory?
She is the crime lab director.
And to your knowledge, was she reviewing your work in this case?
I don't know if she reviewed or how much of it she reviewed.
Was she discussing your work in this case with you in the week of June 13th to June 20th?
I don't recall if she did or not.
To your knowledge, did anyone at the laboratory in a supervisory position come back to you and point out anything that needed to be supplemented in your field note package?
Not that I can recall.
Now, ordinarily, when you book something at the laboratory, you go through certain procedures. Book an item of evidence.
Yes.
And this would include swatches that were collected from bloodstains,
Yes.
and certain physical items of evidence, such as the glove and the hat that were collected in this case.
Yes.
And the ordinary procedure is that a DR number is bought by one of the detectives in the case.
Yes.
And after the DR number is bought, you can begin to book certain evidence in a place called the Evidence Control Unit.
Yes.
And the Evidence Control Unit is a certain room at SID.
It's more than just a room, but it is a section of SID.
It's a section of SID. And when you book an item of evidence in a case, what happens is that the people at ECU will stamp it with a date.
I don't know what they do once I give it to them.
Well, haven't you ever seen an item of evidence booked at ECU?
Yes, I have.
I mean, you do that all the time, don't you?
Yes.
And don't you recall that at ECU, when they get either a paper bag or an envelope or something of that nature, that they will put a stamp on it that gives the date?
I bring my evidence to property. I sign my name next to a register. The station officer or property officer reads the report, makes sure that they can book or understand what's on the report, and I leave. I don't stick around and see what they do.
So you've never noticed a timestamp on it?
I never have, no.
Have you ever noticed at ECU that they will put a barcode on the the packaging of the item of evidence when you turn it over to them?
I have noticed barcodes, yes.
And you're aware that when the barcode is put on the item of evidence, that item is then put into a computer tracking system.
I don't know how it works, but it is tracked by a computer.
Well, once an item of evidence is booked at ECU, are you aware of how criminalists at SID would then obtain that package for subsequent analysis?
Overruled.
I know how I do it.
Well, you've worked in trace analysis.
Yes, I have.
And in order, if you're working in trace analysis and you want to get an item of evidence that's been booked in a case, you have to go to the ECU.
When I worked in trace analysis, ECU was not in existence.
Have you worked in any unit where you have to go to ECU to obtain an item of evidence?
The unit I work in now, I occasionally have to go down and pick up items from ECU.
And when you pick up an item from ECU, the person at ECU has to take one of these barcode readers and hit a barcode of their own. Have you seen that?
Yes.
And you have a barcode, correct?
Yes.
And your barcode is hit with one of these light pens,
Or a tracking device.
tracking device, and then the barcode on the package of evidence is hit with one of those light pens.
That's one of the steps.
And the purpose of those operations is to try to create some kind of tracking record as to the fact that you have gone to ECU to take out a piece of evidence for analysis.
It does make a record, yes.
And then, when you finish your analysis, you would return it to the ECU, and a similar procedure is performed.
Yes.
And it is by that method that, to your understanding, items of evidence are tracked at SID.
That's one of the methods.
Now, with respect to the evidentiary items in this case, they weren't the ones you collected at Bundy on June 13th. They were not booked until June 16th.
That's correct. No, final booking was not until June 16th.
In other words, this process of taking the package with the barcode on it and handing it to the person at ECU was not done until June 16th.
I did not do that until June 16th because my property reports were not written or completed until that time.
But the point is, sir, that until June 16th, these items were not put into that computer tracking system at SID.
They couldn't be because the property report wasn't prepared yet.
They couldn't be because they had not yet been formally booked, or to use your phrase, finally booked.
They were not placed into ECU at that time.
And by placing them into ECU and having at least the barcode put on it, and the evidence tracking procedure begun, that's what's ordinarily meant by final booking, to use your phrase.
Final booking, yes.
On the evening of June 13th, the swatches from Bundy had been placed in test tubes.
Yes.
The swatches from Rockingham had been placed in test tubes.
Yes.
They were put inside coin envelopes.
Yes.
They were laid in a cardboard box top, laid down.
They were lit. It was more than one box top, but yes.
Those box tops were put in a cabinet in the evidence processing room.
Yes.
That cabinet was unlocked.
The cabinet was unlocked. However, the door to
Was
the
the
evidence
cabinet
processing room
unlocked?
was
Wait.
locked.
You need to let him finish the answer.
Well, I thought he did, and he
No,
was
he was-
volunteering, Your Honor. I
Well,
thought
then
his-
there's an appropriate motion, and don't interrupt me either,
My apologies. I'd moved to strike the last part of his answer.
as being non-responsive.
Yes.
Yes, granted. Jury is to disregard the last part of the answer. Proceed. Question was the cabinet locked or unlocked?
Was the cabinet locked, yes or no?
There is no lock on the cabinet.
When you received the blood vials from Detective Van Adder on December 15th, withdraw. On, my apologies, I'm, got the wrong year, the wrong month.
Take a deep breath.
Okay. On June 15th, you received some blood vials from Mr. Yamauchi.
Yes.
A blood vial containing whole blood from Miss Nicole Brown Simpson.
That's one of the vials.
A blood vial containing whole blood from Ron Goldman.
Yes.
These vials, when you received them from Mr. Yamauchi, did they have blood streaking over the top of the vial on paper that was covering the vial?
I don't recall.
On the morning of June 14th, you came to the lab.
Yes.
You arrived around when?
Between 7:30 and 8.
And when you got there at 7:30, did you meet with someone?
Met with several people.
Who did you meet with?
I saw Criminalist Mazzola that morning, Detective Lang, Criminalist Yamauchi, and Mr. Matheson, to name a few.
I'm sorry?
To name a few.
Anyone else that you can recall?
Not that pertains to the case.
Well, just tell us who else was there, whether they pertain to the case or not.
Although, there were many people in the laboratory, and I saw many of them.
This meeting that you had at around 7:30 occurred in the evidence processing room?
No. I'm not exactly sure where. Some of the... I saw Detective Lang in the serology unit.
So there's a separate room for the serology unit. It's a laboratory room.
Yes.
And that contains a separate freezer for the serology unit.
The serology unit does have a freezer, yes.
And that's a separate room from this evidence control unit where items are booked, correct?
Where the booking process takes place, yes.
And after items are received in the evidence control unit, there's a freezer where they might be stored.
Could you repeat that?
The evidence control unit has a number of different places where items of evidence are stored.
Yes.
There are shelves where items of evidence are stored.
Yes.
There is a freezer where biological evidence is stored.
Yes.
There is a refrigerator unit where things such as whole blood vials that contain whole blood are stored.
Yes.
In this case, there was actually an ordinary kind of locker where certain items of evidence in this case were stored.
Are we talking about the evidence control unit or the
Yes.
evidence processing room?
Evidence control unit.
I don't know where the evidence was stored once I placed it into, put it into their custody.
But what I've just described is one whole unit where the final booking procedures take place, the evidence control unit, right?
Yes.
Now there's a separate place called the serology laboratory.
Yes.
And in the serology laboratory, there is a separate freezer where items are kept when serologists are working on them.
I don't know what is kept in the serology freezer. I haven't worked that unit.
But you're saying that on the morning of June 14th, you saw Detective Lang in the serology lab.
He was there, yes.
Was he there when you got there?
I'm not sure.
He could have been.
He could have been.
And who else was with him, if anyone?
I don't recall.
So you had a meeting, the first meeting you recall took place in the serology laboratory with Detective Lang?
I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the meetings.
All
But
right. Where else did meetings take place that morning at around 7:30?
Well, I can't say if it was at 7:30 or not, but I can tell you different meetings that occurred that morning.
If you can, sir, give us your best recollection of who you met with and where you met with them from the moment you arrived at the serology lab on the morning of June 14th.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Can you tell us who you met with and where you met with them when you first arrived at the serology laboratory on the morning of June 14th?
In the serology lab, Detective Lang, Mr. Matheson, and Criminalist Yamauchi were present.
And you had a discussion at that time? All of
Yes.
you? You discussed the items of evidence in this case?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Detective Lang indicated which items he wanted analyzed first?
I don't know if he was involved in that, in specifying which items he wanted to be analyzed.
Do you recall Detective Lang indicating that he wanted the blood drops found at Bundy analyzed right away?
He may have said something to that effect.
And you took away from that conversation,
I'll make a motion to strike Lewis's answer. It's calling for speculation. No foundation.
Overruled. Overruled. So you may have said something to that.
do you recall whether Detective Lang was indicating with some urgency that he wanted the blood drops at Bundy analyzed right away?
It's asked and answered.
Overruled.
He wanted a priority put on it.
Did he want a priority put on the analysis of the Rockingham glove?
I don't recall if that was one of the items he specified or not.
Was there an agreement at that meeting as to what items should be analyzed immediately?
At some point in the morning, it was decided what items would be analyzed, but I don't know at exactly what time or if Detective Lang was present or not.
Did there come a time that you went to the evidence processing room that morning?
Yes,
Was that after this meeting in the serology lab?
yes.
And around what time did you enter the evidence processing room?
Approximately 9:30, somewhere in there.
Have you looked at any records to refresh your recollection as to when you might have entered the evidence processing room before you came to testify?
Yes, however, I don't remember the time.
Have you gone over these events with some care with the prosecution?
Yes,
A number of times.
I wouldn't say a number of times, but we have gone over it.
All right, around 9 or 9:30, you recall going to the evidence processing room.
Full roll.
Is that right?
That's about the time, yes.
And Ms. Mazzola was there as well.
I don't recall.
Well, was it about this time that you began to remove the swatches from the test tubes, you and Ms. Mazzola?
It was in that time frame, yes.
What about the sneakers that Detective Lang brought on the morning of June 14th? Did you receive those in the evidence processing room?
No.
You received those in the serology lab?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
He had those with him in the serology lab when you arrived?
I believe so.
What about the Rockingham glove? Was the Rockingham glove in the serology lab when you arrived?
No.
When you went to the evidence processing room at around 9:30, did you perform some analysis on the Rockingham glove?
I didn't do any analysis, no.
Well, did you not remove a hair from the Rockingham glove?
Yes, I did.
Was that one of the first things you did? Was that the first thing you did when you got into the evidence processing room that morning?
I don't recall what the order of events was.
So you don't recall whether or not you removed the hair from the Rockingham glove before or after the process began of removing the swatches from the test tube?
They were done at different times.
But you don't recall the order.
No, I don't.
And at some point that morning, before you left to go search the Bronco at the print shed, you poured off some blood from Mr. Simpson's blood vial.
No.
Well, did you participate in pouring off some blood from Mr. Simpson's blood vial with Mr. Yamauchi?
No.
Did you give Mr. Simpson's blood vial to Mr. Yamauchi on the morning of June 14th?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you did that? In terms of the order of what withdrawn. Let's start it this way. Did you hand Mr. Yamauchi Mr. Simpson's blood vial in the evidence processing room?
I gave him the package,
You gave him the package.
the gray envelope, yes.
Was the gray envelope sealed?
Not at that point.
Did you reach in and take out the blood vial and hand it to Mr. Yamauchi?
I gave him the package.
Were you present when Mr. Yamauchi took the blood vial out of the package?
I don't recall if I saw him do that or not.
Now, at some point in the evidence processing room, Mr. Yamauchi began cutting samples out of the Rockingham glove.
I don't know that.
You didn't see that.
I don't recall seeing that.
All right, Mr. Scheck, I think this would be a good point to change court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess at this time. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to communicate with you, or conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Mr. Fung, you may step down. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Back on the record in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
If I don't finish at 12, I can tell you precisely how much. It shouldn't be much. I'm going to try to finish at 12. I may not.
All right, let me
It
see what the
would only
court
be a
order-
half hour more after that.
Are the jurors on their way? All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck, you may resume.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Fung, just before we broke, we were discussing your activities on the morning of June 14th at SID.
Yes.
And you indicated at one point that you had refreshed your recollection by looking at some records with respect to where you were at particular times that morning.
Yes.
What records did you look at?
There's a card system in the laboratory that keeps a record of when people go in and out of certain areas of the laboratory. And
This-
those records are what I referred to.
You mean a computer printout of some kind?
Yes.
And Mr. Goldberg showed you a copy of that?
Yes.
Mr. Fung, I noticed that on direct examination, you were not asked whether Detective Furman showed you 4 red stains on the bottom exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th.
Sustained. It's not a question, counsel, it's testifying. The jury is to disregard that last question. Ask a question, Mr. Scheck.
Were you asked on direct examination, if you recall, about whether Detective Furman showed you 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th?
As phrased, that's correct. Sustained. Ask him if the events occurred on June the 13th, not whether or not he was asked the questions. That's irrelevant.
Have you spent, in your preparation time with prosecutors, some hours discussing the issue of whether or not 4 red stains were seen by you on the morning of June 13th on the exterior of the Bronco door?
I wouldn't say hours. I wouldn't even say 1 hour. I wouldn't even say more than 5 minutes.
The issue, however, arose.
Yes.
Was there any discussion with you as to whether or not you should discuss the question of whether you saw 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th?
I don't understand that question.
Was there any discussion of whether or not you should testify on direct examination as to whether or not you saw 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th?
I don't know, or I didn't tell Mr. Goldberg, and he didn't tell me that he would be asking me those questions specifically.
So in other words, in your review sessions for your direct examination, you did not anticipate being asked that question on direct?
Sustained.
You testified at the preliminary hearing in this case on July 6th and July 7th.
Yes.
Prior to your testimony on July 6th, do you recall that Detective Furman testified on July 5th?
I know that he testified before me, but To the date, I'm not exactly sure.
Do you recall that prior to your testimony at the preliminary hearing, Detective Furman testified that he did not direct you or a photographer to take any pictures of 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door?
I don't recall any of his testimony from the preliminary hearing.
Are you aware at this trial, Detective Furman testified that he did show you 4 red stains at the bottom exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th?
That mistakes the testimony.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Detective Furman testified at this trial that he directed your attention to 3 or 4 little marks, little lines, translucent red, on the door sill of the driver's door on June 13th?
I don't know what his testimony was.
No one told you from the district attorney's office that he testified to that effect at this trial?
No.
Did any detective tell you that Detective Furman had testified to this jury about showing you those 4 lines at the bottom of the Bronco door before you came in here to testify?
No.
Did anyone at the crime lab tell you about it?
Your Honor, it assumes facts not in evidence, it also mistakes the testimony.
Overruled.
No.
Your Honor, counsel's going to read.
If you want to consult the testimony, it's at page 18550 of the direct.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Fung, let me ask you directly. On June 13th, in the morning, did Detective Furman point out 4 red lines, red stains, to you on the bottom of the Bronco door?
I don't recall him doing so.
When you say you don't recall, are you saying it didn't happen?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't recall if he did or if he didn't.
Right? If you had seen 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door on the morning of June 13th, you would have taken a photograph of them, would you not?
That would depend, but I don't know. But that would depend on the circumstances.
Let's try these circumstances. You were pointed out a red stain by the door handle.
Yes.
You were photographed pointing to that red stain, correct?
Yes.
And you're the person that's supposed to direct the photographer during the collection process.
Yes.
You're supposed to photograph items of evidence of some importance that are pointed out to you by the detectives.
Yes.
In the circumstances of this case, if you had seen 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door, would you not have directed the photographer to take a picture of it?
It would be likely, yes.
If you had seen 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door, would you have not done a presumptive test on June 13th?
Possibly. If it was necessary, I would have.
If you had seen 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door, would you have not swatched them?
I would possibly have swatched them.
If you had seen 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door, would you not have included that observation in your reports for that day?
If I thought it was important to the investigation, I would have included it in my notes, yes.
Looking back at the circumstances of this case, would not those 4 red stains have been an important detail that you would have certainly included in your notes?
Oh,
From my perspective now,
Let's try your perspective then.
I don't recall my exact state of mind then, but I don't know exactly if I would have put it down or not.
On June 14th, you conducted this examination of the Bronco at the print shed.
Yes,
And you were looking for any evidence of blood in the Bronco.
I was looking for blood evidence, yes.
Red stains.
Yes,
You got on your hands and knees with a flashlight and examined the exterior area of that door sill.
I did examine the area of the door sill. I don't know if I was on my hands and knees.
Don't you recall a picture of you with the flashlight on your hands and knees looking at a red stain just inside the interior of the Bronco?
I may have been squatting, but I wasn't on my hands and knees.
All right, squatting. All right, I'd like to display a picture now that I've shown to the prosecution. I'd ask this be marked defendant's next in order, although I believe there may be a picture of it,
1097.
1097. Is this not a picture of you holding a flashlight, examining the door sill area of the Bronco on June 14th at the print shed?
I think in that particular photograph, I am indicating to the photographer where I want him to locate his shot, and that would be where the card is. I can't read the number from here.
Did you not examine the door sill area at the print shed on June 14th?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Harris, could we go tighter on the door sill area? Right where the door is opening?
Yes, 1097.
Mr. Fung, do you see 4 red stains on the door sill of that Bronco in this picture?
Your Honor, I'll object, 'cause I don't think you can see the exterior doors of this picture.
Overruled.
It's washed out. The white area is very washed out. Can't even make any detail out in any of that portion.
Let me put it directly to you, sir. On June 14th, when you examined the Bronco, did you see 4 red stains on the door sill of the Bronco?
Your Honor, I object to counsel's tone of voice. I also object as this does not refer to the area that was related in the testimony by
I object to that
Overruled.
objection. It's a speaking objection, Your Honor.
It is a speaking objection. Proceed.
My question to you, sir. On June 14th, did you see 4 red stains anywhere on the exterior of the Bronco door?
There were stains present, but I did not collect them.
It's your testimony, sir, that you saw on June 14th, at the print shed, 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door.
That's not what I said.
Sustained.
On June 14th, did you see 4 red stains on the exterior door sill of this Bronco?
I don't know if I saw 4 red stains.
If you had seen 4 red stains on the morning of June 14th, would you not have directed the photographer to take a picture of it?
If they were heavy enough stains, then I would have, yes.
Is it your testimony that you saw 4 red stains on June 14th, but you didn't think they were heavy enough, and therefore you did not direct the photographer to take a picture?
There was quite a bit of blood, quite a bit of light staining around the driver compartment of the vehicle, and I only directed the photographer to concentrate on the heavier stains.
It's not my question. My question, sir, is it your testimony that you saw 4 red stains on the exterior of the Bronco door on June 14th, but you thought they were not heavy enough, and therefore you did not direct the photographer to take a picture? Is that what happened?
I don't know if there were 4 or not. The number 4 is the problem with the yes or no.
You saw 3 on the exterior of the Bronco?
I don't
On
recall the
June-
number.
You don't recall?
Ms. Clark? That's twice
Please
for
re-
this witness.
Please repeat it.
Are you
Repeat the
saying,
question.
my apologies, are you saying that you saw 3 red stains on the morning of June 14th?
Overruled.
No, I'm not saying that.
Are you saying you saw 2 red stains?
I do remember that there was either a stain or 2 stains that were very light along the sill area that I did not collect.
Can you point out for us, using the Elmo, the area in this picture where you claim to have seen some red stains on the morning of June 14th?
This
Sustained.
Well, you were just making reference before, in answering my question, you were looking towards the monitor and indicating something about an area, were you not?
I was trying to find some detail in the photograph that could help me, but there's really, looks fairly washed out to me.
Well, can you just show us the area where you're claiming to have seen red stains on the morning of June 14th?
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Could you show us the area in this photograph where you saw red stains on the morning of June 14th?
I'll have to make several assumptions in doing so in the photograph.
Well, does this photograph depict the area?
It does, but it does not show sufficient detail for me to point out specific areas.
Well, can you just direct the pointer to the area as best you can?
As best I can, making some assumptions.
At this point, there's no foundation for the witness's testimony.
Overruled. He said it depicts the area.
Speculation.
Go ahead.
Up higher. Okay, slowly to the right. Down lower, slowly to the right. A little higher in that area there.
Okay. Can you direct it in a circle? How far did they extend?
No, that's not the area I indicated.
Okay. Let's try again.
Right? Okay, a little lower there. Nope, a little higher. Okay, and now just maybe a little bit more to your left. A little bit more to the right. Okay, now you're covering it. That's just about the area.
Okay. Can we print that and make that appendix next in order?
1098. 1098, Mrs. Robertson? 1098, next in order, defense. Thank you.
Now, did you report to anyone seeing a red stain on the exterior door of the Bronco on the morning of June 14th?
No,
Did you make any notation of it?
no,
You went back to the Bronco for a visit on June 28th.
yes,
Did you see the red stain on June 28th?
I didn't look for it.
You went with another criminalist. Mr. Morakovo, am I pronouncing that
Master
correct?
Kovo?
Mastrocovo. Did you point it out to him?
No, we were there for a specific collection, a directed collection.
You were there to get the shovel and the plastic bag and the towel.
That's all.
And you did a pheno test on the towel and it came out negative, right?
I don't know if we did it on that day, but at some point, the towel was tested in the field. I don't know if it was done on the 14th or the 28th. I'll have
Now-
to check my notes. That was, the towel was tested on the 14th of June.
On July 6th, you took another trip to the Bronco at the request of Ms. Clark.
Yes,
And you did this just before you testified at the preliminary hearing.
yes,
And that was after Detective Furman had testified at the preliminary hearing.
yes,
and you were informed by Ms. Clark that Detective Furman had testified to seeing 4 red stains on the exterior of the door sill.
She didn't name Detective Furman by name, but she did say detectives had seen them, and she would like me to do a presumptive test on those areas.
And did she tell you on the morning of July 6th that one detective had testified to seeing it, these red stains, and 2 other detectives had testified at the preliminary hearing that they hadn't seen it?
No.
She didn't indicate anything to you about a conflict in testimony?
She just requested me to look specifically at that area and do a presumptive test on it.
Now, this trip that you made to the Bronco on July 6th, you first revealed this in testimony at a hearing in October of 1994.
Yes.
And that was when you were called by the defense to testify.
I don't recall who called me, but I did testify.
Do you recall on direct examination in October being asked questions by Dean Ullman?
Yes, I do.
You know who he is?
Yes.
And he asked you questions about the number of times you had taken trips and inspected the Bronco.
Yes.
And when he first asked you about this trip to the Bronco on July 6th, you told him, I went to the Bronco and looked to see if it was there, referring to the red stains. That's all I did.
On July 6th?
Yes.
Page and line, counsel.
Yes. It's the transcript of October 6th. And I'm referring to questions that begin at 2581. And maybe to make it easier, I'll start on line 1 of 2581,
All right,
and
why
I'll
don't you
read.
let Mr. Goldberg catch up.
This is the hearing on October 6th. If you want.
Your Honor, we'll ask that Mr. Scheck read from the official transcript because there's no vouching for the accuracy of what he's done.
Are you,
Hold on. Let me see counsel with the sidebar, please. All right. Deirdre. October 26th.
this is October 6th. And for the sake of clarity, Your Honor, I'll begin actually at page 2580, line 23, which is the very beginning of the direct examination by Mr. Ullman. Question. All right, Mr. Fung, you participated then in 2 different searches of the Bronco automobile. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question. One on June 14th at the print shed. Answer, yes. Question. And then a second one on June 28th at Vertel's. Answer, yes. Question. Did you visit the Bronco on any other occasion other than these 2 occasions when you were executing a search warrant? Answer, yes, I did. Question. When was that? Witness, let me refer to my notes. Brief pause. Answer. There was an additional time where I was asked to see if there was additional blood on the exterior of the door. And I did that the first time I testified on the same day that I testified in the preliminary hearing. I don't have that written down, though. Question. Okay, so you have no record of having made another visit to the Bronco automobile to examine it? Answer, no. Question. You did not prepare any report to that effect? Answer. I went to the Bronco, looked to see if it was there, and that was all I did. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Now, later on in your examination at that hearing, you were asked some questions by Ms. Clark. Starting on page 2584, 2585, 2586.
Need one moment to try to get our 2 transcripts to correspond, because we're reading up.
I have 2 copies here. Would it help you if I gave you my copy?
I think they need a copy to
Yeah,
run.
we don't have this condensed version, Your Honor. Oh, that's the same one that we have. So,
They apparently don't have the whole thing,
okay,
they say.
let me see, can I see what the court has?
$25.84.
Your Honor, I don't see anything inconsistent with this.
Just to pick up the theme for a second, Mr. Fung, what we just reviewed is that when you answered Mr. Ullman's questions, you told him, I went to the Bronco, looked to see if it was there, and that's all I did. You recall giving that answer?
Yes.
Then when Ms. Clark asked you questions, you were asked these questions and you gave these answers. Question. Now, on the date that you went back to the Bronco to look at it, which was the second day of your testimony, answer, I think so, yes. Question, it was during your testimony at the preliminary hearing during that time. Answer, yes. Question, how did you go get to the car? Were you just able to walk in through an open door? Answer, I went to Vertel's tow and I showed my badge or something to the attendant to let me into the garage area or the tow yard. And then I went into their print area and observed what was on the driver door. Question, so you had to show identification in order to be allowed in? Answer, sometimes I have to show identification, but if they recognize the police car, they'll open the door for me. Question, so if they know that you're a police officer, they let you in, otherwise you have to show identification? Answer, yes. Question, and when you made that examination, you looked at the bottom of the driver's door? Answer, yes, I did. Question, what did you see? Answer, there was a dark area with the appearance of possible blood. Question, did you test it? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and it gave preliminary tests for the presence of blood. Oh, I'm sorry. Question, and answer, it gave preliminary tests for the presence of blood. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers to Ms. Clark?
From the best of my recollection, yes.
So, it's your testimony, or is it your testimony, that on July 6th, you went to Vertel's, the request of Ms. Clark, and you looked for blood stains on the exterior of the Bronco door?
The exterior of the Bronco door by the door sill.
Where
yes.
you indicated, the general area you indicated in the picture we showed you.
Yes.
And is it your testimony, sir, that you saw dark spots there?
It was dark in comparison to the rest of the vehicle.
red stains.
I don't believe it was red at that time.
Were you alone when you made this visit?
I believe I was.
Did you bring any photographer with you?
No.
Did you conduct a presumptive phenolphthalein test?
Yes, I did.
And you got a positive result?
Yes.
And at that time, you did not write any report about having performed such a test?
That's correct.
You did not take any picture of those dark spots that you claim to have seen before you tested it?
That's correct.
Now, on July 6th, you came back to testify at the preliminary hearing.
Yes.
When you came back to testify, did you report to Ms. Clark that you had seen these dark spots on the exterior of the Bronco door?
I don't know if I relayed that to her at that time or if I had relayed that information to her before.
Well, you went out to look at this the morning of your testimony.
That's correct.
And are you saying that after looking at those dark spots, testing them for the presence of blood at Ms. Clark's request, that you did not immediately return and report to her what you had seen and what you had done?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Are you saying you don't recall, sir, because you think that that's going to be of some assistance to the prosecution's case here?
Sustained.
When you perform a phenolphthalein test, withdraw it. When you performed the phenolphthalein test on the exterior of the Bronco door on July 6th, you took a swab and you put some distilled water on it,
Yes.
and then you put that swab onto the dark spot you saw and removed some of it?
A portion of it. Yes.
Sure of it.
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you report to Ms. Clark what you had done on July 6th?
I did relay to her at some point that I had done what she requested of me, yes.
Did she take any notes when you relayed this information to her?
I don't believe she did. I'm
Where
not sure,
did
though.
this conversation take place?
It was in the DA's office someplace.
Did you relay this information to Ms. Clark before you testified on July 6th and July 7th at the preliminary hearing?
I don't recall when exactly I relayed it to her.
Can you think of any possible reason that you would not tell Ms. Clark on July 6th or 7th what you'd seen on the bottom of that Bronco door, if you'd seen it?
Full roll.
This was a minor thing in my mind. I didn't in my mind, I didn't place a lot of significance on it. It was a request that she made of me, and I performed the phenolphthalein test, and at a later time, I said, I've done it, and that's all I thought about it.
A minor thing.
Is that a question?
You thought it was a minor thing.
I didn't think it was needed a report written at the time that I did it.
Well, you didn't fill out a report about doing this until October.
That's correct.
But it is required at the SID laboratory, at your crime laboratory, that if you are to perform a presumptive test in a case, you're supposed to make a record of it.
That's in that proposed manual, but I don't know if it's actual policy or not.
Well, isn't that your general practice, that when you perform a presumptive test on an item of evidence in a case, you make a report about it?
Overruled.
In certain instances, yes.
You would make a report about it if it really happened, if you really went out there and saw those dark spots and did a presumptive test, right?
I'm going to sustain the court's own objection to that question. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Fung, would it not be your practice if you had in fact gone out, seen dark spots on the door sill of the Bronco on July 6th and done a presumptive test, would it have not been your practice to make a report about it?
Not necessarily, no.
Was it so minor an event that you not only didn't tell Ms. Clark about it, but you didn't feel it necessary to make out a report?
I told Ms. Clark about it at some point in time, I don't recall when, and eventually I did make a report.
And you're telling us, sir, that on July 5th, you thought that seeing a red stain on the exterior of that Bronco door was a minor thing not worth mentioning.
I want to rephrase the question. You got the dates
You
wrong.
thought it was a minor thing not worth mentioning to Ms. Clark.
I may not have had the opportunity to sit down and talk to her about it. I don't recall when I talked to her. I may have talked to her about it at that time. I don't recall when, though.
Well, you testified at that preliminary hearing on July 6th and 7th,
Yes, I did.
and that testimony was on national television.
Yes, it was.
And you were recounting the events of June 13th.
Overruled. Overruled.
And I was recounting the events of
Yes.
June 13th.
Part of your preliminary hearing testimony, under questioning from Ms. Clark, was to recount the events of June 13th and your role in collecting evidence.
Yes.
Are you telling us, sir, that you did not have a discussion with Ms. Clark about your testimony before you testified?
I did have a discussion with Ms. Clark before I testified.
And in that discussion, did you give her any report about seeing dark spots on the exterior door sill of that Bronco?
Overruled.
During our that was the point in the conversation where she requested me to look specifically and do the test for phenolphthalein at the bottom of the door sill.
Oh, so you had a conversation with her on July 6th, and when the issue arose about these red stains, she then directed you to go to Vertel's and look at the door sill.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, please clarify.
There was a conference that we had prior to my pretrial conference, or pretrial hearing testimony, in which we discussed what I did, and at that time, she made that request for me to do a presumptive test at the driver door sill of the Bronco.
And when she made that request, did she suggest to you, bring a photographer so that you can document the existence of these red stains before you do a test?
No, she did not say that.
did it occur to you that that might be a good idea?
Not at the time, no.
When you finished this test and your observations on July 6th, I ask you again, sir, did you come back and report to Ms. Clark before you testified on your findings?
I don't recall if I told her before I testified or not.
At the preliminary hearing, you were asked no questions, were you, about seeing any red stains at the bottom of that Bronco door?
Overruled. Do you
I
recall?
don't recall.
And you did not testify, sir, about seeing red stains on the bottom of that Bronco door.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Mr. Fung, isn't it true that you never saw any red stains on the bottom of that Bronco door on July 6th?
No, I did see a stain that gave a positive for the presence of blood at the bottom of the door sill there.
Isn't it true, Mr. Fung, that you never removed anything from the bottom of that Bronco door on July 6th for purposes of performing a presumptive test?
I did perform a presumptive test on a dark stain at the door sill of the driver door.
And you removed some of that stain, some of that evidence for purposes of your test?
Yes.
Because you've told us that the stain is the evidence.
Yes.
And you're sure of that?
Yes.
You're as sure of that as the fact that when you took that envelope on June 13th, you didn't take it with your bare hands?
It's argumentative, counsel.
Mr. Fung, isn't it true that you went out on July 6th to look at the Bronco simply to refresh your memory for court?
I went there specifically to look at the driver door sill and perform a presumptive test on it.
Mr. Fung, you are aware that a Detective Muldorfer from the LA Police Commission conducted an investigation with respect to break-ins of the Bronco at Vertel's.
Sustained.
Were you questioned by a Detective Muldorfer with respect to your visits to the Bronco?
Overruled.
No.
No. Were you questioned by anyone from the LA Police Commission with respect to visits to the Bronco?
No.
No recollection of that at all?
None.
You do not recollect telling Detective Muldorfer or anyone else about all the different times that you visited the Bronco at Vertel's?
I don't recall any personal interviews. There may have been a phone conversation, but I don't recall.
So you recall a phone conversation?
There may have been a phone conversation, but I don't recall any personal conversations.
Did you not, on August 8, 1994, have an interview with Detective Muldorfer with respect to your visits to the Bronco?
I don't recall.
Was it a Detective Carson?
I don't recall any personal interviews.
Did
With
you
them.
tell anyone on August 8th that you visited the vehicle on July 6th to refresh your memory for court?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you tell anyone on August 8th that you did not remove any evidence from the vehicle on July 6th?
Your Honor, I object. That's not inconsistent.
Overruled.
Taking that swab and swabbing the dark spot.
Overruled.
Taking a swab for presumptive tests and collecting are two different things.
After you took the swab and rubbed the dark spot on July 6th, was any red stain left?
I don't recall if any was left or not. I don't think I used up the whole stain.
Well, if you didn't use up the whole stain, did it ever occur to you to suggest somebody should go back and take a picture of what was left?
No,
Never made that suggestion to anyone.
no,
Ms. Clark never told you to go back and take a picture of it.
no.
Didn't you tell someone on August 8th, with respect to this investigation of the Bronco, that you did not remove any evidence on July 6th, and you did not notice any papers in the vehicle at that time either?
I didn't look for papers in the vehicle.
Are you sure, sir, that you did not tell someone from the LA Police Commission that you visited the vehicle on July 6th to refresh your memory for court, and you didn't remove any evidence from it?
I don't recall the exact conversation. I don't even recall talking to somebody from the LA Commission, Police Commission.
One moment. Mr. Fung, before we leave this topic, let me just show you some documents to see if they refresh your recollection.
Sustained.
Well, you've indicated that you don't recall speaking to anybody from the Los Angeles Police Commission with respect to your visits to the Bronco.
I don't remember any specific conversations, no.
All right,
Couple more questions.
I'm sorry?
Couple more questions.
All right. Would it refresh your recollection, sir, to examine some documents as to whether or not you had any conversations with someone from the Los Angeles Police Commission with respect to your visits to the Bronco?
Overruled.
It may if, but I don't know what the source of the documents are.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes. Your Honor, I asked that...
Why don't you just show it to counsel?
Yes.
so the court can see, take a look at this.
I'm aware of what these documents are, counsel. We had a whole proceeding on these documents.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Please.
Mr. Fung, please take your time, showing you a series of documents, and in particular, I'm going to address your attention to paragraphs, the page that's marked here, 1187, and there's another short one here. I've tabbed them with yellow Post-its. Please take your time, look at all the documents for as long as you want. Sir, having examined these documents, is your recollection refreshed about having a conversation with anyone on August 8th about your visit to the Bronco on July 6th?
Even from reviewing those notes, or that report, my memory is not refreshed.
So as far as the way you would like to leave it, sir, is that you never,
Phrase the question.
is it your testimony, sir, that to the best of your recollection, you were never interviewed by anyone from the Los Angeles Police Commission with respect to your visit to the Bronco on July 6th?
Sustained.
Were you interviewed by anyone from the Los Angeles Police Commission on August 8th, sometime in August, about your visit to the Bronco on July 6th?
I don't recall any personal interview. It may have been telephonic.
Well, do you recall a telephonic interview?
No, I don't.
And is your testimony, sir, with respect to red stains in the Bronco that you're given to this jury in any way motivated by a desire to cover for Detective Furman?
No.
Now, I'd like to turn to a new topic, Your Honor. I won't be able to finish it before the break, but might as well
Try.
start it. I can't.
Try.
I'll do my best, but we're going till 12? Mr. Fung, you've told us that on the afternoon of June 13th at Rockingham, you received Mr. Simpson's blood vial from Detective Van Adder.
Yes,
You did not receive this blood vial for the first time on the morning of June 14th.
that's correct.
Now, did you discuss in your preparations for this case, the district attorneys, this issue as to when you received the blood vial?
First question.
Did you discuss with the district attorneys the circumstances of how you received the blood vial in this case?
Yes,
And was that an issue that you discussed at some length?
about 15 minutes.
Did you discuss the issue about how you received the blood vial with Michelle Kessler,
I don't believe so, no.
with Greg Matheson,
No.
with Detective Van Adder,
By issue, do you mean why it was done that way, or?
did you discuss with Detective Van Adder before you came here to testify, preparation for your testimony, the circumstances surrounding your receipt of the blood vial from him?
No.
Oral.
Did you have any discussions with Detective Van Adder concerning how Mr. Simpson's blood vial was turned over for purposes of booking?
Could you repeat that question?
Could you tell us, you said did you have some discussions with Detective Van Adder about Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
Yes.
When?
The day I received them from him.
Since then, any discussions?
Not to my recollection, no.
Any discussions with respect to the decision to bring the blood vial from downtown to you at Rockingham?
No.
Did you discuss the circumstances of receiving Mr. Simpson's blood vial with Detective Lang prior to coming in here and testifying?
I don't recall any discussion about that, no.
So other than the prosecutors, in preparation for your testimony, you have not had, withdrawn. Did you discuss the circumstances of the receipt of Mr. Simpson's blood vial with Andrea Mazzola?
I only stated to her that we did receive, or I did receive the blood vial from Detective Van Adder.
When did you have that discussion?
That was the morning of June 14th.
Now, who was present, according to you, at Rockingham when you received the blood vial from Detective Van Adder?
We were in the foyer, and I was there, of course. Detective Van Adder was there, and I know there were other detectives around, but I don't recall who they were exactly at
There's-
that point in time.
So you're saying that was in the foyer of Mr. Simpson's home?
That's when I received the envelope containing the vial of blood.
That was inside.
Yes,
Was the door closed?
I don't recall.
Can you describe for us, in as much detail as you can recollect, exactly how this transfer occurred?
Detective Van Adder said to me, or something to the effect of, I have Mr. Simpson's blood, and I want you to book it.
Now, you made a gesture with your hand.
Yes,
And are you indicating, sir, that he then gave you something?
yes, that he gave me the envelope containing the vial.
All right? And where was he holding it in his hand?
Yes,
When did you first see Detective Van Adder before he gave you this envelope?
I don't recall exactly when he came, but I do recall that particular
And
event.
did he take it out of something, or did he just have it in his hand?
I don't recall.
Did he pull it out of a black duffel bag and give it to you?
I don't recall him having a black duffel bag.
You didn't see him carrying a black duffel bag.
No.
Did he take it from a clipboard and give it to you?
I don't recall him having a clipboard either.
So, to the best of your recollection, Detective Van Adder handed you a gray envelope, and he just had it in his hand.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And then, after you received that gray envelope, what did you do with it?
I wrote on the envelope that I received it from him, and I put the time, date, and my initials.
And what did you do with the envelope at that point?
I looked inside to make sure that there was a vial in it and that it was in a condition that was unopened, and I put it in the crime scene truck.
Well, we're still in the foyer when you got it, correct?
Yes,
Did you open it, the envelope in the foyer?
yes,
And that's when you looked at it?
at the vial,
Yes.
yes.
And what did you have with you at that time, if anything?
I had a pen.
And after you received the envelope from Detective Van Adder in the foyer, did you then walk out the door to the crime scene truck?
I don't know if I did that immediately or if I had other things that I had to do prior to that.
Did you put this envelope in a brown paper bag?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you put it inside your black kit?
No, I don't think I did that.
Did you, at some point, walk out of the foyer to the crime scene truck holding the gray envelope?
I don't believe so.
Well, what did you do with it? How did you get it to the crime scene truck?
It may have been in a paper bag, but I don't recall if I actually did put it in there, or it may have been put in a posse box.
It's possible you just walked out the door with the envelope in your hand?
It's possible, but I don't think that's likely.
All right, Mr. Scheck, we're going to take our break at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1:30. Mr. Fung, you're ready to return 1:30. All right, we'll stand in recess, and greetings to Judge Scott. Thank you.
He has to leave the room for a moment.
Scheck, you had a discovery issue you wanted to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. And I would request that the witness be asked to leave the room for a moment.
All right, Mr. Fung, would you wait outside for a few moments, please? Thank you, sir. Mr. Scheck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as I'm sure the Court is well aware, one issue of great interest in this case are the activities in the at SID on the morning of June 14th. And discovery request was made for computer records that reflected who went in and out of the doors in various rooms at SID. And the prosecution, in particular the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th. The prosecution turned over to us a series of pages starting in the murder book at DA 04329 to DA 04334. Actually, these pages are backwards in terms of chronological order. That is to say that 04329 purports to be records of June 16th, and then they go from the 16th to the 15th,
Probably that's how it came out of the photocopy machine.
whatever it did, the 14th to the 13th. The problem is, however, with respect to, on page 04333, we received records about June 14th, and those were the only records we received. The records of June 13th were then contained on 04334. So these are consecutively numbered pages. We noticed this morning, in preparation for court, that the first entry that we had on June 14th for someone entering the evidence processing room was 9:27 a.m. Actually, what I'd request is that perhaps these pages be marked as exhibits at this point in time.
All right. Defense next in order, which would be 1099.
My colleague, Mr. Neufeld, who is a bit under the weather, has been monitoring these proceedings from his hotel room and made a telephone call to Greg Matheson at SID during the course of the testimony of Mr. Fung and made an inquiry as to whether or not there was an additional page reflecting who went in and out of the evidence processing room on June 14th. And again, Mr. Neufeld was reviewing those records that I've just mentioned to the court. Mr. Neufeld informs me that Mr. Matheson confirmed that we were indeed missing a page with respect to earlier times, but indicated that he did give that page to the district attorney's office. Mr. Neufeld has read to me over the phone information that he received from Mr. Matheson with respect to the times.
On the 13th or the 14th?
I'm sorry, on the 14th.
All right.
The times of the 14th in the missing page. And those times contradict, I believe, the testimony of Mr. Fung. We have Mr. Fung in the evidence processing room at 7:45, then we have him back entering the evidence processing room at 7:50, and we have other individuals in and out of that room starting at 6:03 a.m. And my concern, Your Honor, is that we didn't get this page and the consecutive numbering of the documents. And obviously, would we request an explanation for the prosecutors if this court were to make a finding that this document was deliberately withheld. What we would ask is that we get an actual copy of this document to the court, that we confront Mr. Fung, but most importantly, that the jury be instructed that the document was intentionally withheld, if that in fact turns out to be the case. All that I can do is relay the information that I have. It's a matter of concern to me, but of course I await the explanations from...
All right, Mr. Goldberg?
Your Honor, I think counsel has unintentionally misstated the record. I don't believe the defense ever made a request for access in or out of the room. The way it came about is I asked for those records for the purposes of trying to determine certain time sequences, and voluntarily produced them to the defense without any request whatsoever. So I'd ask Mr. Scheck, if he can, to find the citation in the transcript where that was requested, because I'm simply unaware of it.
Oh, I don't dispute that the events may have occurred that way.
Well, Mr. Scheck, before we launch into that issue, the issue that I'm concerned about now, since I have a jury waiting, is where is this document? Can we make it available for Mr. Scheck to examine and for both sides to examine? And let's continue with the cross-examination and redirect of Mr. Fung. And we can take up to the issue of where it was and why it didn't show up in your package at a more appropriate time. But I would like to get finished with Mr. Fung today.
You know, I just would like to say for the record that what I have in my notebook is identical to what counsel just described. And I personally Xeroxed it and have delivered it to them, which probably accounts for why it's in reverse chronological order. Xeroxing is not one of my strong points. But I would just like to say for the record that I just think it's unfortunate that every single legal issue that is raised is always couched in terms of some allegation of misconduct. And I just think it's a very sad way to litigate
Counsel,
a case.
I'm not immediately leaping to that conclusion, so don't get your feathers ruffled up at this point. My concern is let's proceed with the cross-examination. Can we get this document? Can we get somebody to fax it to the court?
I want to be clear, I'm just stating the facts, and I would certainly concede that I do recall that we did have that conversation, more or less as Mr. Goldberg says it, in terms of we were interested in these documents, and he was too.
I can
and he
gauge from your
delivered
tone.
these.
Wait. I'm not interested in this issue.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Today, I don't care about it. Later this week, I'll care about it. Can we get Mr. Matheson to fax us the sheet?
You don't have it either, Mr. Goldberg.
No, I don't see what I have if you want to, Mr.
All right.
No, I believe it.
Who's got the phone number for Mr. Matheson?
I'm ready to proceed with that at the present time.
Do you want to proceed without it?
Well, I can proceed at this point without it, and I thought the court wanted to, get the documents and resolve the issue, and you wanted me to proceed.
No, if we agree that what comes from Mr. Matheson is a copy of the original document, if you feel you need it to cross-examine Mr. Fung further, we'll get it for you, and hopefully we can get it faxed to us in a matter of minutes.
Oh, okay.
Both sides will get a photocopy and we can proceed.
Ms. Martinez is calling Mr. Matheson.
All right,
See if we can have it back.
great. Okay, let's proceed. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please, and can we have Mr. Fung, please? Mr. Dennis Fung is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Good afternoon again, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
You reminded, sir, that you were still under oath, and Mr. Scheck, you may conclude your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Fung, when we left off, we were discussing what you told us about the transfer of the blood vial to you in the foyer of Mr. Simpson's home on the afternoon of June 13th.
Yes.
Now, do you recall what you were doing just prior to the transfer of this blood vial?
No, I do not.
Do you recall that an item number 15 was retrieved from a trash basket in the foyer?
Yes.
And an item number 16 was retrieved from a bench outside the front door of Mr. Simpson's home?
I have checked any evidence of 15 and 16, make a motion to strike.
Not mentioning what it is, just that there were items in those locations.
All right, I'll allow it to stay.
Now, do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you receive the blood vial before items 15 and 16 were collected?
No, I received it afterwards.
And you just refreshed your recollection by looking at your notes?
Yes, I did.
And the notes reflect that those items were picked up at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
And since you're telling us that you received this blood vial at 5:20, you have concluded that this was after those two items were collected.
Yes.
Now, but do you have, as you sit here today, an independent recollection of the order in which you received the items other than looking at your notes?
No.
Now, you mentioned to us that you thought that you put the envelope containing the blood vial in a paper bag or what you called a posse box.
It's testimony.
Sustained.
Well, what is a posse box?
Posse box is a note pad that's metallic. It has a cover on it that you can store. It's a box that's shaped like a notepad, except it can carry things.
Did you have one of those with you that day?
Don't recall if we did or not.
Were you carrying one, to the best of your recollection, that day when you left Mr. Simpson's front door to go back to your crime scene truck on the afternoon of June 13th?
I don't recall if I was or was not carrying a posse box.
All right. To the best of your recollection, how did you carry this gray envelope containing Mr. Simpson's blood vial when you withdrawn? I take it at some point in time you left the foyer area and returned to your crime scene truck,
Yes.
and you were carrying that gray envelope.
Either by itself in a posse box or in a paper bag.
So it would be one of those three ways of carrying it, either out by itself in your hand, in a paper bag, or in a posse box.
Yes.
And when you, okay. Mr. Fung, was it your idea to have Detective Van Adder take Mr. Simpson's blood vial from the Parker Center to Rockingham to deliver it to you?
No, it was not.
Did Detective Van Adder call you up and ask you if you wanted to have Mr. Simpson's blood vial booked at SID and a DR number bought before he brought it to the scene?
No.
Would it not be normal practice upon receipt of a blood vial for a detective to buy a DR number and book it either at Parker Center or at SID so the blood vial could be refrigerated?
Sustained without further foundation.
Do you have knowledge of the usual practices by which blood vial samples are booked in the course of cases?
It's vague as to what criminal lists are.
Sustained, phrase question.
Do you have knowledge of how blood vial samples are supposed to be booked or are withdrawn? Do you have knowledge of how blood vial samples are supposed to be booked by police officers?
I have a limited knowledge of that.
And that limited knowledge comes from the LAPD manual?
In part, yes.
And the practice is that upon receipt of a blood sample taken from a suspect, that the detective is to book it either at the property room or at the SID center.
There's still an inadequate foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
The manual is used as a guide, and that's the guideline for officers, yes.
Has anybody discussed with you the phrase, the manual is to be regarded as a guide?
Overruled.
Yes.
Did Detective Lang have any conversations with you about the LAPD manual being considered a guide, but not a guideline, or just a guide to govern the conduct of officers?
I have heard him say that, and I've heard many other people say that also.
When did you hear Detective Lang talk about the rules in the LAPD manual being guides?
I don't recall when. It was sometime after this investigation started, though.
About how long into it?
I don't recall when. I do recall him as being one of the people who said that, though.
And do you recall how that subject came up, that the rules in the LAPD manuals were to be regarded as guidelines?
I don't recall the exact, what led up to that conversation.
Was it a discussion in which you were pointing out to Detective Lang that he hadn't followed the rules in the LAPD manual?
No.
Well, with respect to your knowledge of the LAPD manual, is it not the practice that a blood vial taken from a suspect is to be booked as soon as possible?
There's no foundation in this practice.
Overruled.
Could you please repeat the question?
From your knowledge of the LAPD manual, is it not the rule that a blood vial taken from a suspect
Blood
is
sample.
blood sample taken from a suspect is to be booked as soon as possible?
I don't know if that's exactly what it states.
Well, in terms of your understanding, does that comport with your understanding? Is that consistent with your understanding of what the rules require?
That's vague and that's
Overruled.
also hearsay.
Overruled.
That's somewhat consistent with the exact wording or of what the manual wants.
And in terms of your understanding of the manual, the practice in this case should have been for Detective Van Adder to buy a DR number down at Parker Center and book Mr. Simpson's blood vial either at the Parker Center or at SID.
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
When we talk about booking a blood vial from a suspect, do you mean that that vial in the analyzed evidence envelope is handed to somebody at the evidence control unit at SID?
According to the manual, I believe the definition of booking is the registering of property into departmental records, or the process of entering into departmental records, evidence or persons.
And your understanding of entering it into departmental records would mean in the case of a blood vial, such as the one at issue in this case, that it would be turned over to someone at the evidence control unit at SID. That would be one way of doing it.
Well, if we're going exactly to the letter of that definition, as soon as it's marked on some type of departmental record, that would begin the booking process.
When we used the term booking before, all right, withdrawn. Would not the booking of the blood vial be accomplished by taking it to the evidence control unit, handing it to the clerk, buying a DR number, and having the blood vial refrigerated?
In that order?
Yeah.
Couldn't do it in that order.
Buy a DR number and then give it to someone at the evidence control unit so it could be refrigerated.
That would be the final stage of booking.
Could Detective Van Adder, under the rules as you knew them, have done that on June 13th? Gone right over to SID after buying a DR number and give the clerk at the evidence control unit the blood vial?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
In terms of your understanding of the rules, would that have been consistent with the rules?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, well.
Calls for speculation.
You can answer that question.
That would have been one way to have done that.
And isn't that the way, in your experience, it's ordinarily done by detectives?
No foundation for that.
Sustain.
You have been working as a criminalist for 8 years.
10 years.
10 years, my apologies. And you have been doing crime scenes for how long?
Almost 10 years.
And in your experience, is it not the ordinary practice that after detectives get a blood sample from a suspect, that they take it to the evidence control unit and book it there?
In my experience, I have never had a detective obtain a blood sample that quickly.
So it would be your testimony that in your experience, you've never known a detective not to obtain a detective withdrawn. In your experience, what you know is that detectives ordinarily get blood vials from suspects and book it.
Sustain.
In your experience, have you ever before been in a situation where a detective obtained a blood vial from a suspect?
Sample.
Sam-
Sample. You keep saying blood vial.
Okay,
Sample.
thank you, Your Honor. Obtained a blood sample from a suspect, and instead of booking it downtown where it was taken, at SID or at Parker Center, drive it all the way back to a crime scene. Has that ever happened in your experience?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, well,
I can't remember one instance where that's happened.
Thank you.
are we about exhausted this line of inquiry?
To your knowledge, there is a place in Parker Center where this blood vial could have been booked and refrigerated if a DR number had been obtained. You know that.
Blood samples can be booked down at Parker Center.
So, you examined, you've told us, this blood vial.
I looked at it, yes.
And in looking at it, you determined that it had been drawn, at least by the markings on it, at 2:30 in the afternoon.
I looked at the vial to see if it was intact, and I did look at the envelope, but I don't remember all the writing on the envelope.
So you can't tell us whether or not this was actually drawn at 2:30 in the afternoon.
I don't remember. I'd have to refer to the envelope itself.
But as far as you knew, before Detective Van Adder brought it to you, he'd been carrying it around for some hours.
I didn't stop to think how long he'd been carrying it.
Did you inquire of him how long he had been carrying around this blood sample?
No, I did not.
Did you consider that part of your responsibility in terms of maintaining chain of custody?
No, because that would be his part of the chain of custody.
You don't consider it your responsibility as the criminalist that's gathering and booking evidence to determine where objects have been before you get them?
It's my responsibility to record when or where I get things from and when I dispose of them, or not dispose, but remand them into the custody of somebody else.
Well, you were concerned enough on June 13th that you actually opened the envelope up and looked at the blood vial when Detective Van Adder gave it to you.
Yes.
Before withdrawing, Detective Van Adder have any way of contacting you from downtown on the afternoon of June 13th?
Yes.
Beeper? You wear a beeper?
Yes, I do.
Carry a cell phone?
Yes, I do.
You could have been beeped then and called on a cell phone and asked by Detective Van Adder if you wanted to have this blood vial taken from Parker Center all the way across town to Rockingham.
Overruled.
I don't give anybody my cellular phone number. He could have called DHD or the office and had me paged, though.
Could you explain that? He could have called where?
Counsel, you said he's got a pager,
Oh, I'm sorry. You had a pager,
and he
so
was available by
you
pager.
were available, could have been called by a pager.
Yes.
During the course of the day, had you been contacted by Detective Langer, Detective Van Adder through that pager?
No.
Were you contacted by Mr. Matheson?
Yes.
You recall being contacted by Mr. Matheson around 12 in the afternoon while you were at Bundy.
I don't remember being called by Mr. Matheson at that time.
Do you recall sometime around midday that Mr. Matheson called you while you were out at Bundy and asked if you needed any help at the crime scene?
I don't recall that.
Didn't happen?
I just don't recall if that happened.
Now, so it's your testimony, sir, that you were never contacted by Detective Van Adder before he brought the Vud vial crosstown to you?
Yes.
Now, on the morning of the 14th, you received some tennis shoes from Detective Lang.
Yes.
Now, you told us just before we broke that you recalled this occurring around, what, 7:30, 7:40?
Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, around that time, maybe a little later.
And this occurred, you say, in the serology lab?
To the best of my recollection.
Could it have been in the evidence processing room?
I don't remember I don't remember Detective Lang being in the evidence processing room.
Well, you told us that when you saw Detective Lang, he had the sneakers with him, that he was in the serology lab.
Yes.
And the swatches that you'd retrieved from Bundy were in the evidence processing room.
Yes.
They were in a cabinet.
Yes.
It was unlocked.
The cabinet? Yes.
Now, there's a computer printout that shows who enters and leaves the evidence processing room during a particular day.
It records when somebody uses their keyless badge to open the door.
Right. And the way this keyless badge works is that there's a little rubber kind of thing that you put your badge across. Is that right?
There's a sensor in the wall, and it somehow detects the card, and if your card has the proper access code, then it'll let you in.
Now, if you were walking through the door of the evidence processing room, and let's say I was standing next to you, and you used that sensor, your badge, right?
Yes.
The door would open,
Yes.
you would walk in, and I would walk in.
Yes.
But there would be no record that I entered.
That's correct.
The only record would be that you entered.
Yes.
And you indicated before that you reviewed some records with Mr. Goldberg of what they call card transaction reports indicating who went in and out of the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that you entered the evidence processing room at 7:45 on the morning of June 14th?
It's unclear whether he's asking from his personal recollection or from the document.
I would have to refer to the document.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this document be marked defendant's next in order.
1100. What happened to 99? We used 1099? Got it. 1100. 1100.
1100. May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Fung, I show you what's been marked as defendant's 1100 and ask you to examine it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this and perhaps we can approach.
All right, with the court reporter, please.
may continue to...
Hold on, hold on. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck. Certainly.
Now, what do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Except for Mr. Goldberg, you need to not stand between the witness and the jurors.
I've never actually seen one of these documents before, but it looks like one of the, well, I have seen the document before. I take that back. It's a card access document.
And does this appear to be a card access document for the morning of June 14th?
Yes,
And does it indicate, sir, that you were in the evidence processing room at 7:45?
it indicates I used my card for entry, yes.
And does it indicate that you then used your card for entry again at 7:50?
Yes,
Does it indicate that Mr. Matheson was in the evidence processing room at 7:44?
yes, it does.
Now, having looked at this document, is your recollection refreshed that when you entered the evidence processing room at around 7:45, the morning of June 14th, that's where you saw Detective Lang with the sneakers?
I don't recall the sneakers and him being there. That's just my recollection.
But as I understand your previous testimony, you recall seeing Detective Lang between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, sometime around then.
Yes,
That's when the meeting occurred with you, Detective Lang, and Mr. Matheson, to the best of your recollection.
to the best of my recollection.
And looking at these records, can you now tell us, sir, if that meeting could have happened in the evidence processing room?
Your Honor, it calls for speculation because this record doesn't have anything to do with that.
Overruled.
A portion of the meeting may have occurred there, however, I specifically remember the sneakers being in the serology lab, along with Mr. Matheson and Criminalist Yamuchi and myself.
Is there any reason, Mr. Fung, that you don't want to remember Detective Lang being in the evidence processing room with the sneakers when you walked in there?
Sustained.
When you saw Detective Lang on the morning of June 14th with the sneakers, you realized that he had taken them home.
I don't know if he had taken them home or not.
Did he tell you that he had recovered these sneakers from Mr. Simpson's residence on the afternoon of June 13th?
Sustained.
Mr. Fung, you were responsible for itemizing in your reports when and where those sneakers were recovered.
That's not exactly true, no.
No?
In my report, I am responsible for stating how they came into my custody.
And are you required to determine from the person who's giving it to you where and when the items of evidence were recovered?
It is my practice when I receive evidence from other or from police officers or detectives that I specify that they keep good notes as to where and when they got or recovered the evidence, and I am only going to put down in my property report that I received it, or that I received the evidence from them.
Did Detective Lang show you any notes about where and when he had recovered the sneakers?
No.
Did he indicate to you in any way that he had recovered these sneakers on the afternoon of June 13th?
Sustained.
Let me ask you to assume for a second, Mr. Fung, that Detective Lang had recovered the sneakers on the afternoon of June 13th, brought them home, and then brought them back to SID and turned them over to you. Are you with me on this hypothetical so far?
Yes.
Would that not be a violation of LAPD Rule 510.10?
What is,
Sustained.
Do you know of a rule in the Los Angeles Police Department manual that indicates that evidence and non-evidence shall not be stored in the personal possession of any employee except for certain forgery-related evidence?
Sustained.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Show him the document?
Certainly.
Mr. Fung, show you a document. Do you recognize it?
it appears to be a page out of the Los Angeles Police Department manual.
All right, and I'm going to direct your attention.
I object to this. I can't authenticate this document. He's not an expert in it.
Overruled.
Are you familiar with
Let me see counsel at the sidebar without the report.
Mr. Fung, you recognize this document as being the Los Angeles Police Department Manual Rules concerning booking, custody, and disposition of property. What page from those rules?
It has the same format as the LAPD manual, yes.
And the LAPD Manual Rules on the booking, custody, and disposition of property are rules you are familiar with because that's part of your job as a criminalist.
I haven't read this per se, but I do follow the custom that I have been taught in the laboratory.
And as one of the, direct your attention to a paragraph here and ask you to read it to yourself.
Okay?
All right. Does that refresh your recollection that there, we'll call it a rule or a guideline, whichever you like, that evidence shall not be stored in the personal possession of any employee except for forgery-related material?
No authentication, hearsay.
Sustained.
Have you ever been told that evidence or non-evidence is not to be stored in the personal possession of a police officer?
Calls it hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you ever given instruction by anyone at SID that detectives are not supposed to store items of evidence in their personal possession?
So it calls it hearsay and irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Scheck, why don't you phrase the question? in the same manner that the witness has answered the question, his understanding is from custom that he's been taught in the laboratory. Ask him if it comports with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be an appropriate question.
In terms of the custom that you've been taught in the laboratory, has it been brought to your attention that evidence or non-evidence shall not be stored in the personal possession of any employee?
That subject has never been addressed to me.
So as far as you knew from the custom and practice in the laboratory, it would be perfectly all right for a detective to take evidence, bring it home, and then deliver it to you the next day.
Sustained.
When Detective Lang gave you the sneakers, did you suspect that there might have been anything wrong in the way that he was delivering them to you for purposes of booking?
No.
Did you mention to Detective Lang that you had some questions about how he came to be in possession of those sneakers that morning?
No.
Did you mention it to Mr. Matheson?
Overruled.
I didn't mention it to him, no.
Do you believe, Mr. Fung, in accordance with the custom and practice of your laboratory, that detectives have 24 hours to book blood?
Overruled.
I have read that in the manual.
In the manual?
You showed it to me this morning, didn't you? Something like that? No?
What manual?
The LAPD manual.
You think in the LAPD manual there's a provision that says detectives have 24 hours to book blood?
I may be mistaken. There was something to that effect of booking as soon as possible or 24 hours or something like that.
Well, is booking as soon as possible the same as 24 hours as far as you're concerned?
Sustained.
Did Detective Lang ever tell you that detectives have 24 hours to book blood?
Overruled.
No.
Detective Van Adder?
No.
If you received blood on the morning of June 14th at SID for the first time, in your judgment, would that have been improper?
Sustained.
As far as you understood the guidelines of the Los Angeles Police Department, would it have been improper for either Detective Lang or Van Adder to have gotten the blood from Mr. Simpson on June 13th, kept it in their possession, and then delivered it to you in the morning on June 14th?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm trying to...
I understand what you're trying to do, but the foundation is not there.
All right. Let me ask you a hypothetical question. Let us assume that you received the blood that had been drawn from Mr. Simpson on June 13th on the morning of June 14th. You with me?
Yes.
If that had occurred, in your judgment, would that have been improper on the part of the detectives?
Sustained. Certainly. Problem here's foundation, counsel.
In terms of the custom and practice of your laboratory and its workings with detectives, would it have been improper if either of these detectives had kept the blood drawn from Mr. Simpson on June 13th overnight in their personal possession and then delivered it to you the next morning on June 14th?
Overruled.
That would depend on how the blood was stored in their, while it was in their custody.
You mean if they put it in their refrigerator at home, then in terms of your understanding and custom of practice, that would have been okay?
Overruled.
According to how I understand it, yes. I wouldn't recommend it.
Well,
Putting
why
in their
wouldn't you
own-
recommend it?
Putting blood in your own refrigerator, just wouldn't recommend it.
Well, isn't one reason that you wouldn't recommend it, Mr. Fung, is that in terms of chain of custody, it would be highly improper for a detective to keep a blood vial overnight?
Sustained.
Mr. Fung, are you fearful of these detectives, Van Atter and Lang?
I'm not fearful of them, no.
Are you aware, Michelle Kessler is the head of the laboratory.
Yes, she is.
Are you aware that her husband works as a detective in robbery homicide with detectives Lang and Van Atter?
Overruled.
Yes, I am.
Are you fearful, sir, that in a dispute between yourself and either Detective Lang or Van Atter, that you could not count on the support of Michelle Kessler?
No.
Did you receive Mr. Simpson's blood vial on June 14th after you received the sneakers from Detective Lang?
I received the blood vial from Mr. Simpson, of Mr. Simpson, on June 13th at the Rockingham address.
So your testimony is you did not receive the sneakers first on the morning of June 14th and then the blood vial.
That's correct.
Do you remember being asked on direct examination which item you received first, the sneakers or the blood vial?
I don't specifically recall that question, no.
Do you remember making a slip on direct examination when you answered that question?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I'd like to show a piece of video. It's,
I'd like to see it first.
yes,
Does it have audio?
yes it does.
All right, let's ask the jurors to step back in the jury room, please.
I think it'd be done, all right, I'm sorry.
These things ahead of time, you know, and the grandstanding nature of these ploys has been made very apparent. This is the third time in front of this jury he's sprung tape on us, you know, without telling us ahead of time. Of course, has repeatedly admonished counsel to show us ahead of time and let us know.
Your Honor,
And
this,
repeatedly he's violated it, and once again, in front of the jury.
Well, the problem we have, though, is this is impeachment material. Let me see the tape.
well, this tape is his testimony.
It's impeachment
I understand.
material.
Yes, no, I'll show
Do
this.
you want to argue about this with me
No,
now?
no. I'll show the tape.
Show me the tape.
Yes.
Use the paperwork.
With if the blood had remained item number 18, I would have had to create 3 additional property report face sheets.
Okay, now, with the pair of sneakers on the previous document that we saw was labeled item 17, is that correct?
Yes.
Which did you receive And the blood 18?
Yes,
And which did you receive first, the blood or the pair of sneakers?
I received the blood vial first.
All right. And
That's it.
That's ridiculous. And I'm sorry, but the fact that this is an impeachment proceeding.
Ms. Clark, are you handling this witness?
No, Your Honor, I'm just helping Mr. Goldberg. But I'm not addressing an issue with the witness. I'm addressing an issue with counsel's.
Well, then we'll take that up later.
behavior in court.
Counsel, we'll take that up later. Mr. Goldberg, any comment?
Your Honor, I don't feel this is proper impeachment because it's not inconsistent. And also, for tactical reasons, we don't want to object to it.
And that's given counsel's conduct, Your Honor, and that's what I'm talking about.
Ms. Clark, didn't I just say we'll address this later? That means end of argument. I don't want to hear anymore. I'm tired of this. All right? 4 o'clock. We'll take it up.
Is there going to be any more videotapes?
Yes.
Could we inquire?
Yes, I have some more videotape that just came, and if she wants to see it,
So let's
up
see it
to the
now.
court. Could the witness leave the room?
Yes.
One tape I'm going to show the witness, Your Honor, is a videotape of he and Miss Mazzola, what I believe depicts them leaving the Rockingham location on the afternoon of June 13th. There's an audio portion to this that I'd like to have played as well. What I hear on that tape is Mr. Fung saying to the witness, "Let's go back for one last check." Then we have another tape.
Where'd you hear that?
Let me hear that again. And Ms. Fitzpatrick, can you crank it up?
represent to you that this is another version of the tape, but we're fast-forwarding to another section. When Mr. Shapiro was cross-examining Detective Van Adder, I was back in my hotel room, and I happened to see this tape. Okay. We propose to play the portion of the tape that...
Detective Fung would automatically take it to find protector.
Not the
How do
audio.
you know that?
This is another shot, Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola leaving on the afternoon of June 13th. Okay. We propose to show them those 2 seconds.
Mr. Goldberg?
I don't know the relevance this council would have to make an offer of proof. But furthermore, there's no showing here as to why this wasn't provided in discovery. I mean, we have another discovery violation. Mr. Scheck made some kind of a strange comment about having viewed it or seen it in his hotel room at some point. I don't know how that gets around the discovery obligations of the defense.
It's impeachment. I wasn't going to ask these questions. I wasn't going to show them this tape, Your Honor, until I heard what Mr. Fung had to say about how he carried this blood vial out there until he was nailed down. Now I'm going to show him the tapes.
All right, refresh my recollection. What specifically did he say? He said it was handed to him in a gray envelope and that he didn't recollect specifically how it was he carried it out.
He's had 3 possible ways that he could have carried it out. In a paper bag, in his posse box, or in his hand.
Okay. I saw him carrying a catalog case and a handful of paper bags.
Your Honor, before I'd like to make the rest of this offer of proof ex parte to you. I don't want to tell them. I think I'm entitled to that.
Well, counsel, you've just shown us, you've shown me a piece of videotape. You have to tell me why it's relevant.
Well, why it's relevant is that I believe that if I show these pieces of videotape to Mr. Fung and take him through, refreshing his recollection, looking at that, and take him through the events, that in combination with the testimony of Ms. Mazzola that the court has previously heard that's on the record, I think we can establish that what he's told us about carrying out that blood vial and how he carried it is not true.
And how do we do that from those 2 pieces of videotape?
Your Honor, I would again request that you permit me to tell you ex parte, make a record of it, and I will connect this up for you and show the plain relevance of it. I do not want to disclose that in front of these prosecutors who are going to talk to this witness or subsequent witnesses.
The witness will obviously, once you do it now, the cat will be out of the bag, so to speak. Mr. Fung is outside of the courtroom and he's not
No,
hearing this information.
there's more to it. There are other witnesses, and there are other events, and there's other reasons why these tapes are clearly impeaching, and I don't want to say it in front of them. I think I'm entitled to make this offer to you ex parte.
What's your authority for that?
Well, I think it's impeachment material. And I don't think I should be required under the discovery rules to reveal the impeachment material before I'm impeaching the witness. There are...
No, but I have to make a ruling as to relevance and whether or not it's going to come in. Whether or not it's collateral, whether or not there's a 352 problem. What's your authority that you're entitled to an ex parte show?
my I'm informed that the exact rule in this jurisdiction is 1054.7, and if I'm permitted to make a showing under 1054.7, I think I'll be able to connect it up with the court and indicate to you...
No, that doesn't go to offers of proof regarding impeachment. That's a discovery rule.
You have me at in a dilemma here. Your Honor, what I'd like to do with the witness is show him these two segments that depict him and Miss Mazzola leaving Rockingham in the afternoon, and ask him which came first and which came second, to lay a foundation for further impeachment. And if the court wants to know beyond that what that impeachment is, I would request the opportunity to tell you very briefly what it is at sidebar. This involves testimony of another witness. We haven't impeached yet.
All right. Mr. Goldberg?
Your Honor, we've made an objection that it's not logically relevant. That's number one. We are entitled to be heard on that objection. Counsel is entitled to make an offer of proof if he so chooses, or not if he so chooses. But we are entitled to be heard on his offer of proof and fully litigate the issue of this tape's admissibility. The people do have a right to a fair trial, too, and we also have the right to be heard. We have the right to be heard on this issue, and there are only a very limited number of exceptions in our state for in-camera hearings. There are in-camera hearings for Marsden motions, for certain discovery issues under 1054.7. For something that's work product, there would be an in-camera hearing, but this doesn't fall under any of the known exceptions. The second objection that we have is we have an objection on the issue of discovery, and I know we've gone over and over this, Your Honor, and we've talked about that famous Izazaga footnote. I think it was 5, probably the court remembers, that it talks about the obligation to turn over or not to turn over impeachment material. And it is my understanding that if the defense had gone out and talked to Mr. Fung and gotten an inconsistent statement from him, they don't have to turn that over to us. If they intended to call their investigator as a witness, they would probably have to put that investigator on the witness list. But this is not the type of impeachment material that is described in that footnote to Izazaga. We are entitled to it. It is a tape, it is a piece of real evidence, and we are entitled to have it.
Mr. Scheck? Well, let me ask one further question. Mr. Goldberg, let's assume that you're entitled to have it. All right, let's assume I agree that you're entitled to have it since a videotape would be considered real evidence.
The only representation that we have from counsel as to how this videotape came into being or into their possession is that he was watching television, I guess, or looking at the videos in his hotel room and saw it. I mean, we have nothing in the way
No,
of
let's
any kind
let's
of-
assume for the sake of this argument, I agree with you that it's real evidence, that a videotape is quote-unquote real evidence, not a witness statement per se. In this context, where it is similar to a picture because it depicts actions by Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola at Rockingham, apparently on June 13th. Apparently. Could have been the 28th. I don't know.
And is the court's question, assuming that there is a discovery violation?
Let's assume there's a-
What is
let's-
the remedy, or?
No, what are you asking for?
Well, that it not be used at this point. I mean, that we have the tape provided to us, that we have an opportunity to determine for sure what date this occurred on, whether there are any other sequences on the tape that would indicate when in a chronological sequence the events depicted thereon appeared. That is why we have a discovery statute.
What is
I'm
your
not
st-
saying that the tape would necessarily be precluded, because we know that preclusion is usually a remedy of last resort for the court, and is something that we can rarely legitimately ask for.
What
But
is
there
your
are-
what is your objection to Mr. Scheck showing Mr. Fung these two videotape items and asking which occurred first, walking out with your catalog case or walking out empty-handed?
What is the relevance? That is our first objection. And the second objection was a objection on the discovery statute. And just to briefly restate, we were saying that we are entitled to be heard as to that first objection, relevance.
All right.
In terms of the relevance, I really want to determine from the witness which happened first. In examining the tapes, I've tried to reconstruct it based on what I see and based what my understandings of the evidence are, but I won't know till the witness tells me. And I want to review this with him to try to do the best I can to reconstruct the events of that day and to probe whether or not he really received the blood vial on the afternoon of June 13th. That's where I'm going with this. I think I should be entitled to show those tapes to the witness, inquire of him which happened first, which happened second, and then conduct further inquiry as to whether or not these tapes are, and further explore the credibility of his answers.
All right, what about our discovery problem, that the prosecution hasn't seen this, and I agree that it's probably real evidence?
Well, Your Honor, it's my understanding that I would be allowed to withhold this as impeachment material. That's my understanding. And these sequences are on the earlier tapes, but from different angles. And in fact,
When did you get these items?
well, I actually got this item about a week ago.
Which item?
The second tape that showed Mr. Fung walking out empty-handed and Ms. Mazzola with the trash bag. And I had recalled seeing something on the television, and when we reviewed this tape, we didn't review it to the very end, and we didn't see it, frankly, until last night, that the full segment was there. We've made efforts to obtain another tape that we think has even more of this footage. And I've not yet viewed that tape, but I understand that we're making efforts to find it. So we're trying to get all the footage we can of what happened, and I'm trying to show the witness the best I could.
And when did you get those items?
Which items?
This last tape,
Well, this
which was
last
actually
tape,
the first tape.
the first tape, I think, has been, I think the prosecution has that. The one of them initially coming out, I think has been seen before.
What we assume is initially coming out with the catalog case, correct?
Well, I don't know till I ask him which happened first and which happened second. I have a suspicion
All right.
based on his testimony.
Mr. Goldberg, do you have that first segment?
Your Honor, I've seen segments like this, but I don't think I've seen this segment. And the problem that I have with counsel's representation, and I'm not trying to say this as any kind of an insult or pejoratively, is that when they represented to us that we had the videotape depicting what they claimed to be the envelope Apparently, we do not have that, the envelope that was supposedly passed to Mr. Fung. And Mr. Fairtlow did a very extensive review of our tapes last night and says he does not find them. And I provided him with the counter on that item, and we just don't have it. So I don't think that we can, I can be comfortable that we have this simply because counsel has represented that we do.
As far as the last thing that Mr. Goldberg said, I'm informed by Mr. Blazier, who was the one that was dealing with this at the beginning of the trial, that the segments concerning the envelope and the glove that this witness was confronted with are on that KCBS tape, as we informed them yesterday. That I think is in evidence. So that, I think
Well,
that's...
that's another issue.
That's another, well, he braised it. Your Honor, looking at the tape, we did receive this particular tape, which depicts Van Adder testifying and Mr. Fung and Mrs. Mazzola walking out on April 5th. But we only saw the first segment. And last night, when we ran it to the very end, I saw the full segment, which I did recall seeing when Mr. Van Adder was testifying, but we couldn't locate it
All right.
in its entirety.
We'll do this. I'm going to allow the prosecution overnight, since we're going to break with the jury today at 4 o'clock. I'm going to allow them overnight to review these tape segments to see if they feel that there's any prejudice to them in the disclosure. At this point, Mr. Scheck, I would imagine you have enough to go on and fill the afternoon.
Well, actually, to be frank, Your Honor, this was...
This is it?
This is, the issue of the turnover of this blood vial is the last line of cross-examination that I have. I must say, Your Honor, until I know exactly what the witness says with respect to these tapes, and which segment is first and which segment is second, I won't be able to proceed to the very end, because it's dependent on his answers.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, does that sound acceptable to you? You have some opportunity to review the tapes, compare them with what you have, and we'll proceed tomorrow morning with continuing with Mr. Fung.
That sounds like it would be acceptable, Your Honor. May I just have a moment?
It's not like I don't have other things to do this afternoon.
Okay, Your Honor, there are a couple other legal issues that I did want an opportunity to address. One was as to the tape that I just mentioned, and the other was as to the phenolphthalein issue, which I think needs to be revisited in light of the cross-examination. I don't know whether the court would like to do that now or at some later point.
All right. My inclination would be to recess as far as the jury is concerned right now. Come back in 15 minutes and discuss these other legal issues, and then commence our other hearing. At 4 o'clock. And I anticipate being in session till about 6 on that. So we still have a full day ahead of us.
May I make one quick request that may save some time?
Sure.
May I ask permission to bring the witness back before we break and simply inquire of him without showing him any tapes, just through verbal description, if he recalls the events and which happened first?
All right, that seems reasonable, without the display of the videotape. All right. I'm sorry, you need it right now? All right, do you need to change paper? Okay. Court reporter needs 5 minutes. Don't go away. All right, let me give the court reporter a break. All right, let's take 5 minutes for the, well, we're so close. Let's just take our 15 at this point. All right, 15.
I ask an instruction that they not discuss this last matter with Mr. Fung.
today, and I was hoping to finish Mr. Fung this afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Until excusable clause. Back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Goldberg, you wanted to raise an issue regarding phenolphthalein testing.
Yes, Your Honor. I thought the court had ruled that phenolphthalein was not going to be admissible, and then it became my understanding perhaps the court had ruled that positive tests were not admissible, but negative tests were.
That's correct.
The defense has now clearly introduced a positive phenolphthalein test without any prior approaching of Your Honor and trying to get a modification or clarification of the court's ruling, and it seems to be clearly in violation of what the court's ruling was. Aside from that, we also have the issue of the court having said that in terms of your phenolphthalein ruling, that you would not allow the defense in any way to place before the jury information or evidence that would be misleading in terms of negative results in certain locations, creating the inference that there was no blood in those locations. The defense put in evidence that there was a negative reaction in the sink drain or sink trap. And we know that, of course, we have a positive phenolphthalein test in the drain part of it. This clearly, without any doubt, creates an entirely erroneous picture, because it's almost as if you're telling the jury that this little spot over here was tested for phenolphthalein and it came back negative, when we know that the little spot next to it came back positive, and then arguing to the jury that there was no blood there. And what the defense has done is they have tried to create a change in what Evidence Code Section 352 is really intended to do.
Well, isn't your argument that the court's ruling was that no positive results of phenolphthalein testing would be admitted unless there was some backup or subsequent testing to confirm that, since phenolphthalein is a presumptive test only? However, that the state of the science is that a negative phenolphthalein was pretty much conclusive in and of itself that blood was not existent. So that was the state of the court's ruling. Then, during the course of the cross-examination of Mr. Fung this morning, I noted that the defense then offered through Mr. Fung positive phenolphthalein testing that had not been confirmed by any other testing method. So, having made the initial objection and then sought to themselves to introduce it, then your argument is probably that the prosecution's entitled to do likewise, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Blazer?
Yes, Your Honor. Our purpose in asking that question of Mr. Fung, it's our position that that never happened, that test never happened. His testimony was that he had been sent back specifically to do testing on July 6th, I believe it was, and that he claimed that he went back and did that, but didn't tell anybody about it, didn't record it anywhere, didn't write a report until October sometime, where he then includes what he maintains was the test results. We did not ask that for purposes of establishing that there was a positive pheno test. We used it for impeachment purposes to show that that never happened, and it was not our intent to open up all other pheno testing positive results for admission as positive evidence of blood.
Well, isn't that, first of all, it's inconsistent with your previous position that I did grant your motion to restrict that use, the use of positive phenolphthalein testing without any backup, and then to broach that without asking for any limiting understanding with regards to that, or couching it in some other way, presumptive test, without mentioning phenolphthalein or anything else. Haven't you created a conflict, and is it now fair for the prosecution to bring this evidence in?
Well, I might point out there was no objection at the time that question was asked.
Well, I know there was no objection. I mean, they were probably hoping, I mean, I saw wide eyes over on this side of the table is what I saw.
Well, again, this was for purposes of impeachment of Mr. Fung. We don't believe that that test was ever done. It was evidence that he was purporting to have created for purposes of demonstrating that he did something on the 6th, which we don't think he did. And it's our...
But couldn't it have been couched in terms of an unnamed test, presumptive test for the presence of blood or some other way? I mean, couldn't it, and shouldn't you have given notice to the prosecution you were about to do that by asking to approach?
Well, may I have a minute, Chair? We had talked about, at a bench conference, about asking the question pertaining to the test of the sink trap, and I believe you were aware of that and had okayed that particular question. We chose not to do that with this impeachment material of Mr. Fung. We are very hesitant to reveal our impeachment material before we use it on the witness. That's the whole purpose of impeachment material. And perhaps we should have done that. We didn't do that. It certainly was not our...
It wasn't really true impeachment material in the sense that it was unknown and that there was some surprise advantage since you already had the transcripts in his testimony previously.
Well, I don't think there had been any testimony before about the fact that he did not write a report until October 6th, I believe it was. And it's our position that that delay of many months was a cover-up, to cover up the fact that, to cover his testimony in October because he had not done anything in July and that nothing was done, no testing was done. It's been our position all along with respect to Mr. Fung that this never happened. And I think it was appropriate impeachment material along those lines. If they want to ask him questions about it on redirect, I'm certain they'd be allowed to do that. But I don't think that that opens the door to all other pheno testing in other situations with other pieces of evidence.
Why not?
Well, because I don't think it does, because it was for a limited purpose
But
of
see, you didn't
impeachment.
ask me to limit the purpose. That was just general evidence that was just brought before the jury.
Well,
You didn't give the court notice. You didn't notify the other side because I had ruled in your favor, and then you go in and bring in something you asked me to keep out. So now it's out there for general purpose. There's been no advice to the court that I should give a limiting instruction to the jury. So isn't the door wide open at this point?
we have no objection to a limiting instruction. I think one was given before on this very issue. I may be wrong about that, but that's my recollection. But we have no objection to your advising the jury exactly what the nature of the test is, and that it's a presumptive test, and that this was a question that was asked for purposes of impeachment only.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, any other comment?
Your Honor, I don't want to take up more time with this than the court feels is necessary, particularly if you're inclined to rule in our favor.
Don't assume that.
Okay, well, maybe I will take up some more time.
No, I mean, let me ask you this. Do you have any case law? Because the case law, say, for example, in other presumptive tests, indicate pretty much what the court's ruling has been, that unless there's a 352 issue, and there are a lot of courts that have kept it out on that basis. Do you know of any other reported case that deals with a situation similar to ours?
Where they opened the door by introducing presumptive testing
Yes.
of one test? No, I haven't, Your Honor, but we do know of the rule of curative admissibility that are commonly referred to as opening the door, where where one side puts in evidence, the other side is entitled to rebut it. And let me point out the fallacy of counsel's argument is that there was no reason whatsoever that they had to ask what the results of the phenolphthalein test. There was no reason, as the court points out, that they had to ask what the nature of the test was specifically. Their alleged reason for doing it was simply to show that he had claimed to have done a test, but the result has no impeachment value whatsoever if they're trying to characterize it as impeachment or attacking the credibility of the witness. So the argument that they're making simply falls on that score. But I'd like to make two other arguments that I feel are also very important. Number one, the court, I think, was ruling under 352 of the evidence code at the time that Your Honor made its initial ruling. And what the court said is you said that you would not allow evidence to be put before this jury in such a way so that it were misleading. What we have is a situation where the defense has very extensively asked questions as to how much blood was in the Rockingham location, as to where it was, and very specifically asked whether the sink trap was tested and what the result was, and that it came back negative. Now, what earthly reason is there for asking that question other than to be able to argue to this jury that there was no blood in the sink and that he did not wash up in the sink? There is no other purpose for doing that. So how can you possibly allow a situation under 352 where they've been permitted to introduce evidence that there was a negative phenolphthalein in the sink trap when we know that there was a positive test in the sink drain itself? That is misleading. I think that what the defense is doing is they are trying to have the court convert 352 from a shield that's designed to protect you from overly prejudicial evidence into a sword that's designed to create an inference that there was no blood in these locations, when in fact we have a scientific test that says that there is. Your Honor, I would say on the score that if the court thinks that we need further foundation in terms of a serologist, we could conceivably have Mr. Fung simply testify to what he did in the color change and his observations and have someone else testify to the interpretation, although I don't think that step is actually necessary. So there is more than one reason for allowing this in. Opening the door is one, but fairness is another, and a proper usage of 352 is another. And this case should not be submitted to the jury in the posture that there is no blood and no evidence of blood when we know in fact that there is. And there is a reliable test that is used in the scientific community that suggests that. Also, I'd point out to the court that we did find out from technical experts that bleach does not cause a false positive with the phenolphthalein test when you use the two-stage method, which I speculated was the case, but now has been confirmed to be the case by experts that we have spoken with. May I just one moment? As to the first argument, it's also too late for a limiting instruction at this point. It came in for all purposes. The jury's not going to be back until tomorrow. And finally, I'd like to point out one other thing. In rehabilitating this issue, or readdressing this issue with Mr. Fung, we need to show what his practice is with respect to what he does when he gets a positive phenolphthalein test, or when he does a phenolphthalein test in general, because we can show that he does not write reports contemporaneously, an analyzed evidence report contemporaneously with that testing. He didn't do it when he tested the Bentley, so we need to get that in. He didn't do it when he tested certain other items at Rockingham, including the sink and the shower. He did not write an analyzed evidence report. So we need to show what this man's practice is and that it has been consistent throughout this case, and that is of vital concern to the people in addressing the supposedly limited issue that counsel says that the phenolphthalein test was introduced on.
That's exactly the point why it was important that he be asked the question about the pheno test being positive as opposed to being negative. We were not asking that question for purposes of eliciting the truth of the fact of what the pheno test was, but the fact that he said it was positive makes it a much more important event, one which he would record, tell his boss, tell Ms. Clark, tell somebody, than if it had been a negative test. So that particular piece of information was not offered for the truth of the matter stated. Far from it. It was offered for just the opposite, to show that by his testimony, that would be the important type of event that he would record. I'm not aware of any case authority on opening up the door with this kind of a question that opens up the whole scientific area as far as testing in other realms. And if the court is concerned about that, if the prosecution has any cases they want to cite, we'd like a chance to respond to those.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, I'm going to do a little more research on my own with regards to this particular issue, because I think the landscape of the issue has changed considerably since this morning. I felt very comfortable with the initial court ruling, but now that we have a different situation, I'm not so comfortable with it anymore. So I'll take a look at it over the evening hours.
Would the court want any testimony on this issue as to the phenolphthalein test?
No, I don't need that. The issue is whether or not the court having ruled one way at the request of one party, and then that party having decided to bring in that very thing, whether or not in fairness you're entitled to do the same thing. That's the issue. And within the rubric of 352. So I'll take a look. All right, any other legal conundrums you want to present to me?
There was another issue as to the videotape, Your Honor. Apparently, we did not get the exact copy of the videotape that was shown to the jury, the one with the counter in it, and the one that we have, according to Mr. Fairtlow, and I can't represent this on my own, is not shot from the same camera. May I just have one moment? They are the same, except that one has a counter on it and the other doesn't. So apparently one is edited and the other is not. And we would like the exact same version, because there may be a difference in quality or clarity, which would resolve the issue that was raised as to exactly what item was being handed.
All right, Mr. Glazier, do you have any problem searching your videotape file, making available to the prosecution the same exact footage with the counter in it rather than the counter removed?
They already have it, Your Honor. Mr. Fairtlow could not find the clip with the envelope and the glove on the blanket. He said he went over the tape in great length. I showed it where it was on the tape, and I think he's satisfied that at least those clips are on there. The clip for the counter are on there someplace as well. We've given him that tape. I think it's also on the first tape that we introduced, which is Court's Exhibit Number 2. I think that's the same tape. But we've given them that tape at least twice, and it's on there.
All right, you're saying that's on Court's Exhibit 2?
I think that's the KCBS tape that we'd introduced very early on. Whether that has the one with the counter on it, I'm not sure. There's a lot of clips. There's probably 7 hours of tapes that we've given them. That's a compilation of 7 tapes, which we'd also given them. And there are a lot of repeats, a lot of repeat clips, and we made those excerpts from that 2-volume set. So, and we didn't do any editing ourselves, other than to take the clips out.
All right. Well, it seems to me if it's the same footage, then there's no additional need. I know that Ms. Hazlett is still searching for the original format of that particular tape so we can see if it's available for enhancement purposes. And if we locate that from the news media, I'll let both parties know as soon as we do. All right, I see it as a non-issue at this point. All right, anything else before we launch into our 4 o'clock matters?
Yeah, I think one thing you said, we reset the date for the motion that we had filed that was set this afternoon, and at your convenience, you can just tell us what's a good date for that. There was another 4 o'clock meeting that you'll
Yes, I
have
know.
at your discretion do.
Yes, well, I'll tell you what, let's see where our 4 o'clock hearing today takes us
I see.
time-wise, because it's extraneous to the presentation of evidence to the jury, and I want to see what kind of time obligations I'm going to have to spend with that issue before I commit to a hearing on the other issue.
That's fine.
All right.
Which motion is counsel referring to?
Referring
The
to
prosecutorial misconduct motion that was set at 4 o'clock today. And
Which
I-
prosecutorial misconduct motion?
Choose either one.
I think it's in volume 2. Okay, anything else before we await the parties for the 4 o'clock matter? All right, for the news media information, I normally conduct my jury inquiries in chambers. I will make a transcript of the proceedings available to you as soon as the transcript's available for today's proceedings, probably first thing tomorrow morning.
Now you're on the jury proceeding, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Regarding Mr. Simpson, Mr. Simpson has expressed a desire, Your Honor, to be present, and I know the court's ruling with regard to chambers, but he would like to be present for any hearings regarding the jurors from this point forward, and I'd ask the court to consider that. Perhaps we can do it in the courtroom with him out here, perhaps.
As far as non-jurors are concerned, I'll grant that request. As far as jurors are concerned, I'll decline that request. Those inquiries will be conducted in chambers with counsel present on the record, without the presence of the defendant.
All right, thank you.
Non-juror witnesses will be interviewed in his presence.
Very well.
Right. Including non-jurors includes ex-jurors. You're welcome. Okay. All right, we'll await the arrival for the parties for the 4 o'clock matter. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck, correct? All right. People represented by Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? My recollection is that we had discussed some issues regarding videotapes. Are we prepared to go forward?
Your Honor, my understandings of the court's orders last night were that we were to be provided copies of the videotapes that counsel wanted to show today so that we could review them over the evening. And Mr. Scheck did say he was going to get copies for me, but I didn't receive any. I was here until about 8:30 or 9 last night, so we are not ready.
Your Honor, before we left, we gave Mr. Goldberg an opportunity. I didn't know that he was expecting copies that evening. And in fact, due to certain difficulties, we have not been able to make a copy of the last tape that we received in the afternoon. I mean, if he wants to, I don't know what to say. I mean, we've shown him the tapes. If the court wants to look at them, basically.
Well, as I recall, as we ended the court day, I was advised that the prosecution withdrew their objection.
That's right. That was our understanding.
Mr. Cochran?
Your Honor, the only part that we waived an objection to was the videotape of the in-court testimony of Mr. Goldberg.
Let me have the transcript of yesterday's proceeding. My recollection of what I heard is that we withdraw our objection to the videotapes, plural, is what I thought I heard. All right. To 22-508 of the transcript. Ms. Clark, Your Honor, so that the court is aware, we have withdrawn our objection to showing the tape, the direct testimony of the witness, so that we should recommence with that. So that was a single tape. All right, court stands corrected. All right, Mr. Goldberg, what other clip of the tape do you need to review prior to restarting with Mr. Fung?
Well, there were two clips of tapes.
Right. Mr. Scheck, would you help me on this? First clip showed Mr. Fung with paper bags and a catalog case.
I have all the tapes and show them to Mr. Goldberg. This is what we intend to show. There's a shot of Mr. Fung.
Mr. Scheck.
There is a shot of Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola exiting Rockingham. Mr. Fung carrying a black bag, a black valise, I think the
Catalog case.
catalog case.
Litigation case.
And some brown paper bags. And Miss Mazzola has what may be a posse box or a clipboard and a bottle of water, it appears to me. And they go into the truck, and there's sound that I think we showed the court yesterday, where Mr. Fung says something to the effect of...
Right, is that the first tape?
That's the first tape.
With the testimony?
I'm sorry? No, that doesn't have the testimony. That is just a clip. That's one view of it. I showed Mr. Goldberg last night a second tape that we got just as late in the afternoon that has additional footage of that, where we see from another camera angle, Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola then leaving from the truck and walking back into Rockingham, picking up two little yellow carts from the driveway and heading back in. And I think when you see both tapes, you'll see that there was a camera person there from Channel 9 and a camera person there from Inside Edition. And in this second shot, the Inside Edition camera person actually gets a picture of a Channel 9 videotape person. So you can see where both shots are coming from. Then we have another set of tapes showing Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola leaving Rockingham a second time. This time we see Mr. Fung and his hands, and we see Miss Mazzola.
So we have not seen this videotape yet?
We did. We saw the second one. We saw one clip of the second one, I believe. And I have one clip of that I've shown the prosecution, and then I have a second clip of that that is more complete in that there's a second shot of them walking further towards the truck. In addition, we showed him a complete videotape that includes footage in between that we received yesterday afternoon. Now, if the court wants, I can show you all the different clips in the order that I want to show them to the witnesses, and then we'll just...
Have you displayed this to the prosecution in the manner that you intend on displaying it to the jury?
I've displayed all the tapes. I'm not sure that I've displayed them in the order, but I could do that if he wants.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, your request at this point is for some additional time to review these videotapes?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much additional time do you think you need?
I don't know how long exactly these videotapes are, the totality of the tapes that Mr. Scheck just mentioned. I'd imagine it probably wouldn't take that long once I have a copy and I can go up to my office and take a look at them.
Well, we have the video equipment here. You can look at it here rather than hazard the elevators in the building.
Well, that may be true, Your Honor, but as the court knows, many of these videotape clips that counsel has presented present images that are very fleeting, and the defense is only concentrating on one or two frames that are very easily missed. So it is useful for our purposes, in order to be prepared to deal with these issues, to be able to carefully look at them. And that's why we request a copy.
Well, Mr. Goldberg, I tell you what, let's do this. Mr. Scheck has offered to display to you and to the court those videotape portions that he intends on showing to the witness and to the jury. So let's see what he intends on showing and the order in which he intends on showing, and you tell me how much additional time you're going to need. All right, Mr. Harris, let's see the tape. This is all at Rockingham? Mr. Scheck? This is all at Rockingham? All right.
This one. We played the sound yesterday. That's in fact all we have from that tape.
All right.
Should we mark these? Do you want these marked now, Your Honor?
All right. This should be defense 1101.
The one we just showed. Your Honor, before we start this one, it's up to Mr. Goldberg. We have an option here. This tape shows a number of different events. We intend to show to the witness the first segment that is a more complete view of this one. But if the prosecution wants to see what is in between from beginning to end,
How long is the tape?
I think it's about 5 minutes.
Play it. All right, we'll mark this second tape 1102.
You want to hear it? Go ahead. Hear the sound. It's my belief that's the cameraman that shot the first one. Now, at this point, that was all I was intending to show, but... Yeah, did you...
All right, let's see the remainder of the tape.
We were intending to show that. what's on this tape. This one we're marking, Your Honor, 1102.
Second tape is 1102.
Now, yes, we want this 1103.
Whose job? You know,
We don't need sound.
No, I wasn't looking.
Yes. There's another segment of 1103 that I'd like to show previously, but I'd have to cue it up with Mr. Harris if the court would give us permission. Second section that we want to show and call the court's attention that it's a shot from another angle of Detective Van Adder getting out of his car, but now in this sequence you can see what he has in his hands, whereas in the other sequence his hands were cut off from view. Okay. Yeah, you can see the rest of it, but it's just another short shot of the first one.
All right,
See
let's
it
see
all?
it. Don't you roll it back just some? Mr. Harris, can you roll it back? All right.
Um, 1103. I think there's one more view that I've discovered that, I don't know if I'll show it or not, but I want to give the prosecution all the tape I have viewing this, and if they have some more, if the news media has some more, I'd love to see it.
All right, Mr. Harris, you going to cue that up for us?
Because this is a,
Still 11:03.
that's 11:04.
All right.
As you see, it has a more complete shot of them initially leaving, and then this just goes on to show something else that is in another sequence. I think they've seen this tape before from other sources.
Can we just go back about 15 seconds?
Mr. Harris?
We get a freeze frame when it's into the back distance.
That's, prosecution's free to see this entire tape, but I think that these are the only relevant sections.
All right. 11:04, the last tape.
This was 11 before we just saw you.
That's correct. All right, Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, Your Honor, there are some things in the videotape that are of interest to us in reviewing them that we'll take some time to look at more closely. And I would like the opportunity to do that. I would like the opportunity to make copies of these tapes, and the council does not have copies to provide us with.
How much time do you need?
It'll make it faster. I'll give them our copies. They go look at them as long as they want, maybe in Chambers, videotape machine, anywhere. They're not going to go away.
We also like to have copies of our own, Your Honor. We can make copies from the defense copies.
No, I understand. I understand that you would like to have your own copies, but the issue that I would like to resolve is the amount of time that you need to view this so that you can be prepared to redirect or whatever as far as Mr. Fung is concerned. I would like to proceed with the jury this morning.
I know Your Honor would like to do that. I can understand that.
So what I would prefer we do is that Mr. Harris remain to assist you with the video equipment. You sit here with Mr. Darden or Mr. Harmon or Mr. Clark or Mr. Fairlow, whoever it is you need, Ms. Martinez. Look at it as many times as you need to here, and let's get the show on the road.
Your Honor, it's really not a very comfortable environment for us to take a look at these things. It doesn't give us the
I'm not
opportunity
interested in
to
comfort, Mr. Goldberg.
It doesn't give us the opportunity to confer, to discuss it, to take a good look at certain frames, because there are at least 2 or 3 frames, specific frames of interest here in these tapes. And Your Honor, the argument that I made last night was that we feel that they have a discovery obligation when they reasonably intend to use these tapes to provide them to us. We're not saying that the court should preclude it. We're not asking the court.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to look at it, to review it as many times as you want. I want you to do it here. I don't want to waste time running up and down the elevators and making copies and everything else.
Do we have more?
Sure.
Would the court give us 30 minutes to be able to take the tapes?
I'll give
at
you
our
30
leisure?
minutes minutes, and I'll give you 30 minutes in my chambers with my VCRs and my TV, however you want to do it. You can do it with this equipment here, high-resolution monitor here, or you can do it in my chambers. I don't care, but let's just do it. The tapes are here, let's do it.
And when will the prosecution be able to get a copy of this tape, Your Honor?
Probably as soon as it's available, as soon as we take a break for lunch, I assume. Most of the duplicators, videotape duplicators that I'm familiar with are real-time rather than high speed. All right, Mr. Fairtlow agrees. All right, we'll stand in recess for half an hour.
One request. I think it's clear, but plainly we're at a stage of impeachment, and so I would only ask that they be entitled to view it, but they not discuss with the witness till he's cross-examined.
That was the order that we entered earlier. All right, thank you, counsel. Is not present. Mr. Goldberg, have you had the opportunity to review the various videotapes?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would thank the court for giving us that opportunity. I apologize that it took an attorney 30 minutes.
All right, are we ready to proceed?
We would like to argue about the admissibility of the tapes.
All right. For purpose. All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Your Honor, last evening when we had an opportunity to look at the tapes briefly, we objected on the grounds of relevance. It appears to me that the tapes, in terms of the events that they portray, are not material in the sense of not going to any contested issue. In this case, if you simply look at the events portrayed thereon, they're not inconsistent in any way with Mr. Fung's testimony. We made a similar argument, or I think that identical argument, in fact, last night. Mr. Fung testified that he took several items out to the truck. He said that the blood could have been packaged in a number of different ways, including in a brown paper bag, or in, I think what he said was his posse box, and then he had a third way, and he wasn't really sure. So there's nothing in terms of the tape itself that is material that contradicts him. Upon very careful review of the tapes, it's apparent to us that what the defense wants to try to do is not to introduce the tapes for the materiality of the events that are portrayed, but rather for the time sequence. And that is where we have a tremendous difficulty with these tapes, Your Honor, particularly on 1101 and 1103, which I'd like the court, if the court would be willing to do so, to take another look at with several things in mind. As to 1101, what you will see on that tape is at first Mr. Fung comes out with the various bags, the brown paper bags, and the large black type kit, and Ms. Mazzola is handling the same type of item. The next item is that there is a distinct cut and break in that tape, and then Mr. Van Adder arrives in his vehicle. And then the third thing that happens is there is a showing of Andrea Mazzola and Mr. Fung, this is a third cut, coming out of the location, and Andrea Mazzola is handling what appears to be a garbage bag with some sort of an item or items in it. Perhaps that we could look at that, Your Honor, at this point.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, just to save some time, we only are offering the first part of it. If Mr. Goldberg is going to argue now that we're not offering Mr. Van Adder getting out of his car, frankly, we would readily concede that that's a cut. And in terms of the way I have reconstructed events and what I put to the witness is that Mr. Van Adder is arriving after. In other words, that shot is out of order, if that's his problem. But I just want to note for the record that in terms of what we're offering from that tape, we're not offering
Van Adder.
Van Adder.
All right.
Okay, and the third item, what that tape showed is it shows Mr. Fung with all the bags, it shows Phil Van Adder arriving, but it does not show the sequence of Andrea Mazzola coming out afterwards. If the court then compares that to tape number 1103, 1103 shows Mr. Van Adder arriving first, and then it shows Mr. Fung walking out with all of the items in the brown paper bags and the large boxes. And then the third item that shows is the scene of Andrea Mazzola coming out with the plastic bag. Now, if counsel is not offering 1101 for any purpose other than to show Mr. Fung carrying out all the bags in it, it does not have any relevance at all. It seemed to me that what they are trying to do is get a sequence or an order. And we have two different tapes, 1101 and 1103, that depict an entirely different sequence. And how are we supposed to know which order those occurred in? I believe that that is the gravamen of the reason that they are introducing these tapes. And if that is true, it is extremely misleading to the witness and to the jury for the defense to be able to make assumptions as to when these events occurred and to present them whatever order they feel benefits their side, particularly when we have two different tapes that are cut in a very different sequence. I'd also point out, Your Honor, that it seems to be entirely without foundation if they are intending to ask Mr. Fung about the sequence in the tape number 1103 showing Mr. Van Adder arriving, to ask him about something that he would not have seen, or that there's no foundation that he saw. So we are objecting, Your Honor, on the grounds of relevance, materiality. We are also objecting under 352 that this is extremely misleading, that this is prejudicial, that the jury should not see something where the issue is the order of events when we do not know what the order is, cannot determine what the order is, and we have two different tapes that have been cut in two different sequences. And it also has the danger of misleading this witness because he doesn't know and hasn't seen the tapes and doesn't know what order they were cut in.
How about 1102 and 1104?
Well, as to 1102, what 1102 shows is simply Andrea Mazzola coming out and Dennis Fung coming out at some point with a plastic bag. Again, an event which in and of itself has no materiality. I don't know whether the defense is offering that for some sequencing purpose. If they are, then we'd have the same objection that we don't know what the sequence of these three events are. 1104 contains shots of Detective Lang holding what appears to be a search warrant in the area immediately before the entry to the defendant's house where stains, in the proximate area where stains 7 and 8 were found on the brick portion of the entry area. And again, it's not material. There's no showing that Mr. Fung was there at that time or saw that. But it appears, Your Honor, that what the defense is trying to do is there are essentially three things that are going on when you boil these tapes down. Number one, at some point, whenever it is, Detective Van Adder arrives. At some point, whenever it is, Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola come out with a variety of items, including the brown paper bags and the large black boxes. At some point, in whatever sequence it is, Andrea Mazzola comes out carrying a trash bag, and Mr. Fung is accompanying her. But the issue is sequence, and there is no way that we can tell from these 4 tapes what the sequence is. We would ask the court to require the defense to lay the same kind of foundation that the people have been previously required to lay. When the issue is timing, when the issue is sequence, particularly whereas here the tapes are edited in 2 different fashions.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck?
Your Honor, I think the court has been as generous as one could be under these circumstances. The prosecution has had a considerable period to look at every tape we have. They've had Detective Van Adder back there looking at it with them. I'm sure they've discussed it with everybody they can. I think that all these issues go to weight, not admissibility. I think that we should be allowed to show everything to this witness, who was there, to try to sort through what happened when, the sequence of events. He's there. I want to show him the tapes. I want him to give us the order, if he possibly can, and explore that with him. With respect to Detective Van Adder, I asked him some questions already about whether he recalled Detective Van Adder carrying a black duffel bag and a clipboard, and when he saw him, I think that we should be allowed to show him that tape of Detective Van Adder getting out of the car, show them all the sequences, and let's try to do it through the witnesses. Let's try to get to the truth, because that's really what this is all about. Now, there's nothing more that we can do. We would like to get every tape we could, but between showing the videotapes of the events as they actually transpired, letting the witnesses see it, letting the witnesses tell us to the best of their recollection what happened when, we can try to reconstruct the truth of these events. That's all that we're proposing to do. On redirect examination, on the rest of their case, they can recall Detective Van Adder, they can recall Detective Lang, they can do whatever they want to try to straighten this out.
All right,
But-
Mr. Scheck, as to 1103, are you going to offer the portion with Van Adder's arrival at Rockingham?
Well, it had not been our intention to offer that particular segment. If they want it, they can, because what we showed the court were 2 different pieces of footage of Van Adder arriving that are more complete.
All right, so let me be clear on what it is you intend on offering, what you're proposing to offer. On 1101, it's merely Fung and Mazzola walking to the truck, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Without Van Adder's portion in there.
Could I just see, they have the tapes, could I just see the tapes? Because I have my notations on them. I even gave them my work product. Show are the 2 more complete shots of Van Adder. We're not going to show it on 1101, but on 1102, and what number is this one? 1103, we would show the witnesses the 2 shots of Van Adder arriving, one where you can't see what's in his hands, and the other one where you can, just for purposes of completeness so that everybody gets to see everything.
All right, and how about 1102?
1102,
This is Fung and Mazzola coming out to the truck.
right. What our proposal with 1102 was,
Different angle.
yeah, this is the tape that has the complete shot, as in my recollection, of Fung and Mazzola going back into Rockingham. So we were going to show that entire sequence, and we were going to show Detective Van Adder arriving. But this is the shot where you can't see the bag. On 1103, we were going to re-show
the shot where you can see the bag as he's getting out of the car and what's in his hands. So that's
All
how we were going to deal with it in terms of those tapes.
How about 1104?
1104, I think, 1104, I think is the, we're going to show the section of Fung and Mazzola leaving Rockingham. This time, Mr. Fung has no bags in his hands, and Ms. Mazzola has the trash bag. The value of this shot is that we see them starting at the front door and coming down the driveway. And that was the part we were going to offer from 11.
All right, 1104 also has that gathering out front with Lang, excuse me, with, yes, Detective Lang, Detective Van Adder. Are you offering that portion?
Yeah, it wasn't our intention to,
Standing there with the tennis shoes?
yeah, that's after a cut. We weren't intending to offer
So
that.
it's only Fung and Mazzola leaving?
Only Fung and Mazzola leaving.
From a different perspective?
Right, from a different perspective, and then the last tape, I believe. All right. There's another view, though, on, clear, Your Honor, on 1103, we're going to show the sequence where Fung and Mazzola are walking out of the driveway. Mr. Fung doesn't have anything in his hands, except maybe a pen or something, and Ms. Mazzola has that trash bag, but this time you get to see them walking further down the sidewalk towards their van.
All right. Thank you. Any other comment, Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, it has become absolutely apparent from what counsel says that the sequence is exactly what he does want to use these tapes to do. And how can
Well,
you...
let me ask you this. First of all, do you have an objection? What is your objection to the tape segments that depict only Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola in their travels in and out of Rockingham on the 13th?
The objection, Your Honor, is that it is immaterial in the sense that in and of itself, if all you have is a picture of them coming out and you are not making any suggestion to this jury whatsoever as to what order it came in, then it is immaterial. The only materiality of it and the only argument that counsel has made is that he wants to resolve order, the sequence. And how on earth can that be done with a tape that has been cut, where we have another tape that presents it an entirely different sequence? The only issue that counsel is offering this tape on, Your Honor, is something that we cannot resolve from the
What is your
tape.
specific objection?
That is my
Right.
specific objection, that it's not material, that it should be precluded under 352, and that there must be a foundation. If the court, if we were trying to offer a piece of evidence on the issue of sequencing and timing, and we did try to do this, and we did do this, we had to call the cameramen. The cameramen can testify, perhaps, the sequence that these events occurred in. Mr. Fung cannot, from the videotapes. And if what they are trying to do simply is to resolve the issue of sequence, you can do that by questioning the witness. You don't need the videotapes. The videotapes do not shed any light, do not do anything except confuse and mislead the jury and the witness. And it is not legally permissible to do that under 352, under relevance, under foundation. You know, Mr. Scheck argues, well, you know, when he's addressing the court legally, I want to do it. I want to do it is not an exception or is not a provision in the evidence code.
So you're saying that because of the cuts, you can't tell which sequence occurs first, the coming out with the trash bag and coming out with the catalog cases?
You can't tell which occurs first. These tapes in no way shed any light on that issue and will confuse that issue. That is our objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Scheck?
Well, you can tell. And we'll find out when we question the witness. He was there, and he can tell us. But you can tell which is first and which is second, we contend. And we're going to prove it. And we have a right to prove it.
All right. How about the foundation, since there's a cut?
Well, no, I think that when you say the cut, which cut are you referring to, Your Honor?
Well, you have Fung and Mazzola going to the truck, placing items in the truck, and then turning around and walking back down the parkway. There's a cut,
Yes.
all right? Then you have them coming out again from the Rockingham address, Fung without anything and Mazzola with a plastic bag.
Right.
Which came first?
That's the issue. Maybe the witness can help us. It's up to the witness. How else are we going to find it out? They've been speaking to Detective Van Anner. They've been speaking
Gentlemen.
to everybody else.
Mr.
We
Neufeld,
first-
you want to be heard on this?
Definitely not.
We think we can do it through the witness, and we think that that's the whole point. We're not hiding anything here. We're showing them everything. One can reconstruct the camera angles from the two different cameras as best one can. They can talk to the witnesses. They can put on any other witness after this is over to try to reconstruct events. Basically, is what we're not using any misleading cuts. We're giving. They've had every opportunity to look at it. We're giving every camera angle of the, that we have available, that anyone has available, to our knowledge
All right,
of
Mr.
these
Goldberg,
events.
has this video been displayed to Mr. Fung?
No.
If it would assist you, I would ask once again that we approach very briefly, and I can make an ex parte application, and I think you'll be satisfied.
No?
I think we do have a right to do that.
I don't need you to do that at this point, Mr. Scheck. The question, the largest question I have is foundation. Because if you're going to exhibit this to the jury, then there's got to be some authentication as to what came first, since obviously the sequence of these items is important to you.
Well, I think that maybe Mr. Fung can tell us.
All right? Then I propose we do that out of the presence of the jury first, and see if he can lay a foundation for it. Otherwise, you can bring in the cameraman.
I give up. I really don't think that I should have to reveal this now. I really think that's wrong. But
I'm not asking you to do it. I'm saying if you want to lay the foundation with Fung or the cameraman out of the presence of the jury, you're welcome to do
Okay.
so.
Okay.
That's your option.
one second, one second. Ralph. Your Honor, my apologies to the court. I think that the course you suggest is a wise one.
Thank you.
And
What is your choice?
the choice is that we lay
Mr.
the...
Fung out of the presence?
Yes.
Let's have Mr. Fung. All right, good morning again. Mr. Fung, would you take the witness stand again, please? All right, Mr. Fung, you're reminded you're still under oath, sir. We're going to show you a few videotapes. Mr. Scheck, Mr. Harris.
probably only be shown the tapes as to the specific sequences, the three sequences we've discussed, and not in any particular order, so that he's
No,
not misled.
this is Mr. Scheck's offer on foundation. He can do it however he sees fit.
Fung, I'd like to show you a segment from the videotape. Let me just make sure the segment is queued up correctly. This is a segment from 101.
All right, 101.
All right, stop a second, please. And Mr. Fung, I'd like you to note carefully the cars that you see as as this tape proceeds, okay?
Cars?
The cars that are parked on the sidewalk, all right? So first you saw a police car there, a black and white?
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. All right, let's stop. You see this second van there?
The one where the gentleman's
Yes.
coming out of? Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. Let's stop. You see this brown car there?
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. See that van there?
Yes.
That's not the white Ford Bronco, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay. All right, let's stop for a second. Now, from the car, you do not, in walking down that path, you did not see Mr. Simpson's white Ford Bronco, did you?
No.
All right. Let's proceed. Now listen carefully to the sound here, sir. Okay. Now, let's get rid of that last part. Did you hear yourself saying, okay, let's go back, make one last check? Or words to that effect?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you another videotape that depicts these events that I think is more complete. So I'd like you to take a look at that. 11:02. Okay. Oh. Stop. Now, you see, again, that black and white police car?
Yes.
And you see there's a space in front of it?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. Another car, same car as before? Concentrate, if you can, sir, on, that's you with paper bags in your, I guess it's your left hand?
Yes.
And that's, what's that in your right hand?
It looks like a box.
The evidence kit? Now, you recognize this to be, up through this point, the same clip as we saw before.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see that walking back. Okay. Now, okay, why don't we actually continue with that tape at this point? Just back it up a second. Back it up to the very beginning of this. All right. Now, after this, you'll see that there's a cut in the tape.
Well, at this point, I object to ask any questions about this, since there's no foundation anywhere there.
Overruled at this point. You can show him the tape.
Yes. Take note of that car, sir. You see it?
The gray car.
Stop right here for a second. See that car?
This gray car here.
That gray car?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. All right. Okay. Call your attention to a second. Would you agree, sir, that that gray car that we just observed was not parked in that location in the first segment that we just reviewed of you and Ms. Mazzola going to the truck and then walking back in?
There was a police car and then a van in the first segment.
Right, there
The
was a
gray car
police
was not
car,
present.
a space, do you recall that?
Yes.
And then, but that gray car was not in that first segment, right?
The first segment that you showed me, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you another view of,
This is 1103, Your Honor.
I still object that showing this witness pictures of Van Adder without any foundation in side.
So we'll
Okay. Now, let's stop for a second. Stop. Now, in that sequence, if you like, if you want, we can rewind it. You see Detective Van Adder, all right, getting out of that gray car, correct?
Yes.
And in his hands, he has a black duffel bag in one hand and what appears to be a clipboard in the other.
And maybe some other objects also, yes.
Yes. And you see that as we go through the shot, please pay attention to the black and white car. See that there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, stop. Now, would you agree, sir, that that gray car that Detective Van Adder got out of is parked in front of that black and white police car?
Yes.
All right. And that is not, that gray car was not present in the first sequence I showed you of you and Miss Mazzola walking towards the van.
That's correct.
Okay. And then coming back and going back inside of Rockingham, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, I'd like to show you another tape sequence. From 1104.
three.
I'd like to show you this sequence. All right? Yes. Now, this sequence is you and Miss Mazzola leaving. Stop right here. Do you recognize who that gentleman is in the Panama hat?
That is Mr. Wilson. He's a photographer.
Photographer. Okay, and this is you and Miss Mazzola now leaving the Rockingham location again?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yes, continue here. Continue here, I'm sorry. All right, stop. All right, Mr. Harrison. Stop. Reverse.
All the way back, please.
To the entrance, yours. Thank you.
Okay. I know. Hey, that goes, okay. Get rid of that shot.
Now, did you focused on yourself and Miss Mazzola leaving, and then there's, she has a trash bag in her hand, correct?
Vegas to which tape, Your Honor? First.
This cut right here.
Overall.
She's got a bag, a plastic bag, yes.
Okay,
A large plastic bag.
all right. Now, I'd like to show you,
Your Honor, I make a much destructive answer because it's still not clear as to which of the two cuts in that tape.
Overall.
Tape number 1104.
Overall.
I'm going to show you another sequence in this, and it's 1103, Your Honor. Sequence. Just go back a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let's run it. Now you see, okay, stop for a second. Now that's you and Miss Mazzola again leaving Rockingham.
Yes?
And that's, I think you told us, Mr. Wilson behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Stop. You see the black and white car?
Yes.
Let's move forward. Stop. You see the gray car?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now that would be Detective Van Adder's car that you saw in the previous shot?
I don't know if it's his car, but that was the one he was
Getting
out
out
of.
All right, let's proceed. Okay. Now, looking at those videotapes, testified that you, at some point in the afternoon on June 13th, left Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
Now, the segments that we saw depicting you and Miss Mazzola leaving Rockingham, all right, you recall the ones where you're carrying the black box and the paper bags in your left hand,
Yes.
and you then put them in the truck,
Yes.
all right, and then you say to her, let's go back for a last check,
Yes.
all right, and then we see you go back in, correct?
Yes.
And then we have a second set of shots that you saw, two clips, of you leaving Rockingham again, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this time, Miss Mazzola has that plastic bag in her hand,
Yes.
and you're not carrying any bags in your hand.
That's correct.
All right. And then you walk past towards your truck again.
Right.
All right. Now, in terms of sequence, sir, the first time that you walked out carrying the bags in your hand, all right, that was, that happened before the second time, didn't it?
It appears so, yes.
This calls for speculation. This is interpretation of the video tape.
Oh,
She's no
well.
better than anyone else.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I think that lays the foundation, and we'd like to show it to the jury.
Well, no, I think Mr. Goldberg's entitled a little cross-examination or redirect as to, actually cross-examination as to this issue of
All
foundation.
right, well, then, maybe I'll... I have more questions I'd like to ask right now.
All right.
And in that second tape, you saw the gray car had pulled up, correct? You saw the gray car that you saw Detective Van Adder get out of. The second, there were two tapes you saw of you leaving Rockingham. You've now told us a second time, correct?
Could you repeat that one?
Sure. Remember the tapes where you and Miss Mazzola are walking down the driveway and Mr. Wilson is behind you?
Yes.
All right. Now that is that happened second, correct?
That's the second tape you showed me.
Yes. That's the second time that's in terms of leaving Rockingham, okay? I think you just told us that happened after the first trip, correct?
That appears to be the second time.
Yes. Now, do you recall how much time passed between the first and second trip?
No, I do not.
What's in the plastic bag?
To the best of my recollection, the envelope containing the blood vial is in there.
Is in the plastic bag that Miss Mazzola is carrying?
Yes.
We bring the jury.
Mr. Goldberg, you have any questions?
For the witness to ask him some questions about that, the segments, two segments of counsel.
Would we be with the jury at this point?
I'm contemplating going till 6 tonight.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm contemplating going until 6 tonight.
Well, I guess my question is, how long will I have to explore this line with the witness, given that it's 5 to 12?
Well, no, Mr. Goldberg just asked permission of the court to ask some questions of Mr. Fung, and has
Oh,
asked
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Harris to queue up 11:04 because he'd like to view that again. So I suspect we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30, but I think we're going to go until 6 today. Let's see 11:04.
Can we see that one more time, the clip?
Mr. Harris, can we see it from the doorway, please?
Mr. Fung, can you look very carefully in Miss Mazzola's hands to see whether you can see an object in her hands, or carrying an object? Maybe we can back up and take another look at that. Now let's back up again. Sorry, Your Honor, can we see that at another time?
Sure.
From the door?
Sure. Who's got control, Mr. Fairtlow? Sorry, Mr. Harris.
There.
Can we back up a minute, please, on the frame that shows what she has in her hands?
Sure. Right there. Right there.
Mr. Fung, do you have an independent recollection of what the item is in Ms. Mazzola's hands? When I say independent, I'm talking about not from viewing this tape, but from what you remember on
No,
the
I do
13th?
not.
Okay. Do you have any independent recollection as to whether this footage, maybe we can continue on to the next. Is this the footage that we just saw, the first part of the footage on 1104, a continuous series of events with the footage that you saw in the second half of 1104, to your independent recollection?
No, I can't say that it is continuous.
You don't know from your independent recollection?
I don't know.
Were you present when Mr. Van Adder arrived in his car, gray car?
I don't recall him arriving at the Rockingham scene, no.
You did not see that?
No.
In the afternoon, where was the first time that you saw Detective Van Adder?
I was inside the Rockingham residence.
Do you have any do you have any ability other than what you saw on the videotape to determine whether or not the gray car came and left before you walked out to the van with the brown paper bags or after?
This is the first time I noticed the gray car.
But what I'm saying to you is do you have any capacity to testify from your independent recollection and your own observations on the 13th, which of those two items happened first?
No.
Based upon your own independent recollections, then, can you tell us the sequence, not from what you saw on the videotape, but based upon your recollections and your observations on the 13th, can you tell us the sequence of the following three events? Detective Van Adder arriving, Andrea Mazzola and yourself leaving with Andrea Mazzola carrying an item that appears to be a trash bag, and you arriving with Andrea Mazzola at the crime scene truck with a number of brown paper bags.
I couldn't put those in order, no, through independent recollection.
Is there anything about viewing the videotape that refreshes your recollection or allows you to put into sequence these events?
Not really, no.
Mr. Scheck? Do you have any further questions for
Just
Mr.
one.
Fung? I'm sorry, Mr. Goldberg, were you finished?
Yes. Mr. Fung, do you have an independent recollection of how many times in the afternoon you went out to the crime scene truck with brown paper bags?
No, I do not recollect how many times.
Did you notice, in terms of those two sequences of you leaving Rockingham, okay? In the first sequence, you go back with Miss Mazzola and you pick up some evidence cards from the ground, right?
Yes,
And when you came at the second time, those evidence cards were not on the ground.
I didn't notice.
You want to look?
this segment, you and Ms. Mazzola coming out the driveway. Go ahead. Go ahead. Stop. Now, you don't see those evidence cards on the ground the second time, right?
No.
Okay, let's move forward. Okay, stop. So, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Fung, that that's the second, that sequence of you leaving the second is happened after the first sequence, when you went to the truck, deposited the release in the bags, then walked back in and picked up the evidence cards?
Well, Your Honor, it's vague as to which sequence he's talking about.
Do you understand what I asked you?
We have the paper bag trip, and we have the plastic bag trip.
All right. This plastic bag trip happened second, didn't it?
It appears to be yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30.
Your Honor, are we going to be able to do this when we come back?
Over the lunch hour, I want you to leave the tapes here. I'm going to look at them one more time.
Okay. And, Your Honor, could we have an admonition?
Yes. Mr. Fung, don't discuss the matter with any of the attorneys, please.
Your Honor,
Start.
for Mr. Scheck's information, Mr. Neufels, Ms. Mazzola is upstairs, but she is not feeling well. She is under a doctor's care, and we intend to send her home at this point.
I don't think we're going to finish today. All right. But, counsel, we're going to go till 6. Make preparations to go to 6 today. All right, we're in recess. Tapes this afternoon, which is what delayed our getting started. This afternoon I was reviewing the tapes again in my chambers, and in reviewing the KTLA tape, Stan Chambers' report from June the 13th, 1994, in hitting the pause button to stop it at the time that the parties were coming out of the door at Rockingham, I hit the record button instead, and I erased inadvertently 5 seconds of that videotape. So I would like counsel to look at the videotape to see if they think that those seconds are critical. I've had my staff contact KTLA, see if they can provide us with another duplicate copy of that news broadcast. They indicated they're looking for it, that it should be available, and I'll have 2 of my staff members go get it as soon as they confirm that it's available. But Mr. Scheck, if you want to look at it to see if that footage is sufficient for your uses. Noting that the pause and the record button are next to each other on this remote control. I'll mark it as a court's exhibit. I must say I'm thoroughly embarrassed by this.
Oh, well, I know I would do it. I'm that kind of klutz, and we know you're not Rosemary Woods, so I think we can certainly proceed with what we've got.
All right, you've reviewed it?
Yeah, I think that, did Mr. Goldberg take a look? Do you want to take a look?
I'm sorry? No, I haven't ruled yet. I'm just saying, is this sufficient for your uses here? All right, Mr. Harris, you want to run it with the court's deletion?
The reason I think it's sufficient is that we have that other tape that picks up with them walking down the driveway, and this one shows them coming out of the house. And I'm, for our purposes, I'm sure that's fine.
All right, I've just been advised that by the news director of KTLA that they have located the tape. They've dubbed a copy, and I'm sending my staff to go get it in case we need a complete copy.
Well, okay, I think that actually, since I'm going to begin with another matter that I estimate will take about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but I'm assuming that before we get to this line, and before we hit the videotapes, it may just be perfect timing.
All right. Court's ruling then as to the videotapes is as follows. I will allow the playing of the videotapes that depict Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola on both trips, both the paper bag trip and the plastic bag trip. Court finds a sufficient foundation has been laid for those. Court sustains the objection to the Van Adder arrival segment on the basis of lack of foundation at this time. So the court will...
We just got a lunch.
You just got a...
We just got additional information on lunch, as did the people, Your Honor.
You want to
from
share
the,
that? Mr. Neufeld, does Mr. Scheck want to handle this, or do you want to handle it?
Well, can I defer to him just...
Only because I spoke to the reporter myself. It's up to you, if I may, just to save time. We were approached, as was the prosecution, by a gentleman named John North, who was a reporter from KABC.
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor.
Mr. Fung, why don't you wait outside?
He said he spoke to the prosecution during the luncheon break. He spoke to him.
All right, Mr. Fung's withdrawn. Mr. Neufeld.
Yeah, and Mr. North presented me with a computer printout. He said that they went back and they checked their original cassette that was shot by their camera person that day, that afternoon. And it even has a time, it's time-coded. And it was time-coded, and the time code, he said, was set by the camera operator. And it shows the time that each of these incidents occurred, and it also shows the sequence in which they occurred. And it completely corroborates the sequence that we wanted to show to the witness, namely that first he's coming out carrying the paper bags, then Van Adder arrives, then they go back in, then Van Adder arrives, and then they come out the second time, and Fung has nothing in his hands, and Mazzola's carrying the plastic bag. He gave me this printout. He said they intend to air it on the television this evening, in fact.
Okay.
Clearly, if we had that person, that would provide any additional foundation.
Yes, it would.
Well,
He's downstairs.
He probably is. Or on the 12th floor by now. All right, but see, the problem is we have the jury waiting, so let's proceed with what we have. You can lay the foundation. If you want to do that out of the presence of the jury, we'll do that.
Given the court's ruling on the other two videotapes, we'll withdraw our objection on the Van Adder tapes.
All right, that settles that question. Proceed. Let's have the jury. For the delay in getting started this court day. I started the day with some special discussions with the lawyers. I think as we recessed yesterday, you were aware that I had to make some determinations out of your presence as to some of the videotapes that would be presented to you. And we spent some of the time this morning allowing the parties to view these videotapes, to confer amongst themselves, and to make their arguments for and against the admission of these videotapes. Over the lunch hour, I took the decision under submission so I could have the opportunity to look at these videotapes myself one more time. And as I mentioned to you, there's something called Murphy's Law. During the course of looking at those videotapes and attempting to put one into a still frame, I hit the record button, and I inadvertently erased part of one of the tapes as I was trying to slow-mo it. I see you're laughing. I'm sure it's happened to you, too. Normally, what you do is you knock out that little tab in the back so you can't record over it. I didn't do that, and I'll never do that again, believe me. But that was part of, that's why we're late getting started this afternoon. I apologize to you sincerely. I want you to know that when we're in a jury trial, the thing that bothers me the most is knowing that you're back there and you're waiting. And that's why when I knew we were going to have a long delay this morning, I had you taken back up to the larger lounge, because I know it's more comfortable for you to be up there. And I sincerely apologize to you. I take full responsibility myself personally for this delay today. I want you to know that it's not the fault of the parties. And hopefully we'll be able to get through a full court session. I indicated to the lawyers that I wanted to go through till 6 o'clock today to make up for some of the lost time today. We will take breaks through the afternoon, however, but I'd like to get in at least 4 good hours today with the jury. But we've been at it since 9 o'clock this morning. All right, thanks, folks. Mr. Fung, would you resume the witness stand? All right, good afternoon again, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. The records reflect Mr. Fung is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you may conclude with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh, good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
Mr. Fung, I'd like to begin by showing you what the coin envelope that contains item number 10. You recall the blue plastic that you saw at Rockingham?
Yes.
While Ms. Robertson is retrieving that.
It's over here on the Mrs. Robertson's bench. Which court exhibit is this, Mr. Scheck?
This is court exhibit
164, item 10.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this photograph defendant's next in order. Now, looking at the monitor, Mr. Fung, that is item number 10, as you saw it on the morning of June 13th.
The blue object to the top of the picture, yes.
And I believe you told us, sir, that Detective Furman retrieved that object.
Yes.
And you could not recall whether or not he used the glove method or the scoop method to collect item number 10.
I don't recall which he used.
Right. I would ask you, sir, to, with the court's permission, open. This is the coin envelope that contained item number 10 on June 13th, correct?
Yes.
I would ask you, sir, to open this envelope.
Knife or
At the
scissors?
top. Sorry?
Just asking Mr. Fung if he wanted a knife or scissors.
Yes, and I think gloves would be appropriate.
Mrs. Robertson? Gloves. Let's try not to block jurors 1 and 7. Juror number 1, is there a problem with the monitor? Is it on now? Tom? Monitor seats 1 and 2. the green light on? Mr. Fairlaw? All right. All right, Mr. Fung, you may proceed. Mr. Scheck?
Mr. Fung, if you could, would you please open the envelope from the top over here, where you see the last seal was broken, right up over the top there. Can you could open.
I'm cutting along the bottom edge of the envelope.
Now, could you please take out item number 10? Could you please unfold it to its full size and hold that up? All right. Now, could you please turn it vertically at this point? Could you please hold up the coin envelope? All right. Could you put the coin envelope
Superimpose
superimpose it? Okay. Now, Mr. Fung, wouldn't you agree, and that now turn it rectangularly, the coin envelope, the item number 10. Now, when you saw item number 10 on June 13th, it was not folded as it is now, was it?
That's correct.
Okay. So, wouldn't you agree, sir, that without folding up item number 10, with one's hands, it would be extremely difficult to get it into that coin envelope?
No.
You think you could do that without folding item number 10? One could, the scoop method is where you take a card or a pen, right, and you put something into a bag such as that coin envelope.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and it's your recollection now, sir, that you don't remember whether or not Detective Furman was wearing gloves and took item number 10 and placed it in that coin envelope.
I don't recall which method he used.
Right. But it could have been that he was wearing gloves, right?
Sustained.
Finish
You want to hold? Well, let me just ask a question. 1492. Were you able to see that? All right. Thank you. Proceed.
All right. Your Honor, if you could just repackage that, sir.
Sure. Counsel, if you want to approach and inspect it. Mr. Scheck.
You would agree, sir, that at least that somebody would have to fold that blue object before putting it in that bag.
Sustained.
When you saw it on June 13th, as depicted in the photograph that's on the monitor, it wasn't folded, correct?
Call roll.
It was not folded.
Okay, thank you. All right. Your Honor, I'm finished with the exhibit, and
All right. If you'll take that and return it to Mrs. Robertson.
Mr. Fung may be request. Now, when we last broke yesterday, Mr. Fung, we were discussing Mr. Simpson's blood sample. You recall that?
Yes.
And I had asked you whether or not you made a slip on direct examination when you were asked which item you received first. The sneakers from Detective Lang or the blood sample of Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And you said you did not remember making such a slip.
That's what I stated, yes.
And the sneakers were given to you on June 14th in the morning.
Yes,
No question about that.
that's correct.
And item number 19 is a hair that you removed from the Rockingham glove.
It's hair, yes.
And that was done on the morning of June 14th.
Yes.
I'd like to show you a videotape now, sir, of your direct examination. And I,
Yes.
and I'd like you to look at the videotape and ask if this is you being asked some questions and giving some answers.
How would it reduce the paperwork?
If the blood had remained item number 18, I would have had to create 3 additional property report face sheets.
Okay, now, with the pair of sneakers on the previous document that we saw was labeled item 17, is that correct?
Yes.
Which did you receive, and the blood 18?
Yes.
Which did you receive first, the blood or the pair of sneakers?
I received the blood vial first.
Was that a slip, Mr. Fung, where you're accidentally revealing the truth that you received the blood vial after you received the sneakers?
Sustained.
Mr. Fung, you told us that Detective Van Adder gave you a gray envelope containing the blood sample that was already packaged on the afternoon of June 13th.
A gray envelope that was already packaged?
Yes, when you received the blood sample on June 13th, did you not tell us that it was already packaged in a gray envelope?
The blood vial was packaged in a gray envelope.
It was already packaged when you received it from Detective Van Adder.
Oral.
Yes.
Mr. Fung, when you testified at the grand jury on June 22nd, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? I'm
Counsel.
starting at page 397, line 28. tape we just played of Mr. Fung on direct, SB marked 1106.
All right, 11:06, that last tape recording. All right, Mr. Goldberg,
May I proceed?
I'm just waiting for Mr. Goldberg to confirm I'm ready. Mr. Goldberg? Have you read all right, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, on June 22nd at the grand jury, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question: did you also receive a blood sample that was removed from the defendant, the possible defendant, Mr. Simpson, from Detective Philip Van Adder? Answer: yes, I did. Question: and what date was it that you received it from him? Answer: I received that blood sample on June 13th, 1994. Question: did you package it in some manner when you received it from him? Answer: yes, I did. Question: how? Answer: I placed it in a gray whole blood envelope. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Fung, are you having some trouble keeping this story straight about getting the blood sample from Detective Van Adder from Rockingham?
Sustained. Counsel, that's not a proper question.
Mr. Fung, you testified on cross-examination yesterday. Under cross-examination about receiving the blood sample. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm at page 22457. Yes?
Do you have that?
I'm sorry? Do I have an extra?
If you have Ms. Olson give the transcript from yesterday, please. Mr. Goldberg, do you have your copy here?
No, I'll just, they can look over my shoulder while I do it. So maybe we'll pass it. Were you asked yesterday by...
All right, Mr. Goldberg, that's the court's copy. All right, Mr. Goldberg, have you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Scheck, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question. I take it at some point in time you left the foyer area and returned to your crime scene truck. Answer, yes. Question. All right. And were you carrying that gray envelope? Answer. Either by itself, in a posse box, or in a paper bag. Question. So it would be one of those three ways of carrying it. Either by itself in your hand, in a paper bag, or in a posse box. Answer, yes. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Now, this morning, did you have an opportunity to look at some videotapes?
Yes.
And you did that in this courtroom, outside the presence of the jury, with the judge and counsel present.
Yes.
I'd like to show you some of those videotapes now, sir. Let me just, before we show you the videotapes, just want to ask you a few questions. Since you last left us yesterday afternoon, have you had any conversations with the prosecution about the events of June 13th and where you say that Detective Van Adder gave you Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
This morning I discussed briefly some of the events with Mr. Goldberg.
May we approach, Your Honor?
With the court reporter, please.
Mr. Goldberg asked you and what answers you gave him.
I don't recall the exact wording. But it was something along the lines of me recounting to him the events that led from picking up the certain items, the last items I collected before going to the truck and leaving the Rockingham scene.
How long did this conversation take?
3 or 4 minutes.
One moment, Your Honor. Do you recall how many questions Mr. Goldberg asked you? Approximately.
Maybe 1 or 2.
Was there any discussion of the videotapes?
No. We only discussed that we could not discuss the videotapes.
But when you had this discussion with him, you had already seen some of these videotapes.
On this monitor here.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
have you had any conversations before you came here to testify with anyone else other than withdrawn? Did you speak about this matter with any other district attorney?
No.
Did you speak about it with Detective Van Adder?
No.
Did you speak about it with Detective Lang?
No.
Did you speak about it with anybody from law enforcement?
No.
Did you speak about it with anybody at the crime lab?
No.
Did you speak about this issue with anyone since the moment that you left the witness stand yesterday to the time you came back to answer some questions this morning?
No.
All right. Why don't we show this first video?
All right, which video do you propose to show, Mr. Scheck?
Starting a little 11:01. All right, stop. All right. Maybe you want it just a little bit. All right, stop. Stop. Okay, Mr. Fung, that is you, correct?
Yes, it is.
That is Andrea Mazzola, we just saw?
Behind me.
Is that right?
Behind me, yes.
All right. To the right, you see a little yellow card on the ground?
Yes.
That's one of those markers that you put down to indicate where maybe items of evidence are.
Items that are, it's an item for photo ID.
Yes. And that was of an item that you did not collect.
That was, yes.
Okay. Now, approaching here, you see a police officer and you see a car, do you not?
Yes.
Okay, let's roll it. All right, let's stop right here. Now, that's a black and white police car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you and Ms. Mazzola have just passed it.
Yes.
And this is the afternoon of June 13th.
Yes, it is.
All right. And coming up, you see a space in front of that black and white police car.
Yes.
All right, let's roll it. Now, let's stop. Now, you just walked past the black and white police car, and there was an extended space until you hit this next vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, let's roll it.
Excuse me, Mr. Scheck, do you want the sound on this?
Yes, we do, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much. I think we started off with the sound. Let's stop. Now, after that, let's rewind it for a second just to make sure we've got everything exactly right. Stop. Okay. Roll it through. All right, that's the space we were talking about, the cars. Here's another gray car, correct?
Yes.
All right, stop. Now, that's a brown car, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's move forward. Stop. Now, this is a white van, correct?
Yes.
But that is not Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco, is it?
No, it is not.
Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco was not at this location as you were walking out in the afternoon of June 13th at Rockingham.
Not at the time
Right.
in this
Okay.
video.
All right, let's stop. Now, that's you, and you have in your right hand a black valise,
Yes.
and in your left hand you have a number of paper bags.
Yes.
And Miss Mazzola, she has a clipboard.
Yes.
Is that a posse box or a clipboard? Can you tell?
It's a posse box.
All right. And she has another black, what is that, an evidence kit in her hand?
It's a, yes, part of the evidence kit.
All right. And this was the first videotape that we showed you this morning.
Yes.
Okay. Let's roll it. That's you putting your valise in, putting the paper bags in. Ms. Mazzola putting the posse box and the black valise in, correct?
Yes.
Shutting the door. Let's listen carefully. Okay. Let's just reverse for a second. All right, stop. Let's kill this tape. Now that's you saying, let's make one last check.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next videotape we showed you, recall seeing a subsequent videotape this morning, which is a more extended shot of you walking out at that time to the car, to the van, putting the bags and the valise in, and then walking back, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, which exhibit is this? This is 1102. 1102.
And that's a photograph of one of those evidence markers, correct? Two of
Yes.
them? Okay. Now, this is you and Miss Mazzola coming out again. Stop. Stop, please. Now, that was, again, the black and white car, correct?
Yes.
And this is now you're walking past the space where, in front of that black and white car.
Yes.
All right, let's proceed. There's that gray van. And the next car is a brown one, correct?
Yes.
You're carrying those bags in your left hand and the valise. Now we see some video people coming, correct? And that's you putting the paper bags in the valise in, and Miss Mazzola putting the posse box and the evidence kit in, correct?
Yes.
This is the point where you close the door, and in the audio of that last tape we heard you say, let's go back for one more check, correct?
Yes.
And now we see you and Miss Mazzola going back for one more check, correct?
Yes.
Now you're picking up those evidence tags, correct?
Yes.
First two. Now you're picking up the third one. All right, stop. Going back inside. Okay?
Yes.
Prior
informed that we have the
Yes,
complete
I'm
tape?
just queuing it up. I believe it's queued up to the right spot. You might want to have Mr. Harris check that. And the protective ear is out of it. To be the same clip.
It appears to be, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, now, Mr. Fung, this is a clip of you and Miss Mazzola coming out of Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
And this took place after that first set of footage, correct?
Yes.
So first, first two tapes that we saw at two different angles are you and Miss Mazzola leaving. You're carrying brown bags in one hand, black valise in the other, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Mazzola is carrying the posse box, correct?
Yes.
And another black case, correct?
Yes.
And you put all of that in the evidence truck.
Yes.
And the way that you just saw those two tapes are the way that you first saw them this afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you saw them is that as you and I discussed it, I pointed out the location of cars as you walked down the street, correct?
Yes.
We followed those very carefully, just as we did with the jury.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is you leaving after your last check, correct?
This is me leaving the scene. Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's roll it here. Okay, let's stop. Now, the man behind you is a photographer named Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
and he's from SID, correct?
Yes, he is.
And as you were walking out that door, if you want to see it again, you have nothing in your hands,
That's correct.
all right? You do not have a gray envelope in your hands.
That's correct.
You do not have a brown paper bag in your hands.
That's correct.
You do not have a posse box in your hand.
That's correct.
Now, Miss Mazzola, in her left hand, she has what appears to be a black plastic bag.
Yes.
Let's roll it. Okay, let's stop. Okay. Now, that videotape shows you walking out the front door, correct?
Yes.
This is the second trip now.
Of the videotapes, yes.
Can we read one now? Just rerun. Let's see if there's a cut here, and I'd like you to concentrate if we can see the cars just at the point of the cut. Okay, let's see. Let's stop. You do see that from this angle, at least, we can see that white van, correct?
Yes.
And we see a space behind it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's play the next tape. Mr. Harris is finding it, Mr. Fung, you recall that this tape is going to depict a more complete view of you and Miss Mazzola on the second trip, walking down the driveway and then at Rockingham and then down Rockingham, correct? Well, let's just let him see it.
Sustained. All right. Which tape is this, Mr. Harris?
We're back to 1103.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now let's take a look at this, Mr. Fung. Okay, now, before we start it, that's you and Miss Mazzola again on your second trip, correct?
On the second trip of the videotapes, yes.
All right. And that is a continuation of the video that we just saw where the two of you walk out the door.
Yes.
And on the ground, you notice that there are no evidence tags, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you have, you're not carrying any paper bags.
That's correct.
You're not carrying a posse box.
That's correct.
You're not carrying a gray envelope.
That's correct.
Let's roll it. Now, let's pay careful attention to the cars, sir. All right, stop. Stop. That is the black and white car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And let's move it. Stop. Now, that's a new car, isn't it?
A new car?
Well, that car wasn't there the first time in the first sequence we saw, correct?
In the first video sequence, no.
Right. That car wasn't there when you and Miss Mazzola walked down the driveway at Rockingham, walked down the street at Rockingham, and put the brown paper bags, the valise, into the back of the crime scene truck, correct?
That's correct.
That car wasn't there when Miss Mazzola put the posse box into the crime scene truck.
It didn't appear in the video, no.
All right, it wasn't there, right?
Well, it's vague as to whether he's talking about video or...
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Mr. Fung, you know that that gray car is the gray car that Detective Van Adder used to drive to Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th.
Yes.
And that gray car wasn't there when you first, in that first set of video clips when you came out, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw that this afternoon, did you not?
The video,
Yes,
yes.
in this order.
Yes.
Let's run it. All right. Now that's you and Miss Mazzola walking down the street. Stop. Now, as that ended, sir, could we just go back to the very, very end and stop it? Just let's stop it, Mr. Harris, at the very end as they're walking by the truck. There. Okay. Now, you and Miss Mazzola are not putting anything into the back of the evidence truck at that point, are you?
Not at that point, no.
You're walking towards the front of the car, correct?
I was walking towards the passenger door.
Now, when you saw these videotapes this morning, Mr. Fung, you saw the first clip, the first trip out from Rockingham, where you were carrying the brown paper bags and the valise, correct?
Yes.
And on that first trip, the gray car that Detective Van Adder drove on June 13th to Rockingham wasn't there, was it?
As soon as facts not in evidence, and it's vague as to which degree.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
When you saw the tape this morning, and we reviewed the cars on that first trip, you did not see the gray car that Detective Van Adder drove to Rockingham in that first trip video, correct?
Still assumes back on evidence.
Overruled.
I did not see the gray car on the first trip.
Right. But you did see that the gray car was there on the second trip, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the first trip, that's the time that you put the brown paper bags into the back of the crime scene truck, right?
Yes.
The first trip is when you put the black valise into the back of the crime scene truck.
Yes.
The first trip is when Miss Mazzola put the posse backs into the back of the crime scene truck.
Yes.
And when you saw these series of tapes, Mr. Fung, you realized that you had been caught in a lie, didn't you?
No.
Well, you had told this jury yesterday that you carried the blood sample either in a brown paper bag, in the posse box, or in your hands, correct?
That's what I stated.
But when you saw the videotape, these videotapes, you realized, sir, that Detective Van Adder's car wasn't there when you put the brown paper bags and the posse box was put in the rear of the crime scene vehicle, correct?
That didn't come to my attention at that time, no.
Mr. Funk, this afternoon when we looked at the videotapes, we did it in a similar fashion to the way we just did it in front of the jury, didn't we?
Yes.
Overruled.
That is, I went over the tapes with you and I called your attention to the cars.
Yes.
And I called your attention with respect to the second trip to the fact that Detective Van Adder's car was in the second sequence but not the first, correct?
At a later time, yes.
And when that was called to your attention, you realized that if Detective Van Adder was not at Rockingham at the time that you put the brown paper bags in the valise and Ms. Mazzola put the posse box in the back of the evidence truck, that there was no way that at that point in time you could have been putting the blood sample into the car.
Documented, and also videotapes don't fit everything.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You realized when you saw the videotapes this afternoon that you could no longer maintain the position that you had put the blood sample...
Try again.
Great.
Try
Sorry?
again.
Try-
Maintain the position. Try again.
You could no longer say that the gray envelope was in a brown paper bag.
I had forgotten about the plastic bag until this morning.
You could no longer say, after you saw the videos, that you were carrying the gray manila envelope within a brown paper bag, correct? You knew you couldn't say that after seeing these videotapes.
It refreshed my memory.
Well, my question, sir, is
Overruled.
after you saw the videotapes, you realized that you could not have been carrying the gray manila envelope in a brown paper bag because Detective Van Adder wasn't there yet when you were shown putting brown paper bags into the truck, correct?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Did you realize that?
That was one of the conclusions I came to, yes.
And you realized that you could not have carried the manila envelope in the posse box because when the posse box was put into the crime scene truck, Detective Van Adder's car wasn't there, correct?
Again, I remembered that
My question to you, sir, is simply, you knew when you saw those videotapes that you could not have carried the gray manila envelope in the posse box and put it in the back of the crime scene truck, yes or no?
that I came to that conclusion by watching that, yes.
And when you saw both videotapes, you came to the conclusion that you could not say that you had carried the gray manila envelope in your hands, yes or no?
Because my recollection
Yes or
was
no?
refreshed.
Let me finish the question. He's not
Because your memory
restricted.
was refreshed.
He's
Yes.
not restricted, Counsel.
Now, could we show the Mr. Fung, had you ever seen those clips, video clips, withdrawn? Now I'm going to show you the beginning of your trip out.
This is 11:03, no, 11:04.
All right, let's stop. Now, do you recall this morning, about this point when you were being shown this tape, the judge asked you a question?
Yes.
And the judge asked you what was in...
Your Honor, this is not proper impeachment. There's no foundation for it.
Overruled.
What was in...
This isn't the point where I asked that question, though, Counsel.
But Your Honor, if you tell me the point, your memory, I'm sure, is better than mine. I don't want to get anything wrong. If you could tell us where at the point in the tape it is.
Keep going. No.
Is it on the other tape?
No, it's further in this tape. Keep going. You can bring it up to real time, Mr. Harris. Right there.
All right. Now, at this point in the tape, Judge Ito asked you what was in the plastic bag being carried by Miss Mazzola.
Yes.
And you told him the gray manila envelope containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
In the state's testimony.
Overruled.
It was something to that effect.
That's not a brown paper bag, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not a posse box?
No, it's not.
It's not you holding that gray manila envelope in your hands, is it?
I had forgotten about the plastic bag.
After you realized that you couldn't say that the gray manila envelope was in a brown paper bag or in the posse box, or you carried it in your own hands, the judge asked you the question, you made up the fact that it was in that plastic bag, didn't you?
Argument is sustained. No, you can't, Mr. Neufeld.
Sorry,
Proceed.
Again yesterday, and I'm starting at page 22443, on cross-examination, where you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question. So to the best of your recollection, Detective Van Adder handed you a gray envelope and he just had it in his hand. Answer, to the best of my recollection, yes. And then, question, and then after you received that gray envelope, what did you do with it? Answer, I wrote on the envelope that I received it from him, and I put the time, date, and my initials. Question, and what did you do with the envelope at that point? Answer, I looked inside to make sure that there was a vial in it, and that it was in the condition that was unopened, and I put it in the crime scene struck. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers?
Yes, I did.
Now, you knew, before you ever came to testify in this case, sir, that the issue of whether or not you actually got the gray manila envelope from Officer Van Adder on June 13th would be a subject of contention at this trial.
I did not know that.
In your meetings with the district attorney, did you not discuss that you might be cross-examined on this issue?
That was a subject that came up.
How many times?
I don't recall.
You testified at a proceeding in August of 1994.
I don't recall that, which one
Do
it
you
was.
recall a hearing where Mr. Neufeld asked you some questions in August of 1994?
Yes,
And at that proceeding, Ms. Mazzola also testified, did she not?
at a later time, yes.
Well, next day,
I don't recall. when
soon
she
after
did.
you?
Yes,
And I think you've indicated to us before, sir, that after that proceeding, you and Ms. Mazzola had some conversations, trying to reconstruct the events of June 13th.
at a later time, yes.
So you were familiar, in some measure, as to what she testified to at that hearing.
We didn't go over her testimony.
Well, you discussed the details of events that were the subject matter of her testimony.
Overruled.
Mainly we tried to just find out who did the actual picking up of evidence.
Well, wasn't Mr. Simpson's blood sample a piece of evidence?
Yes, it was.
An important piece of evidence.
Yes,
And you knew it would be a very important piece of evidence in this case, didn't you?
it was an important piece of evidence.
And were you aware that Ms. Mazzola had taken the position at this hearing in August that she did not see you get the blood sample from Detective Van Adder on June 13th?
Sustains.
In
Assumes
your-
facts not in evidence.
I'm sorry?
Assumes facts that aren't in evidence, counsel.
After your conversations withdrawn. During your conversations with Ms. Mazzola, after her testimony in August, did you learn that she did not remember seeing you get Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Ms. Mazzola after the hearing in August whether or not she had seen you get Mr. Simpson's blood sample on June 13th?
I don't recall discussing that with her.
No recollection of that?
No.
Did it come to your attention from anyone that Ms. Mazzola did not recall you receiving Mr. Simpson's blood sample on June 13th?
Sustained.
Were you,
No.
were you told,
I've already told the jury, I've instructed the jury that if I sustain an objection, they're to disregard the implication of any question. Proceed.
were you told by Michelle Kessler that sometime after August 1994, that Andrea Mazzola
Sustained. Sustained. Counsel, this whole line needs to be done in a different way. And we're wasting time. If you're going to keep doing that, I'm going to stop you right here.
No, I don't mean to waste the court's time. I'm merely, I think, trying to figure out. Did you ever sit down with Ms. Mazzola after August and review the testimony that you gave and she gave during that hearing?
No.
Did you ever discuss the testimony that you gave, and she gave at that hearing after August?
No.
You did have conversations with Ms. Mazzola about your testimony at this trial.
It's a little vague as to testimony in this trial.
Sustained.
You did have conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying at this trial and after August of 1994.
Also, it's been asked and answered.
Overruled.
I did have conversations with her.
Yeah, didn't you have conversations with Ms. Mazzola after August of 1994 and before your testimony at this trial concerning the subject matter of your testimony at this trial?
Some of the subject matter, yes.
And did you not, in conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to this trial and after August, discuss with her the subject matter of her testimony?
It's still vague and overbroad.
Overruled.
I don't understand what do you mean by her testimony?
What she might testify to at this trial.
We went over tried to put together the events of the crime scene in regards to the collection of what we did and who did what.
I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes.
And one of the things that you discussed with Ms. Mazzola was the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
I don't recall specifically talking about the blood vial because
just wasn't a subject that had to do with that blood collection as far as picking up blood swatches and things like that.
Mr.
That's
Fung
basically what we discussed.
never had a discussion with Andrea Mazzola about when Mr. Simpson's blood sample was collected.
I don't recall any specific conversations, no.
On direct examination, you were asked some questions about a document where Andrea Mazzola had written that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was item number 18, and the sneakers that Detective Lang gave you on June 14th were number 17.
That's correct.
And you were asked those questions on direct examination by Mr. Goldberg.
That conversation occurred before our testimony started.
Which conversation?
A conversation about those documents
Conversation with Mr. Goldberg or with Ms. Mazzola
with Ms.
about those
Mazzola.
documents? So you had a conversation with Ms. Mazzola about those documents?
But this wasn't in the time frame you were asking about.
Oh, the conversation with Ms. Mazzola about the fact that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was put down as number 18 and the sneakers were put down as number 17 happened before August.
It happened maybe the day after June 13th or possibly June 14th.
And the conversation that you had maybe on June 13th or June 14th with Ms. Mazzola about her recording
June 14th or June 15th.
June 14th or June 15th.
Yes.
Is that the only conversation you've ever had with Ms. Mazzola about this issue?
That's the only one.
This issue is now overruled.
That's the only one I can recall.
You mean there might have been others, but you can't remember?
I don't remember them.
You remember that you went over the evidence collection checklist with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying here,
Yes.
and you filled in some extra details on the evidence collection checklist,
Yes.
and that checklist contained each of the items that you collected, you and Ms. Mazzola,
Yes.
and you were discussing with her who collected it, me or you.
Yes.
And you went all the way down the list of all these items of evidence.
Yes.
And you're telling us that when it came to Mr. Simpson's blood sample, you and she had no discussion.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't recall the discussion, or if there was a discussion about it.
So you're now telling us that there might have been a discussion with Ms. Mazzola about the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood sample after August, but you can't recall it.
That's argumentative.
Phrase the question.
Are you now saying, sir, that there might have been a conversation after August with Ms. Mazzola about the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
Still argumentative.
Overruled.
I think I've stated that before.
So there could have been a conversation about it after August, but you just don't remember it.
I don't remember a conversation about that subject matter.
when you got back to the lab on the afternoon of June 13th, you're telling us that you had with you this gray manila envelope that contained Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
Yes.
Is there any record in the crime laboratory's computer tracking system that indicates where you put that blood sample on the evening of June 13th?
The evidence tracking system does not take that type of pre-booked evidence into account.
If you were to put something in the refrigerator or the freezer in the serology lab, doesn't somebody have to hit a barcode to open the door of the serology freezer?
I'm
Pre or post? Sustain, rephrase the question.
Anytime someone opens the freezer in the serology laboratory, are they not supposed to hit some kind of barcode?
I'm not familiar with the serology policy of evidence moving.
Well, is there a computer record at the evidence collection unit that indicates where this blood sample was on the evening of June 13th?
One would not exist.
So there is no such record at the ECU, correct?
That's not a record that's kept.
Do
for
you
pre-booked
have
buds.
a written record anywhere, in any form, indicating where you put Mr. Simpson's blood sample on the evening of June 13th?
Where I put it?
Yeah.
No.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you were trying to record items that you collected in chronological order.
I attempt to do that, yes.
And on June 13th, Andrea Mazzola was taking notes about the items collected.
On June,
13th.
yes.
And you told us that after you first left the Rockingham scene in the morning, you and Miss Mazzola sat down together and you did an inventory, correct?
That's correct.
And you checked each item of evidence together.
That's correct.
And I think you told us yesterday that after you left the Bundy scene, you did the same thing. You did an inventory, checking the items together.
That's correct.
And you told us yesterday that after you left the Rockingham scene, in the afternoon, you and Miss Mazzola conducted that same kind of inventory where you checked each item together.
That's correct.
And in that inventory, the afternoon of June 13th, where you were checking the items together with Miss Mazzola, did you show her the gray envelope containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
We had not obtained that sample yet when we conducted the inventory, evidence inventory.
So you're now saying that the evidence inventory withdrawn. Did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck, as you told us before?
No, because the media was out there and we wanted to do it out of the eyes of the media, so we did it within the residence.
So you couldn't have, you didn't, when you left Rockingham in the morning did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Rockingham in the morning?
Yeah.
Yes, because the media wasn't there yet.
When you left Bundy in the afternoon, did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Not in the truck, no.
Where'd you do it?
It was where we set up our crime scene kit.
Well, where's that?
Someplace near the front of the residence. I don't recall exactly where we set up the crime scene kit. I think it was out near the sidewalk.
Near the sidewalk in front of 875 Bundy?
Yes.
You did the evidence inventory on the sidewalk outside of 875 Bundy at around 3 in the afternoon.
Overruled.
I don't recall exactly where it was, but it was around that area, yes.
Well, if you did it in front of the sidewalk at 875 Bundy around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, weren't there people there with videotapes, cameras taking pictures?
There may have been, yes.
Well, so you're now going to, so it's now you're saying, Mr. Fung, that before you left the house at Rockingham, you and Ms. Mazzola sat down and went through each item and did the inventory. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
And where did this all take place?
Within the residence.
Where?
I don't recall exactly where it was. I don't recall.
Was it up in the master bedroom?
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Was it in that foyer area?
I don't recall.
Are you not able to recall this, Mr. Fung, because as you sit there, you're wondering that if you put it in some particular room, there might be people that could be placed at that location who would then have to come in and corroborate it.
Sustained.
Now, in terms of timing, Mr. Fung, at around 5 o'clock, item 16 was collected.
Yes.
And it was after item 16 that was picked up that you and Ms. Mazzola did this inventory.
Yes.
And item 16 was picked up the front of the front door of Mr. Simpson's residence. Crime scene truck. Crime scene truck.
Items. No, because the media was out there and we wanted to do it out of the eyes of the media, so we did it within the residence.
So you couldn't have, you didn't, on the, when you left Rockingham in the morning, did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Rockingham in the morning?
Yeah.
Yes, because the media wasn't there yet.
When you left Bundy in the afternoon, did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Not in the truck, no.
Where'd you do it?
It was where we set up our crime scene kit.
Well, where's that?
Someplace near the front of the residence. I don't recall exactly where we set up the crime scene kit. I think it was out near the sidewalk.
Near the sidewalk in front of 875 Bundy?
Yes.
You did the evidence inventory on the sidewalk outside of 875 Bundy at around 3 in the afternoon.
Misstates the testimony.
Overruled. I don't recall exactly where it was, but it was around that area, yes.
Well, you did it in front of the sidewalk at 875 Bundy around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Weren't there people there with videotapes, cameras, taking pictures?
There may have been, yes.
Well, so it's now you're saying, Mr. Fung, that before you left the house at Rockingham, you and Miss Mazzola sat down and went through each item and did the inventory. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
And where did this all take place?
Within the residence.
Where?
I don't recall exactly where it was. I don't recall.
Was it up in the master bedroom?
Overruled. I don't recall.
Was it in that foyer area?
I don't recall.
Are you not able to recall this, Mr. Fung, because as you sit there, you're wondering that if you put it in some particular room, there might be people that could be placed at that location who would then have to come in and corroborate it.
Sustained.
Now, in terms of timing, Mr. Fung, at around 5 o'clock, item 16 was collected.
Yes.
And it was after item 16 that was picked up that you and Ms. Mazzola did this inventory.
Yes.
And item 16 was picked up the front of the front door of Mr. Simpson's residence.
Yes.
And item 15 was picked up in that foyer area.
In a bathroom.
And you can't recall whether after that item was picked up in that foyer area, you and Ms. Mazzola did this inventory.
I don't recall exactly where we did the inventory, but it was within that residence.
So you're saying that the inventory was done and everything was placed into the truck during that first trip when you put the paper bags into the back of the crime scene truck.
Items 11 through 16 were placed in the back of the crime scene truck, yes.
All right. That's when we see you putting in the paper bag and Ms. Mazzola's putting in the posse box.
Yes.
So now you're saying that Mr. Simpson's gray manila envelope with the blood sample in it was put into that black plastic trash bag that Ms. Mazzola was carrying.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And did you place it in the trash bag in her sight, in her presence?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
You just said, I don't think so, and then you said, I don't recall.
That's right.
Now, do you have some concerns, Mr. Fung, that Ms. Mazzola is not going to come into this courtroom withdrawn? Do you have some concerns, Mr. Fung, about Ms. Mazzola coming into this courtroom and saying that she recalls you placing this gray manila envelope with the blood sample in it into that plastic bag?
Do I have
Concerns
about it?
Yes.
Whether she'll say that or not?
Yes.
At this point, yes.
And your concern, sir, is based on the fact that you have knowledge that she has previously testified that she does not recall seeing Detective Van Adder hand you the gray manila envelope on June 13th.
I object, Your Honor. It assumes facts about that.
Sustained. Ask him a foundational question.
Mr. Fung, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see Ms. Mazzola's testimony in August with respect to the collection of items at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th?
I don't see how it would.
You don't think that looking at her testimony might refresh your recollection as to things she has said to you in conversations about whether you received the blood sample from Detective Van Adder?
I'm not sure if it would or not. I don't know.
Now, in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola about the events of the afternoon of June 13th, did it come to your attention that she recalled leaving Rockingham earlier than you recalled it?
I don't remember discussing that with her.
In your conversations with Ms. Mazzola about the events of the afternoon of June 13th, did she ever indicate to you that she remembered leaving just a few minutes after 5?
Overruled.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show him some testimony.
You may. Show counsel what it is. Before we do that, let me see counsel at the sidebar with the court reporter. Minute of contact, we ought to take a break at the main break.
Okay, all right.
Looked at these pages. Does it refresh your recollection that in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola, I'm sorry?
Does it refresh his recollection first
All
about
right.
conversations with Ms. Mazzola?
Having looked at these pages, is your recollection in any way refreshed with respect to conversations you've had with Ms. Mazzola?
I don't recall having conversations about those particular topics.
All right. Are you saying, Mr. Fung, that in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to coming in here to testify, she did not indicate to you that she was with you from the entire time?
Sustained.
Has Ms. Mazzola ever told you?
It's hearsay. Sustained.
I'm asking what Ms. Mazzola said to him.
It's hearsay.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted, for the fact that it was said to her.
Hearsay. Without any further foundation. Proceed.
You had conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying here.
Yes.
And in these conversations, you discussed what items of evidence were picked up and when.
That was touched on, yes.
And that's part of the way that you made those corrections, or those additions, I should say, on the evidence collection sheets.
Yes.
And in those conversations, did Ms. Mazzola indicate to you that she was with you from the entire time?
Finish the question.
That she was with you the entire time after you picked up the last item at Rockingham at about 5 o'clock until you departed for the next designation?
Overruled at this point.
We never discussed that, no.
In your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to coming here and testifying, did she indicate to you that she believed that you and that the two of you had left the Rockingham location a few minutes after 5?
Overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm allowing these questions and answers for the limited purpose, not assuming that the answer that the implication of the answer, excuse me, the question, let me start again. I'm allowing this evidence for a limited purpose. That is whether or not this statement was made to Mr. Fung, not whether or not that statement is in fact true. Mr. Scheck,
May I put the last question to the witness?
you may.
Mr. Fung, in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to your testimony, did she ever indicate to you that she recalled leaving Rockingham a few minutes after 5?
I don't recall having discussed that.
Did you ever see any document where Ms. Mazzola indicated that she thought the two of you had left Rockingham before 5:20?
If I can refer to my notes. I don't recall any document, no.
And the notes you just looked at, Mr. Fung, those were the crime scene checklist for Rockingham.
Yes.
And that's a document of 4 pages. Well, the first 4 pages are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
And on the 4th page of that document, there is a line that indicates time left scene.
Yes.
We'll get back to that in a minute. That's ordinarily where somebody writes down the time that they left the scene.
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola was the one that was taking notes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Fung, you've told us that the gray manila envelope with Mr. Simpson's blood sample was placed by you into a trash bag.
A plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's what I remember.
All right. Where'd you get the trash bag?
I asked one of the detectives to find one for me, to
So-
find some type of bag that I could put the envelope in.
And this was when you returned into Mr. Simpson's house?
This was after receiving the envelope.
Well, when you went back inside to Mr. Simpson's house after putting the brown paper bags and the valise in the car, you didn't have a black plastic bag with you.
I had no idea that I would...
Did you have a black plastic bag with you?
No.
Did Ms. Mazzola have a black plastic bag with her?
No.
And so you're now saying you went back into the Rockingham location at that time.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You went, as depicted on the videotape, back into Rockingham for one last look.
Yes.
You picked up those yellow evidence cards.
On the way back in, yes.
And then you got back inside to Rockingham.
Yes.
And was at that point that you asked some detective for a black plastic bag?
No.
You got inside to Rockingham, and that's when you saw Detective Van Adder in the foyer.
At some point after I went in, yes.
And was Detective Van Adder carrying a black duffel bag?
I don't recall if he was or not.
And was Detective Van Adder carrying a clipboard?
I don't recall if he was or not.
All you remember is that he had this gray manila envelope.
I do remember him giving it to me.
And you remember who was there when this gray manila envelope was handed off?
I don't remember everybody who was there.
Well, since we last broke, You now have had an opportunity to talk with the prosecutors about the videotapes.
Yes.
And have they discussed anything with you about who else was there?
No.
Have they discussed with you anything about what Ms. Mazzola may be testifying to?
No.
Was Ms. Mazzola there?
I don't recall her being there when I accepted the envelope from Detective Van Etter.
So it's you and Detective Van Adder.
I know that.
Who else? As you sit here today, you independently remember.
I don't specifically remember anybody else, but I do know there were other people there.
And he gave you the gray manila envelope, and then you looked in it.
Counsel, I think we broached this subject yesterday. Who was there?
Right.
When it was transferred?
Just
what he did.
foundational.
This is like the third time we're going through this now.
I understand. After you looked in the envelope, was it then that you asked somebody to get a plastic bag?
I asked if somebody could find a bag of some sort so that I could place the envelope inside.
Who did you ask?
Nobody in particular. I just asked in general for somebody to find me something to put the bag or the envelope in.
Do you remember who gave it to you?
It was one of the detectives.
Where did they give it to you?
It was in the kitchen.
Where was Miss Mazzola?
I don't know.
Was she around?
I don't know.
And then you were given this plastic bag and you put the gray manila envelope in the plastic bag?
That's to the best of my recollection, yes.
And when you did that, where was Miss Mazzola?
I don't know.
And you walked out of the kitchen then?
I don't know what I did right after I put the envelope in the bag.
After you put the envelope in the bag, did there come a point soon after where you saw Miss Mazzola?
Eventually I did see her, but I don't know when.
How many minutes?
I don't know.
More than 2 or 3?
I don't recall how many minutes from the time I put the envelope in the bag to when I saw her next.
Did you see her next inside the Rockingham residence?
I can only tell from the video. I don't recall exactly when I saw her next.
Well, from the video, you know, you walked out the Rockingham residence with Miss Mazzola.
Yes.
And you, at some point, handed her this black plastic bag.
At some point, from the video, yes.
And when you handed her that black plastic bag, did you say to her, Miss Mazzola, here's a black plastic bag, and inside it is a gray manila envelope with Mr. Simpson's blood sample. Did you tell her that?
Overruled. I didn't tell her that, or I don't remember telling her that, or I don't remember saying anything like that.
Which?
I just don't remember.
Well, did you tell her, in substance, here's withdraw. At that time, didn't you have some concerns about carrying a manila envelope with a blood vial in it?
Yes.
You certainly wouldn't want to have that blood vial broken.
No, I wouldn't.
That's a piece of evidence that you want to carry with a great deal of care.
Yes.
And if you're giving it to Miss Mazzola, you're going to want her to carry it with a great deal of care.
Yes.
And you're telling us when you handed her the blood vial in the manila envelope that's inside the plastic bag, you didn't say to her, Miss Mazzola, here's the blood vial, a blood sample for Mr. Simpson that I was just given by Detective Van Adder. Carry it carefully.
I don't remember saying that.
You just, to the best of your recollection, handed her a plastic bag with Mr. Simpson's blood sample in it and never told her what was in it.
Sustained.
Did you tell her what was in that black plastic bag when you handed it to her?
Oh, not as phrased.
I don't recall if I did or not. I don't remember.
All right, let's move on.
And then the two of you walked out of Rockingham.
Yes.
And you went into the crime scene truck.
Yes.
And when you went into the crime, between the time that you left and the time you got to the crime scene truck, did you tell Miss Mazzola what was in that black plastic bag?
I don't recall talking to her at all.
When you got inside the crime scene truck, where did you go and where did she go?
She eventually went to the passenger seat and I went into the driver's seat.
What did she do with the plastic bag that contained Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
I don't recall if she put it in, if I unlocked the back door for her and she put it in, or if we put it, or if she put it in the passenger compartment.
Well, when she was putting it somewhere in the truck, did you tell her, Miss Mazzola, what's in that plastic bag is Mr. Simpson's blood sample. Put it in a certain place. Be careful with it.
I don't recall saying that to her.
Do you recall, withdrawn, did you ever, when you got back into the crime scene truck, tell Miss Mazzola what was in the plastic bag?
Sustained.
I don't recall.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't have to answer that question.
Proceed.
At some point, after you got back in the crime scene truck, the two of you drove back to SID.
Yes.
And at that time, you took evidence out of the crime scene truck and you brought it into the evidence processing room.
Yes.
And at that time, did you and Miss Mazzola conduct an inventory of all the items that you collected?
I know I did.
Was she there assisting?
She may have been.
And during that inventory, did you tell her, inside that plastic bag is Mr. Simpson's blood vial in a manila envelope?
I don't recall talking to her about that item of evidence.
All right, when you got back to the evidence processing room, you and Miss Mazzola went through a process you told us of taking blood swatches out of coin envelopes and putting them into test tubes.
Yes.
At some point before you began that process, did you indicate to Miss Mazzola that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was in a gray manila envelope and inside that plastic bag?
I don't recall talking to her about that sample on that day.
At some point when you got back to the evidence processing room, did either of you take the gray manila envelope out of the black plastic bag?
No.
It was kept in the black plastic bag.
During that night? Yes.
Where did you put it?
I put all the evidence on one of the tables in the evidence processing room.
You put Mr. Simpson's blood sample, which was in a gray manila envelope, inside the plastic bag on top of the table in the evidence processing room.
That's where I put all the evidence that day.
And you left it there.
Yes.
And you didn't put it in any refrigerator.
No, I didn't.
Did you tell anybody in the laboratory that you would come back with Mr. Simpson's blood vial in that gray manila envelope in that black plastic bag?
No.
Did you go to, was Greg Matheson in the laboratory when you returned?
I don't recall seeing him.
There's a stockroom refrigerator outside the door of the evidence processing room.
Yes, there is.
You didn't even take Mr. Simpson's blood sample and put it in the stockroom refrigerator?
I wouldn't do that, no.
And it's your testimony that you never, to the best of your recollection, told Ms. Mazzola what was inside that black plastic bag.
Not on that day, no. To the best of my recollection, I don't recall talking to her about that item of evidence on that day.
Again.
When you came back to the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th, did you see the black plastic bag containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample in it?
I don't specifically remember it, but the items of evidence were all accounted for.
So when you entered the evidence processing room, that the gray manila envelope was still inside the black plastic bag.
I did not observe or detect any of my evidence from the night before having been disturbed.
Well, when you entered the evidence processing room, was there anybody with you?
I don't recall.
Was Ms. Mazzola with you?
I don't recall.
And I take it that you, alone, with nobody around, removed the gray manila envelope from the black plastic bag.
I don't recall if anybody was with me or not. I don't remember.
Mr. Fung, none of this ever happened in terms of putting that gray manila envelope in that plastic bag. Isn't that right?
That's incorrect.
That's something that you made up when the judge asked you the question this morning, what's in that black plastic bag?
No.
That's why you have now recounted that you never told Ms. Mazzola once on the afternoon what was in that black plastic bag.
That's not what I said.
That's why you're now telling us when you went back into the evidence processing room the next morning, no one else was there to see you remove this blood sample from the black plastic bag.
Sustain or phrase the question.
You don't remember anybody being there when you removed the blood sample from the black plastic bag.
Overruled.
I don't recall if anybody was there with me or not.
Your Honor, I'd like to now mark by whatever means the court would like. I would like to show the original copies of the crime scene investigation checklist.
Original copies?
Yes.
He
The
means
originals. Thank you. The documents that have been brought to us that purport to be originals of the crime scene investigation checklist
The
for
4
Rockingham.
pages? The 4-page sheet.
It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 pages that are numbered, a 5th page designated field notes, and on the back of the 5th page there is writing. a 6-page designated field notes that's blank, and in the back page of that is a diagram. A 7th page that is the evidence collection checklist. And on the back of that, there is another diagram. And what did I say? This is the 7th page, which is a second evidence collection checklist. Is that 8 altogether?
Pages. 8 pages.
8 pages.
All right, those pages will be 1107.
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to introduce any of the originals so that we could maintain custody of our originals pursuant to a prior agreement.
If there's a reason to use the originals, I'll allow their use. However, there'll be substitutions for the record later. Proceed.
Now, earlier, Mr. Fung, you were shown a copy of this page by the prosecution, and it was introduced into evidence on your direct examination.
Yes.
All right. And this piece of paper contains handwriting of Andrea Mazzola,
Yes.
where she lists various items.
Yes.
And when you say this page, which page are we talking about?
It's the page in back of the field notes.
First page of field notes?
All right.
All right.
I'll give you a number in terms of the actual pages. It is the 5th page, and it's the back of the 5th page, and I'd like to put this on the Now, in this document, document, you can read along if it helps with your copy if you want, refers to item 17, 1 pair tennis shoes Reebok, received in serology by D. Fung from Detective Lang, correct?
Yes.
And up in the upper right-hand corner, just where D. Fung is, there's a date, 6/14/94.
That's correct.
And below that is written item 18, blood sample in tube from Simpson.
That's correct.
And item 19 is hair from item number 9.
Yes.
And that is, item number 9 is the Rockingham glove.
Yes.
And the hair that's being referred to is a hair that you removed on the morning of June 14th.
Yes.
And the sneakers are sneakers that you received in the morning on June 14th.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that the blood sample from Mr. Simpson you did not receive after the sneakers on the morning of June 14th.
I received the sneakers on June 13th at 5:20.
And on direct examination, you mentioned that you saw this document when you came back to the laboratory on June 14th.
At some point, when I was writing my property report, I saw this document.
I'm sorry, did you misspeak and say that you got the 13th, the sneakers on the 13th?
I believe I
You got the sneakers on the 14th.
I got the sneakers on the 14th, I got the blood on the 13th.
Now, you might have seen this document then, not on June 14th, but June 15th. You said you saw it around the time you were writing up your property report.
All right, thank you. Possibly.
So you're not sure whether it's the 14th or the 15th that you saw this document?
It was when I was writing my property reports. I could check. It was on the 14th.
So on the 14th, you saw this document.
Yes.
And when you looked at it, you decided that you didn't like the order in which Ms. Mazzola had put down the receipt of these items.
When I was writing my property report, I wanted to save on paperwork, so I changed the order of the item numbers that she had written down.
And then on, this is page 8 of the Rockingham report. In your evidence collection sheet, you told us that you went back and you changed what Ms. Mazzola had written as 17 under sample item, correct?
What?
Oh, I'm there all the time.
Yeah.
Top of that
I'm
page
with the cat while it eats.
is a reference to the item received by you from Detective Lang, the sneakers.
Yes, the very top line?
Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola had written 17 there.
At one point in time, yes, there was a 17 there.
And you changed that to an 8.
Yes.
And then below that indicated 17 for the blood sample.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said you did that on June 15th.
It states the testimony.
When did you do it?
It was either the 14th or the 15th. I don't recall.
And on the morning of June 14th, you gave Colin Yamauchi Mr. Simpson's blood vial,
On the morning of
the 14th.
I'm watching the cat.
14th,
Well, what is it, Mom? What does it show?
The record should reflect the witness's impressions, recollection.
Yes. With
May I
his
approach
notes.
the witness?
You may.
Right before Biloxi, like in New Orleans, I think it was still in New Orleans, and Highway 90, this is the step highway that goes all the way straight. It was a car accident. They thought that she was decapitated, she wasn't, it was her fault. She died. It was a wig, wigs that she had, and she was supposed to perform in Biloxi. And there's like a little cross and stuff where she died. But, her daughter.
to the best of my recollection,
and we went
that's
to a
when
wedding when we were little, and I said, oh, you don't remember that.
it was on the 14th that I released custody to him.
And he poured off some blood and gave it back to you.
She spoke like 6 or 7 languages, like classical
Stain.
violin and all
Did
that.
Mr. Yamauchi then return the blood vial to you on the morning of the 14th?
After I gave it to him, he did return it to me, yes.
Did you actually see him taking blood out of the blood vial
Thanks
on the
for
morning of the
history.
14th?
I don't recall seeing him doing that.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked whether or not you recalled what
Yeah.
item number you told Colin Yamauchi the blood vial was.
I don't recall that testimony.
Well, do you recall that you were asked that question and you said you didn't remember which item number you told Colin Yamauchi the blood vial was on the morning of June 14th?
I don't recall what my testimony was at that point.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you told Colin Yamauchi what item number you had designated the blood vial on June 14th?
I told, or from records that I have come in contact with, I told him it was 18.
When did you first learn that Mr. Yamauchi had recorded the blood vial as being item 18, not 17?
When did I first learn this?
Yes.
After I had written my property reports, I went to tell him that I had changed the item numbers, and that's when I found out that he had written the report and put down the item number as 18.
And was this a cause for concern that Mr. Yamauchi had written down number 18 for the blood vial and not number 17?
Sustained.
Was this a cause of concern for you that Mr. Yamauchi had actually written down number 18 as the blood vial, not 17?
As a matter of keeping things clean, as far as having to write follow-up reports, yes, it was a concern to me.
Well, you said it was a matter of keeping things clean.
Paperwork-wise, yes.
Well, weren't you very concerned that if the record showed the blood vial being received after the sneakers, that might reveal that the blood vial was actually received on the morning of June 14th, not on the afternoon of June 13th?
That was not a concern, no.
Never entered your mind?
I was more concerned about having to write up a follow-up report.
So that thought never entered your mind?
No.
Never a concern that anybody might look at this mislabeling and think that the blood vial had not been transferred to you on the afternoon of the 13th, but actually had been turned over on the morning of the 14th?
Objection to the word mislabeling is misstating the testimony.
Sustained.
No concern on your part that the fact that Mr. Yamauchi had labeled it 18, not 17, might lead someone to question whether or not you had actually received the blood vial on the afternoon of the 13th as opposed to the morning of the 14th?
That did not occur to me.
At some time after June 15th, did anybody ever question you about how the blood vial had been labeled 18 in Mr. Yamauchi's reports, but you put it in your property report as 17?
In testimony, yes.
It arose for the first time in testimony?
Being questioned about it, yes.
No one in the laboratory ever came to you and asked you how something like this could happen, that Mr. Yamauchi had recorded the blood vial as 18, but in your property report you said it was 17?
I told Mr. Matheson about it. I told Colin that I had done it. the
Colin-
changing of
Colin is who?
Mr. Yamauchi, I'm sorry. I told Mr. Yamauchi that I had changed the item number. I'd flipped them around. And that was the conversations that I had.
And that conversation happened around when?
Shortly after I had written the property reports and was going to tell him that I had changed the item numbers.
And that was in June.
Yes.
Did anybody come to you in July and question you about the fact that the blood vial had been labeled 18 in Mr. Yamauchi's records, but 17 in your property report?
No.
No conversation about that at all in July?
None that I can recall.
No concern in your part in July about the fact that there had been this confusion, as you put it, between 17 and 18?
It wasn't confusing to me.
All right. No concern, did anything in the month of July cause you to go back over your crime scene checklist records and make changes?
I may have gone in and added some information that I had remembered and added things that I recalled into the crime scene checklist.
Oh, but nothing concerning this question of 17 and 18?
No.
Now, you know Mr. Yamauchi. God. You know Mr. Yamauchi, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, you know, Mr. Fung, that questions have been raised about whether or not all the blood in Mr. Simpson's blood sample can be accounted for.
Sustained rephrase the question.
All right? Are you aware that the defense has raised questions about whether or not all the blood in Mr. Simpson's blood sample can be accounted for?
Overruled.
I am aware of that.
And before the defense raised these questions at this trial, did anyone in the laboratory ever ask you any questions about whether or not there had been any tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
I don't recall anybody asking me if it was tampered with, no.
Well, were there any questions asked of you about that subject by Ms. Kessler?
I don't recall her asking me that.
Mr. Matheson?
I don't recall him asking me that.
Was there any ever, were you ever asked any questions by an investigator from the district attorney's office about possible tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
No.
Now, didn't you go back and look at these records in July to see whether or not you had adequately covered your tracks about the fact that you really...
Let's rephrase that question,
All right.
counsel.
Did you look back through these records, these crime scene checklist records in July, with the concern that there might be something there that would reveal that you really didn't receive Mr. Simpson's blood vial in the afternoon of June 13th, but you really received it on the morning of the 14th?
That was not a concern to me because that's not what happened.
Okay? I direct your attention to, there's an erasure is there not, between items 17 and 18 on this document?
Yes, there is.
And what had been there before was a circle and a 7-5-94, and underneath it, your initials, DF.
That appears to be what appears to be on the screen, yes.
And then there is...
Counsel, if you're showing him potential erasures on the Elmo, why don't you show him the original document?
Please take your time and examine it.
Okay.
Now, in that erased portion, you had written 7-5-94 within a circle, and within that circle you put your initials DF.
Yes.
And you put a line with an arrow on the top of it and an arrow on the bottom of it
Yes.
to indicate that those items should be switched, 17 and 18, as written on that piece of paper.
I don't know why I wrote it, but yes, it's there.
So you took a look at that piece of paper and you became concerned about the fact that the sneakers were 17 and the blood vial was 18, right?
Yes.
And that was in July, when you were going through these pages, that you had that concern.
Apparently, yes.
And then, after writing that notation, you decided to erase it.
I did erase it. From what's here, yes.
And in going through the pages of the crime scene checklist, you saw another document that created a problem for you, didn't you?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 4 of the crime scene checklist.
What about it?
Page 4 of the crime scene checklist has a box indicating disposition of evidence. I should say disposition of scene.
Yes.
Page 4 has a box indicating evidence book 2,
Yes.
evidence book by,
Yes.
disposition of scene,
Yes.
and most importantly, sir, it has a box indicating time leaving scene.
I don't know if that's the most important box, but there is a blank there.
There's a box there that indicates time leaving scene, doesn't it?
Yes, there is a box there.
And Ms. Mazzola had been the one that was filling out these reports.
She was filling out the crime scene checklist that day.
And Ms. Mazzola was under the impression that you had left the Rockingham scene earlier than 5:20, wasn't she?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Ms. Mazzola was under the impression in June that the two of you had left Rockingham before 5:20?
Calls for
Overruled.
I don't know when she thought we left Rockingham.
5:20 is the time that you wrote on the gray envelope you received it from Detective Van Adder.
Yes, it is.
If there were something filled in there that said 5:15 as to the time leaving scene, that would be inconsistent with what you wrote on the gray envelope you received from Detective Van Adder.
Overruled.
If there was that time there, yes, it would.
And that's why you destroyed the original page 4, Mr. Fung.
That's not true.
Mr. Fung, I'm going to show you each of the originals of this crime scene checklist. I want you to look at them, and I want you to look at the upper left-hand corner of each of the pages. And that would include, let me put it in order for you.
You may.
Why don't you and Mr. Goldberg look at the left-hand corners, all those pages of the crime scene checklist, very, very carefully. One of those pages doesn't have staple holes in it, Mr. Fung.
That's correct.
That's page 4, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's because that page 4 is not the original page 4.
That's apparent to me now, yes?
That's because you got rid of the original page 4. Isn't that true, Mr. Fung?
That's not true.
That's because it had the wrong time on it. Isn't that true?
If it had the wrong time, no, that's not true.
Your Honor, I'd like to do 2 more things, and I'm finished questioning this witness. What I would like to do is first have printed out on the Elmo a copy of the document with the erasure. And then I would ask that each of these documents be handed to the jury so they can examine them.
All right, let's print out this document on the Elmo.
This is printed out of 1107A, and well, the printout will be 1107.
You can get on that, Mr. Harris. Please. All right, back on the record. Record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Scheck, have you concluded your cross-examination of Mr. Fung?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect examination, Mr. Goldberg.
Good evening, Mr. Fung.
Good evening.
How are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Fung, let me see if I have this. Were you involved together with Detective Lang, Detective Furman, Detective Van Adder, Michelle Kessler, and her husband, whoever that might be, in a conspiracy against this defendant?
What's the objection? Grounds? Overruled.
No.
Were you involved in some kind of a conspiracy with Andrea Mazzola to cover up receiving some item with your bare hands?
No.
Were you involved in any conspiracy with Detective Van Adder to allow him to keep a vial overnight so that he could do with it what he pleased?
No.
Or with Detective Lang to allow him into the evidence processing room so that he could somehow maybe take the defendant's shoes and in some way get any DNA that might be on them, on the swatches and the controls?
Grounds?
Leading, compound, speculative.
Sustained on the leading ground.
Were you involved in any conspiracy whatsoever with Mr. Lang to allow him into an evidence processing room?
No.
Overruled.
Or with anyone in this case, Mr. Fung?
Nobody.
Now, Mr. Fung, do you recall that on cross-examination an issue came up as to one of the pages from the crime scene identification checklist, the original of which was missing?
Yes.
And do you happen to have a Xerox copy of that page now?
No.
Not the original, but a Xerox.
Let's see that. Read it.
And we're referring to 1107, correct?
I don't have one, no.
And did you find the original of that document?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I opened up my notebook and examined that page, and it was there.
Now, there are two notebooks that are sort of similar that you've seen. One is the notebook that I'm holding in my hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you have a notebook in front of you.
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, these are blue notebooks about an inch thick or so.
Appear to be.
And is your notebook your own personal notes that you maintained?
Yes.
Okay. So you found the original of that document that was missing in your notebook?
Your Honor, I think we should be clear as to which document, which item number
Yes.
for the record.
It's a little obscure.
Okay. It was part of what's been marked the crime scene identification checklist. I believe that's defense 1107 for identification.
Yes.
That was page 4 of the...
No, not page 4, the other page that talked about giving certain items to Mr. Yamauchi.
Yes.
Your Honor, now that's leading, and I'd like to know which document, I think the record should be clear as to which document he's talking about now.
Sustained.
Okay,
Rephrase the
I
question,
can,
please.
I'll introduce it, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a page entitled Field Notes, and it has in the upper left-hand corner the date of 6/14/94, and then lists certain items. Counsel's familiar with it.
All right. People's next in order.
Yes.
People's 181.
May I approach?
You may.
So showing you People's 181, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a page that I use to record the transaction of items when I release them to Mr. or criminalist Yamauchi.
Okay, and is that the original?
Yes, it is.
Now, generally speaking, the documents that you have in your notebook, are those originals or copies?
The ones I have in my notebook are generally copies.
And showing you the notebook that I have in front of me, I think you've seen this before, but are these supposed to be the originals or copies?
These should be the originals.
So in some manner, the original of that document got into your notebook instead of the notebooks that's supposed to contain the originals?
Yes.
During the recess, sir, did you have an opportunity to look in your notebook and find the original of page 4?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order. That's Exhibit 182.
182.
A document that has page 4 at the top, and it has various writing, all typewritten, but it's not filled out. Now, sir, you testified that you were a firearms examiner, is that correct? Right now?
Yes.
And do you also do tool marks?
I have, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's just been marked as people's next exhibit, page number 4. Will you take a look at that, sir?
Yes.
And will you take a look at the staple holes in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you the document that was marked as Defense 1107 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Sir, can you please visually compare the staple holes on page 4 to the staple holes on the succeeding page? Have you done so?
Yes.
And can you form any conclusions about that comparison?
I can form a preliminary conclusion.
Which is?
They appear to have, this appears to be the document that was missing from this set of originals.
When you say preliminary, you won't form a final conclusion at this time, is that right?
Not at this time, no.
And why is that, sir?
I feel I would have to go back to the lab and look at it under a controlled situation with a microscope and other tools.
And that would be the standard practice for a forensic scientist?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, could we pass those documents, Defense 1107?
We must approach. Your Honor, may we approach?
With the court reporter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to let the court reporters go so they can catch their train, and I told them I'd let them go at 10 minutes to 6. Because of our computerized court reporting system, after they finish the day, they then have to take the floppy disk and then download it to the main computer and all of that so we can produce our transcripts every day. And they then have to catch the train. So we're going to take our break right now. Mr. Fung, you can step down. You're ordered to be here tomorrow morning at 8:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand in recess until tomorrow morning as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regards to the case. Have a pleasant evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right, we'll stand in recess. And counsel can remain to view exhibits before we break. All right, thank you.
I think the record...
All right, Mr. Fung, why don't you wait outside for us? Thank you. Mr. Scheck.
Thank you, Your Honor. And even if one gives every reasonable assumption to the prosecution in terms of this course of conduct, I don't think that there's any question, but what happened here was a deliberate and intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. In making this argument and in drafting a proposed instruction to the jury, I intend to follow very carefully this court's decision with respect to the videotapes in the Rosa Lopez matter. In this court's decision, with respect to failure to disclose certain matters of discovery, the first factor that the court began to look at was the history of discovery proceedings up to this point. First, other factors, other problems that have arisen. And I would note for the court that there have been quite a few problems with respect to the discovery on evidence collection. First, there's the matter that the court still has under submission of the failure to disclose the videotape of Mr. Simpson's residence, which has some very material information in it, in particular the time in which the tape was taken and the very suspicious absence of the socks as the camera pans Mr. Simpson's bedroom and what the prosecution is saying about 414. More disturbing still is that the prosecution indicated that they had turned over to us the serology room transaction cards, which would indicate who went in and out of evidence processing room transaction card sheet, indicating who would go in and out of the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th.
That's false, Your Honor. We know
Wait. Mr. Goldberg, you know how this works. All right. Proceed.
Mr. Goldberg turned over these printouts of the evidence processing room, and to give him every benefit of the doubt, what he has told us is that he turned over what he had, which did not include the times of the early morning. It only started, I think, around 9:40, but it didn't include the early morning. And he indicates that in terms of what he had, he didn't have it either. All right? And he didn't give us a complete set. That's what he says. Let's just take it as he says it. Nonetheless, we didn't get it. We eventually got it during cross-examination, in the middle of the cross-examination of Mr. Fung, but that happened. Then there are other disturbing problems with respect to our access to this evidence, and that is that with respect, for example, to the hairs and fibers from the hat found at Rockingham, a bindle was created by Dr. Lee of hairs and fibers that was removed in Albany.
But isn't that a factual issue that I haven't resolved yet?
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm just saying the state of the record. I'm trying to be as objective as possible in setting the background for what I think is the real egregious problem here.
No, but you're citing something to me that there's no factual determination that did or did not happen. We are aware of the LAPD video that was turned over in a light manner. I'm aware of the barcode, or, I mean, not the access card records.
Right.
All right. But this
what-
other stuff I'm not familiar with.
Well, no.
I've heard it, it's not in the record.
Well, I don't, well, I think it is in the record in terms of, and I don't think there'll be any dispute that what's happened here is that and Mr. Yokelson is still searching for it. I mean, and we've been talking about it, and they're searching for it. But the fact of the matter is that these hairs and fibers were taken off the hat, a bindle was created, it was photographed back at the crime lab, and they haven't found it yet. There is, again, the matter of the lens and the prescription glasses, which, again, is at this point unaccounted for. The reason I raise this, Your Honor, is that the difficulty that I have here, and I think it fits into one of the factors that the court considered on the discovery sanction, and if I may quote you, is that what you're looking for in terms of these discovery sanctions is that we have to assume that on important issues that an absolute bare minimum of professional competence would require that the lawyer preparing to present testimony of witnesses confirm an inventory of statements, reports, notes, recordings, etc. Now, all that I'm saying here, Your Honor, is that I think that there's a clear pattern that in this discovery that what's been going on is that the prosecution is far more concerned with what they think the defense is going to find than they are in ensuring that they are really turning over to us all the evidence in an accurate and complete form. And that the fact of the matter is that I'll proffer to the court. What's been going on, as the court's well aware, is that we go to the laboratory and we have visits and we try to examine documents and evidence, and everybody sits there and they take notes about exactly what we're looking at and exactly what we're thinking.
Well, Mr. Scheck, what I'm really interested in, though, are the facts and circumstances that surround page 4.
I understand. I think that's a necessary backdrop because it's a factor that the court's considered. As with respect to page 4, I think that this is a clear statement of the record. We went and visited the LAPD laboratory and asked to examine the original notes of the crime scene checklists at Rockingham and Bundy and everything that was filled out by Ms. Mazzola and Ms. Fung. That was delivered to us at the SID laboratory in the presence of Mr. Goldberg by Greg Matheson, and they gave us a book that purported to be originals. There are 2 laboratory notes that were taken by, I believe, Mr. Matheson at this time that actually document this and document how Mr. Neufeld was looking at the original notes of Fung and Mazzola, and we went and asked if we could copy them, and how I was looking at the field notes while Mr. Neufeld was checking his notes. There are records of them watching us looking at these documents with great care. I'm sure Mr. Goldberg will not dispute that at that evidence lab, when I looked at those original documents, obviously I was very concerned because I thought that I asked Dr. Lee to come over and look at it. I thought that I found a discrepancy in terms of the originals. I asked Mr. Goldberg if we could copy it.
Just a second. Mrs. Robertson, can I have both page 4s, please?
I asked Mr.
All right. I'd like to see them, please. All right. Go ahead.
I asked Mr. Goldberg if we could make a copy of the originals. He was reluctant to do so. He didn't want to make a copy of the originals right there in the lab. I then appealed to Mr. Yokelson, and Mr. Yokelson agreed, and a copy of those originals was then turned over to the defense. Subsequently, as the court is well aware, we made a specific request, a written request, to have all the original documents from the checklists examined by a document examiner. The district attorney's office balked and asked that I make an offer of proof, or they contested our right to have a document examiner look at the original documents. What they were telling us were the original documents. As the court, I'm sure, recalls, I made an ex parte offer to the court, and in that ex parte offer, I explained to the court very clearly what I thought the problems were, that I had seen this erasure with respect to somebody going back over the documents on July 4th, that we didn't see any staple
July
holes.
5th.
I'm sorry?
July 5th.
July 5th. That we did not see any staple holes on page 4 of the Rockingham checklist and believed that that was not an original, and I wanted to have an expert examine that in the other documents. I explained to the court at that time that it was our contention in this case that we did not believe that Mr. Fung had ever received Mr. Simpson's blood vial on the afternoon of June 13th, but in fact had received it in the morning. I further pointed out to the court the written documentation on where Ms. Mazzola had indicated that the blood vial had been received after the sneakers. I further pointed out to the court her testimony at the split hearing, which Your Honor heard, in which she indicated that she did not recall, essentially, seeing Mr. Fung receive this blood sample from Detective Van Adder on June 13th. So the document examination occurred, and we were operating on the assumption, because it was a representation by the prosecutors, that the documents we were looking at were originals. I don't think there's any question. The prosecution concedes now that that was a false representation. We were not looking at originals, that in fact page 4 they are claiming was not the original. And it was perfectly plain, I think, after document examination that that page 4 was not the original. And we relied upon that representation. During the course of Mr. Fung's testimony, he made representations, and it was our understanding from looking at the manual, that all original documents are supposed to be kept in one place within the laboratory, and that they're collected there for purposes of review by supervisors, and he agreed that that was true and that the documents that had been segregated were the originals. Then there was another document, and I'd like to get the exact, it was first introduced by the prosecution, and that was a document that had an L number on it, and it referred to, it was undated. It was written on a field report note. L16, and there's a specific prosecution number, I can't recall what the number was, but it was used with Mr. Fung on direct examination. Mr. Yokelson, Mr. Hodgman, and Mr. Goldberg represented to us that they had not yet found the original of that lab sheet. So on direct examination, an original was not used, an original had not yet been located. The day before, I guess it was the day before yesterday, maybe Mr. Goldberg knows it better than I do, but I think it was the day before yesterday, which would make it Wednesday. Mr. Goldberg turned over the original. They had found the original. Presumably, I take it from what they're saying, that they found the original in Mr. Fung's own notebook. That, I would submit, Your Honor, should have put them on notice that perhaps they had not turned over all the originals to us as they had represented they had done, and it was a representation, obviously, that we were relying upon, and relying upon heavily in terms of framing a final line of cross-examination. So I would say at this point, in terms of the court's discovery analysis, that certainly we have a false representation, and the question is whether it was inadvertent neglect or gross neglect. I would submit at this point we can at least assume it's gross neglect, and let us assume that it was not knowledgeable or intentional up to this point. In other words, when I was cross-examining Mr. Fung yesterday, even after they realized that there might be some originals in his notebook and some of the documents they gave us were not originals, let us assume that they did not know and they were not intentionally trying to set us up in terms of the cross-examination. All right? It's just a gross neglect at this point. However, what happened afterwards clearly is intentional misconduct. This was an important witness, and the issue here was a critical one. Whether or not this blood vial was turned over, we all know that we're about to broach the issue in opening that about a quarter of Mr. Simpson's blood sample is unaccounted for based on the records that we had been given up through the opening statement, and we opened on it, and we think that that is an extraordinarily serious issue in terms of tampering with evidence. it goes to the heart of this case. Mr. Fung had been impeached on many points that I think it's fair to say have damaged his credibility in terms of other important pieces of evidence. The Bundy glove, the movement of those which he can't account for, an envelope where he was, taking it with his bare hand, where that was caught on videotape. But then, of course, the most important fact of all is that during the examination yesterday, and I must say that the court extended every possible courtesy to the prosecution in terms of allowing them to look at these videotapes. You handled it very, very carefully, trying to prevent
Not carefully enough.
well, trying to prevent any unfair surprise. I mean, they were given all the videotapes. The only thing that I was reluctant to reveal to them openly or in an offer of proof to you is that by looking at the cars, we had ascertained that Mr. Fung's testimony that he had carried a blood vial out in the brown bags, the posse box, or in his own hands was false. But in terms of giving them the real evidence, they had it. They had an hour to look at it. They had a long time to think about it. The court conducted the examination outside the presence of the jury. It was done by the book. What happened here, however, Your Honor, is that at some point in time, before I finished my cross-examination, before I stood up after the break and said no further questions, the prosecution, if we take them at their word, went through Mr. Fung's book and discovered the original page 4. Given their representations that they had given us all the originals, the proper course of conduct at that point would have been to inform the court and counsel that their prior representations had been false. They purposely did not do that. Instead, what they tried to do was begin a direct examination to rehabilitate Mr. Fung in an unfair way, to try to rehabilitate his credibility on this critical issue of whether or not he got the blood vial on June 13th as opposed to the morning of June 14th. And they then began to do that on redirect examination. I heard the first question about the one sheet that they had originally told us was not an original and they'd found the original. That was fair enough. Then, to my great surprise, I heard that second question, and that is about page 4. Now, the real danger, this is intentional misconduct. They knew it. They had a break to think about it. They all sat here and discussed it. Mr. Harmon, Mr. Clark, Mr. Goldberg, and Ms. Clark. They sat there and they discussed it and they thought about it. And they thought, wouldn't this be terrific? Let's rehabilitate Mr. Fung. It'll look like this was an innocent mistake, and therefore all the other contradictions caught on videotape, contradiction is his own testimony about this blood vial, they'll then be able to argue it was just an innocent mistake and he's telling the truth. And that's how they began their rehabilitation of this witness, trying to exploit their own misconduct and their own misrepresentations. There is no question, giving them every benefit of the doubt, that that was deliberate, it was intentional, and it was wrong. Now, this, I would submit to the court, is far worse than anything that occurred with respect to withholding tapes on Rosa Lopez. Because, at least in that situation, first of all, I don't think that the court made a finding of intentional misconduct, or there was a basis of the record that it was as intentional as this, because this is clearly deliberate, not to turn it over before I had finished my cross-examination and then to try to use it to rehabilitate this witness's credibility. And it has a terrible effect because of the way that cross-examination ended and the jurors are looking at the documents. What they're trying to achieve here is the jury should forget all those other serious contradictions because of this point about page 4. Now, I'm assuming for the sake of argument that their claim is correct and this is in fact the original. Just assuming that. So this is true misconduct. It is intentional. It is worse than the Rosa Lopez situation because at least in that instance, before cross-examining Rosa Lopez, the prosecution got an opportunity to listen to those tapes, to go out and interview witnesses, and the court extended them absolutely every opportunity so that they could not be damaged by this. in truth, there's no way to unring this bell. It's quite startling to me, Your Honor. At sidebar, when I raised this issue yesterday afternoon, Mr. Goldberg actually said, well, Mr. Scheck was trying to achieve a Perry Mason moment here. He was hoisting on his own petard, and he didn't say that, but words to that effect. And then he said, you know, what Mr. Scheck should have done here is come to me and said, hey, what about that page 4 that, you know, it's obviously not an original, and I should have tried to straighten all that out with him. And then he cited the fact that they had told us that that other page from the lab book wasn't an original, and then at the last moment turned over the original from Mr. Fung's notebook. Now, that's fairly incredible. That shows that they seem to have no idea of the rules, because the fact of the matter is that they're the ones that were representing to us all the way along the line that we had a set of originals, and they were not taking proper care to make sure those representations were accurate all the way through the point of cross-examination, and then it got fatally worse. After they knew that we had been misled and sandbagged by their false representations, they then intentionally, willfully went out to try to rehabilitate Mr. Fung's credibility, which they are desperate to rehabilitate at this point on a critical issue, by intentionally trying to exploit their own false representations. And they knew it, and they did it. So, Your Honor, that's why I've drafted a discovery sanction.
Instruction.
I'm sorry?
A discovery sanction instruction.
A discovery sanction instruction that mirrors, I think, in a totally factual way, almost word for word, the instruction that you crafted with respect to the Rosa Lopez issue. And I think that this situation is far worse, and that I frankly think that the only remedy that really would undo the damage here is preclusion. That, in truth, is the only remedy. However, I recognize that the court may very well be reluctant to grant that remedy. And so I've proposed this alternative instruction, because it seems to me that you must instruct this jury in no uncertain terms about the misconduct of these prosecutors here, about what they did, because it is, and about their efforts to rehabilitate Mr. Fung's credibility improperly, intentionally, that this was a violation of the law. And my instruction mirrors precisely what you have previously issued.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Goldberg?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am outraged by counsel's representations and misrepresentations to this court, and I've tried to take 3 deep breaths in advance, Your Honor, but I truly am outraged. And I'm sorry, but I'd like to discuss some things that probably are not directly pertinent to the issues before this court, because Mr. Scheck addressed them, and I think that they can't go unanswered. First of all, I'd like to set straight what happened on this question of the door entry issue, which is an entirely irrelevant point. They never requested those documents ever at any time. I never had any conversation with Mr. Scheck about them or any other member of the defense team at any time. What happened on that issue is I asked those documents of Greg Matheson for the purposes of being able to try to reconstruct events that happened on the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, and the evening of the 13th. I wanted them. And once I got them, I Xeroxed them and turned them over without request. Counsel never had any conversation with me about them thereafter. Now, what happened on that issue is Mr. Neufeld called Greg Matheson. He did not go through me, because they have a relationship with Mr. Matheson where they go to him directly, not even through the prosecution. And Mr. Neufeld apparently told Mr. Matheson that one of the pages was missing, and Mr. Matheson then caused that to be provided to them. but there was never any request, there was never any order for that item. Now, as to the next issue that he raised, which is the bindle, we believe, based on my conversations with Alan, that that bindle is perhaps in the court's custody. That has not yet been resolved. But I'd also like to point out that the prosecution cannot be blamed for any potential argument or any suggestion that perhaps the bindle that Mr. Lee created was lost, because when item number 6 came back, the control on 6 from Albany, it came back with a hair in it that was not there when it left. So we know some things happened to our evidence to change or alter the condition of that evidence in Albany by the defense experts, and we have photographic documentation of that. The next issue I'd like to raise in terms of misstatements by counsel is we discovered the existence of the real page 4 after cross-examination had been concluded, after counsel had represented several times to Your Honor, I can't remember whether it was on or off the record, that he was finished, that he had no further questions, and after I had requested a break and was given a break for the purposes of assembling my notes for redirect examination. That is the point in time and the first point in time that we discovered it. And the way that I discovered it is because I knew that one other document, perhaps 2 other documents, were found in a similar manner, that they were found in Mr. Fung's notebook and that he had the original and that a copy was in the notebook that was supposed to contain the originals. I'd like to also address this issue of the Xeroxing of the crime scene identification checklist, which I believe happened in early May.
Well, Mr. Govey,
in early March.
Before you move on to that, let me ask you a question about this discovery of the real page 4. At that time, do you believe you had an obligation, having now discovered that, knowing that the defense had made a request for a document examiner to examine each one of the pages of the crime scene checklist, and anytime you have a document examiner examine something like that, I mean, the implications are obvious. Don't you believe that you had an obligation upon making that discovery to immediately advise the court and counsel?
I did not believe so, Your Honor, and I'd like to address that in more detail, if I may, and very extensively. But with the court's permission, could I continue with the events that happened surrounding the Xeroxing of the crime scene identification checklist?
So long as you understand that that's my primary concern.
Okay. As to the Xeroxing of the crime scene identification checklist, which actually Mr. Scheck and I did together, I'd just like to set the record straight on that. They told us that told me, Mr. Scheck told me, that his only reason for wanting to look at these originals, and I guess this must have been some kind of a subterfuge because they didn't want to let me know what their real intentions were. He told me that they had written on their copies and that they didn't have any copies that were free of notations, and that they were kind of embarrassed about this, but were asking me to extend them the courtesy of Xeroxing those items, which I did not want to do because, as I have represented to the court, my Xeroxing skills are not the best. And it took us approximately 40 minutes to go through those documents, Mr. Scheck and I, and Xerox them, which I did as a matter of professional courtesy. What happened after that, after we were finished Xeroxing virtually all of the documents, is Mr. Scheck, who should win the prize of having Xeroxing skills that are even worse than my own, dumped out the entire volume of that original notes binder. And it was standing in a teepee fashion on the floor after we had gone through it. And it took us about 5 minutes to figure out how to undo that problem without getting the notes all out of order. And at that point, Mr. Scheck, well, about an hour or so later, asked me then to Xerox more documents pertaining to searches of vehicles. And naturally, I wasn't very eager to Xerox more documents at that time, and I said, I don't want to do it at that time. We resolved that issue, and then finally I decided that I would provide them with Xeroxes. But I'd just like the record to be straight as to the chronology of events and as to what happened during that incident. Now, Your Honor, I'd like to address this issue of page number 4, and the original versus the copy. First of all, I'd like to discuss it legally, which is something that Mr. Scheck didn't do. He made a lot of allegations, but he doesn't discuss the law. And I'd ask the court to go back to the law because ultimately this is a legal decision. 1054 of the Penal Code doesn't say anything about us providing an original document. It's not in there. The Constitution of the United States requires us to provide exculpatory evidence. What is page number 4? It is in front of Your Honor, I believe. It is a Xerox copy of a form. It doesn't have any writing on it. It doesn't have anything which would put any prosecutor or defense attorney, in my opinion, on notice that it is in any way relevant to this case, let alone exculpatory. So where is the legal obligation in any statute, in any case, in the Penal Code, under the United States Constitution, for us to have disclosed that document to begin with? It was disclosed, and we allowed them to Xerox and inspect them as a matter of professional courtesy. What happened, Your Honor, is that when they inspected these documents, they came to the conclusion, and I never looked at all of them and lined up the holes on the paper clips or the little holes at the top of the documents, and I never examined them with that degree of care.
Have you examined the little, since you're such an expert at Xeroxing, have you examined all the little holes that represent staple holes that appear on Xerox copies?
I see that there are staple holes on the Xerox copies, Your Honor. I noticed that this morning. And I did not go through them with the degree of care to realize that the staple holes on the Xerox copies are Xeroxed and not actual holes. And I wouldn't have even thought of doing that. And as an advocate, quite frankly, I would not have thought of predicating a conspiracy theory based upon the existence or non-existence of staple holes on page 4. So no, I did not look at it. And I don't believe that Mr. Hodgman looked at it. And I don't believe that Mr. Alan Yokelson looked at it with that degree of care. And we would not have. And I do not believe that we could have reasonably been asked to. Now, what happened is that after these documents were provided, counsel notified us that 2 documents were not original. One was L16. May I just refer to my binder, Your Honor?
Certainly. Mrs. Robertson? Excuse me just a second.
Sorry, Your Honor. One was L16, which is the item that discusses on 6/14/94 certain items being released to criminalist Yamauchi. And the other item that they said was not an original was L31, which is the document that lists item numbers 20 through 35, most of them being stains that came out of the Bronco. They said was not an original. And I believe that we ultimately found originals on both of those items and provided them to the defense. They had a question document examiner look at them. They never notified us at any time or suggested to us that page number 4 was not an original. Upon closer inspection of that document, Your Honor, and especially with the aid of a question document examiner, it is obvious now to me that it does not have holes all the way through it. And they knew that. And with the relationship that Mr. Neufeld has with Mr. Matheson, he could have done what he has done on at least 2 or 3 other occasions and gotten on the phone with him or any of us and said, this is not an original, and the search would have been on as it was on the other 2 cases. He did not do that. Mr. Scheck did not do that. And I'm not faulting for them. I'm not telling you that they have any duty to do that. But they didn't. and they didn't do it for tactical reasons, and they are entitled to make that decision. And I don't know for sure whether I used the term hoisted on their own petard last night, but I'll use it now because that's what happened. They decided that they were going to predicate a theory that Mr. Fung was involved in a conspiracy on the existence or non-existence of staple holes. And they didn't want to tell us about it. And they didn't tell us about it. And we never made any representation specifically that we knew that that document was an original or that we had inspected that document. And we never would have even thought of doing so. And then after doing it, we did what any prosecutors would do in that circumstance and think, where can the original be? And they know we would have done that as well. And it was in the same place that the other document was, where we provided the defense with a copy instead of the original. And that is how we found it. Now, Mr. Scheck cited yesterday to the court what I called the I want to show it rule of evidence. When he was talking about wanting to show videotapes, he'd just say, I want to show it. And I said, I didn't see that in the evidence code. But I'd like to cite a lesser known provision of the penal code called the It's Just Too Bad rule. They made a tactical choice. If they were interested in the truth, if they were concerned about not proceeding on a theory that could be easily disproved, they knew how to do that. And in prior occasions, they had used those vehicles and those avenues to try to clarify when they knew they had a copy instead of an original. They could have done it this time, but they didn't. And the prosecution cannot be asked to pay the price for that tactical choice. It's a legitimate choice. I understand that they made it, but we cannot be asked to pay and should be not be asked to pay. Now, I hate to get to the issue of sanctions, Your Honor, because we're saying there is no discovery violation. And we are saying that we did everything that a reasonably diligent prosecutor would do and more in accommodating and over-accommodating the defense. But you will recall that when the issue of sanctions came up yesterday, as to the defense tapes that were not displayed, I said, I can't ask for preclusion, I can't ask for an instruction, I can't ask for anything except some time to review the tapes. Even though it was clear that counsel was grandstanding in the way that they had disclosed these tapes. Because the sanction, if any, must fit the harm that has been done, if any. And the only harm that has been done here is that their tactical decision didn't work. And the remedy is nothing. It is to do nothing. And that's assuming there was a discovery violation, which we certainly don't concede.
All right, well, why don't we go back then to my question to you?
And your question was, did we have a duty to bring it to the court's and counsel's attention as soon as we found it?
Correct.
And we believed that we did not. We discussed it, and we felt that it was clear that they had made a tactical choice. It's clear that they could have brought it to our attention. It's clear that we were entitled to introduce this. It's clear that we had no obligation of the law, under the law to produce it. And at that time, at that hour, we believed we did not have an obligation.
Well, let me ask you this. Since I did make the order that the originals be produced for document examination, doesn't that include page 4 as soon as it's discovered?
And it was produced. I mean, it was produced in court.
Well, it was produced for the, I ordered it produced for the purpose of document examination by the defense, though. So didn't that place an obligation upon the prosecution to then produce that item?
I didn't hear the end of the court's question.
Didn't that place upon you at any point when you discovered that you had an original in your possession to notify the court, at least under 1054.7?
1054.7 is in-camera hearings.
That's correct. In other words, if you felt you discovered something, that there was some question as to whether or not it should be turned over, then you have the right to ask the court to make that determination ex parte.
But, Your Honor, that is true. We can have request an ex parte hearing whenever we feel we have information that we don't want to turn over. But we did want to turn this over. I mean, there's no question about that as soon as we found it, we wanted to turn it over. And we'd love the defense to have the opportunity to inspect it as much as they'd like to inspect it, and they will have the opportunity to do so. So we would not have requested an in-camera hearing under 1054.7 to say to Your Honor, we want to hold this back, because that was not our intent. And what I would ask the court is to think about also the court's order that the defense show us videotapes in advance, which has been repeatedly breached. And, you know, what sanction has been imposed? The sanction that's been imposed is the court has given us time, and we've been thankful for it, to look at those videotapes, because a lot of the times that's the only appropriate sanction that we can ask for. And that is all we have asked for. May I just have one moment? So what we would ask in the court to do is, if the court's going to impose any sanction, that the court be even-handed, and that the sanction that would be imposed, and we're not saying that any is warranted because we're not seeing that there's any discovery violation, is to give the defense more time to look at it, as the court gave us more time to look at the videotapes. The court must be even-handed, and we request Your Honor to do so, and I know you want to do so, in the way that the court makes its rulings. And I think that, if anything, this is comparable, but in our case, far less clear, because there was nothing that reasonably would have put us on notice. And I really feel a little bit reluctant to make this last argument, but in light of Mr. Scheck's argument, I don't think I have any other choice. And that is that when these items were being viewed by counsel, he said, well, we have notes of watching them view it and so on, as if there was something improper. Actually, what happened is I was in the room, it was actually the kitchen area and the library area of the Scientific Investigations Division on a Saturday. See, we opened up the laboratory for them on a Saturday so that they could be there. It's something that we do for every defendant who's on trial. And I was present when Mr. Scheck was viewing the notes. And I was present because I wanted to make sure that nothing happened to alter or change the condition of our original notes. And that was one of the conditions that we felt that we wanted to put on them looking at them. I was sitting at the extreme other end of a table that was approximately the same size as both tables that are in Your Honor's courtroom, in what I describe as a library/kitchen area of the lab, because I did not want to look over their shoulders, and I felt that my mere presence would be a sufficient deterrent. But I don't know everything that happened, and I wasn't watching them every moment when they looked at those notes. I don't think that would have been appropriate for me to have done. But if Mr. Scheck's Xeroxing skills are any indication of his ability to perhaps confuse documents, we don't know for sure what happened.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm really not interested in those activities.
Okay.
All right.
And I'd also like to point out, and as I said, I apologize, and I apologize to counsel, but we have to sort out what happened here and how it happened. And there are a lot of facts that we just don't know. And that's all I'm pointing out to Your Honor. And I apologize to Mr. Scheck. I apologize to you for bringing these facts out at all. And I'd like to also point out that Mr. Scheck did have the notebook throughout the court session. So trying to reconstruct how this item number 4 happened isn't something that we could do with any degree of precision and certainty. And again, Your Honor, I don't mean to, I don't like this kind of advocacy, and I'm not trying to cast any aspersions. All we're trying to say is that we can't reconstruct how those events occurred.
Thank you. Any brief response, Mr. Scheck?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you focus your comment on the obligation to disclose upon discovery? That's the only thing I'm really interested in.
I understand. Your Honor, they just admitted it, didn't they? They said that they discussed it. They all sat there and discussed it and decided that they had no obligation. That's fairly extraordinary. Your Honor, Mr. Goldberg seems to think that when you issue a court order to produce the original documents for us to look at with the document examiner, that he was just doing us a professional courtesy. That's a court order to produce the originals. Representations were made that these were the originals. Then they got notice that there were some problems, and perhaps some of the originals might have been in Mr. Fung's notebook and not produced to us. Now, let's be very clear about those facts. Mr. Hodgman and Mr. Yokelson said, here are two documents that we know are not originals. The others that you're looking at are originals. These aren't, and we're still looking for them. And then they find them, apparently, in Mr. Fung's notebook, and that is more than enough notice that maybe this is going on, and maybe all the pages that they didn't give us in the first place were originals, and that we're in a perilous situation where we may be relying on something that was not originals. And obviously, they had an obligation to make sure that they were giving us what they claimed to be originals in the first instance, and anybody could have seen from looking at those, if they'd examined them carefully, that there was certainly an absence of staple holes. And incidentally, Your Honor, in terms of the Xerox, there's also trash marks from the Xerox machines all over those pages, so I'm not sure it's entirely clear those are staple holes versus trash marks. But the point is,
Well, if you look at it, they seem to line up in the same
well, no,
places.
but those were also the Xerox trash marks, and they don't necessarily accord with all the staple holes. But that's besides the point, isn't it? The
Well, that'll
point
be
is,
for the fact finder to determine, won't it?
well, no, Your Honor, let's say that that is the original. Let's say that that is the original. The point here is that Mr. Fung has been severely impeached on exactly how the...
No, Mr. Scheck, the point is, did the prosecution have an obligation upon discovering that they had it in their possession to notify you and the court that they had it?
Yes.
That's the only thing I'm really
Well,
interested
Your Honor, there's no question that under 1054.1, they must disclose all relevant real evidence obtained as part of the investigation. We asked for the originals. The court ordered them to turn over the originals. We examined the originals. Then they were on notice that they may not have given us all the originals.